where the whispers play, secrets hide, bodies sway. True crime cafe, in the night we stay. Truths decay, truths decay. Tango in the corner, eyes like stone, words like daggers, chilled to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. A city of shadows, you're never alone. Coffee cold, I can't break. Neon buzz, tongue don't blink. Where they go, who's the lake? You're never alone. And the sirens wail, another ghost for the tale. True crime cafe where the whispers play, secrets hide, bodies sway. True crime cafe, in the night we stay. Truths decay, truths decay. Ashtrays full, sins don't wash. Table stained, lies embossed. Fingers point but the lines are crossed. Justice sleeps at a heavy cost. Coffee cold, I can't break. Neon buzz, tongue don't blink. Where they go, who's the lake? Echo in the corner, eyes like stone, words like daggers, chilled to the bone. True crime cafe, in the night we stay. Truths decay, truths decay. Tango in the corner, eyes like stone, words like daggers, chilled to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. The city of shadows, truths decay. Idaho in the corner, eyes like stone, words like daggers, chilled to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. A city of shadows, you're never alone. Coffee cold, I can't break. Neon buzz, tongue don't blink. Where they go, who's the lake? Ashtrays full, sins don't wash. Table stained, lies embossed. Fingers point but the lines are crossed. Justice sleeps at a heavy cost. Coffee cold, I can't think. Neon wires, town don't blink. Where they go, who's the lake? True crime cafe where the whispers play, secrets hide, bodies sway. True crime cafe, in the night we stay. Truths decay, truths decay. Tango in the corner, eyes like stone, words like daggers, chilled to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. A city of shadows, you're never alone. Coffee cold, I can't break. Neon buzz, tongue don't blink. Where they go, who's the lake? You're never alone. And the sirens wail, another ghost for the tale. True crime cafe where the whispers play, secrets hide, bodies sway. True crime cafe, in the night we stay. Truths decay, truths decay. Ashtrays full, sins don't wash. Table stained, lies embossed. Fingers point but the lines are crossed. Justice sleeps at a heavy cost. Coffee cold, I can't break. Neon buzz, tongue don't blink. Where they go, who's the lake? Echo in the corner, eyes like stone, words like daggers, chilled to the bone. True crime cafe, in the night we stay. Truths decay, truths decay. Tango in the corner, eyes like stone, words like daggers, chilled to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. The city of shadows, truths decay. Idaho in the corner, eyes like stone, words like daggers, chilled to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. A city of shadows, you're never alone. Coffee cold, I can't think. Neon buzz, tongue don't blink. Where they go, who's the lake? Ashtrays full, sins don't wash. Table stained, lies embossed. Fingers point but the lines are crossed. Justice sleeps at a heavy cost. Coffee cold, but can't think. Even words, town don't blink. Where they go, who's the link? True crime cafe where the whispers play. Secrets hide, bodies sway. True crime cafe in the night we stay. Truths decay, truths decay. Tango in the corner, eyes like stone. Words like daggers, chilled to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. A city of shadows, you're never alone. Coffee cold, I can't think. Neon buzz, tongue don't blink. Where they go, who's the link? You're never alone. And the sirens wail, another ghost for the tale. True crime cafe where the whispers play. Secrets hide, bodies sway. True crime cafe in the night we stay. Truths decay, truths decay. Ashtrays full, sins don't wash. Table stained, lies embossed. Fingers point but the lines are crossed. Justice sleeps at a heavy cost. Coffee cold, I can't think. Neon buzz, town don't blink. Where they go, who's the link? Echo in the corner, eyes like stone. Words like daggers, chilled to the bone. True crime cafe, in the night we stay. Truths decay, truths decay. Echo in the corner, eyes like stone. Words like daggers, chilled to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. The city of shadows, truths decay. Play-Doh in the corner, eyes like stone. Words like daggers, chilled to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. A city of shadows, you're never alone. Coffee cold, I can't think. Neon buzz, tongue don't blink. Where they go, who's the link? Ashtrays full, sins don't wash. Table stained, lies embossed. Fingers point but the lines are crossed. Justice sleeps at a heavy cost. Coffee cold, I can't think. Neon words, town don't blink. Where they go, who's the link? True crime cafe where the whispers play. Secrets hide, bodies sway. True crime cafe in the night we stay. Truths decay, truths decay. Tango in the corner, eyes like stone. Words like daggers, chilled to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. A city of shadows, you're never alone. Coffee cold, I can't think. Neon buzz, tongue don't blink. Where they go, who's the link? You're never alone. And the sirens wail, another ghost for the tale. True crime cafe where the whispers play. Secrets hide, bodies sway. True crime cafe in the night we stay. Truths decay, truths decay. Ashtrays full, sins don't wash. Table stained, lies embossed. Fingers point but the lines are crossed. Justice sleeps at a heavy cost. Coffee cold, I can't think. Neon buzz, tongue don't blink. Where they go, who's the link? Echo in the corner, eyes like stone. Words like daggers, chilled to the bone. True crime cafe, in the night we stay. Truths decay, truths decay. Echo in the corner, eyes like stone. Words like daggers, chilled to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. The city of shadows, truths decay. Play-Doh in the corner, eyes like stone. Words like daggers, chilled to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. A city of shadows, you're never alone. Coffee cold, I can't think. Neon buzz, town don't blink. Where they go, who's the late? Ashtrays full, sins don't wash. Table stained, lies embossed. Fingers point, but the lines are crossed. Justice sleeps at a heavy cost. Coffee cold, I can't think. Neon wires, town don't blink. Where they go, who's the link? True crime cafe where the whispers play. Secrets hide, bodies sway. True crime cafe in the night we stay. Truths decay, truths decay. Tango in the corner, eyes like stone. Words like daggers, chilled to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. A city of shadows, you're never alone. Coffee cold, I can't think. Neon buzz, town don't blink. Where they go, who's the link? You're never alone. And the sirens wail, another ghost for the tale. True crime cafe where the whispers play. Secrets hide, bodies sway. True crime cafe in the night we stay. Truths decay, truths decay. Ashtrays full, sins don't wash. Table stained, lies embossed. Fingers point, but the lines are crossed. Justice sleeps at a heavy cost. Coffee cold, I can't think. Neon buzz, town don't blink. Where they go, who's the link? Echo in the corner, eyes like stone. Words like daggers, chilled to the bone. True crime cafe, in the night we stay. Truths decay, truths decay. Echo in the corner, eyes like stone. Words like daggers, chilled to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. The city of shadows, truths decay. They go in the corner, eyes like stone. Words like daggers, chilled to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. A city of shadows, you're never alone. Coffee cold, I can't think. Neon buzz, town don't blink. Where they go, who's the lake? Ashtrays full, sins don't wash. Table stained, lies embossed. Fingers point, but the lines are crossed. Justice sleeps at a heavy cost.
All right, all right. Welcome back to the cafe, guys. We are officially open for business. Thank you so much for joining us today. I appreciate you all so very much. Thank you guys again. I hope you're all having a great start to your day. What is going on here? Always having some kind of stupid technical difficulty, you guys. My apologies. I don't know why that's doing that. Either way, welcome back. Great to see you guys again, guys. We're heading back to Idaho. We have a new interview to review, a full interview. I believe the other version of Dylan's interview, we're going to review that, break it down, discuss it. Hopefully Eddie will join me today to help me break that down and get into whatever other conversation we get into with that. So come on in, grab the link. If you want to jump up here with us and discuss it, it will be pinned in the top of the chat, as always. Other than that, guys, grab a seat, get comfortable, grab your coffee, tea, whatever it may be. Come on in and join us. Have a discussion with me and whoever else it will be. Appreciate you guys very much for this and that. Thank you to my moderators for joining us today. As always, I appreciate you all so very much. And again, everybody, please be respectful of each other, especially those moderators, because they respect you. Thank you so much, guys. That being said, you know where we're headed next. Let's get this thing moving and get it done and over with today. Here we go. All right, all right, all right.
Neon lights flicker like broken halos. Whispers gather in the smoke-filled air. Tables carved with secrets and shadows. Every story's a wound laid bare. The kettle's boiling with a restless rage. Justice written on an unseen page. I sip the silence, bitter taste, waiting for the ghosts to show their face. At the True Crime Cafe, we serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth you crave. Raise your glass to the names they betrayed. Mirrors cracked, reflections are liars. Ashes fall where the guilty once stood. The jukebox hums like a funeral choir. Echoes pounding through the neighborhood. Every scar is a candlelit vow. We hunt the how, we demand the now. No more silence, no more disguise. We'll paint the night with sharpened cry. At the True Crime Cafe, we serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth you crave. Raise your glass to the names they betray. This is not a sermon, it's a battlefield hymn. A requiem dripping from the bottle's rim. The guilty write stories in invisible ink, but we'll drag it all up from the edge of the brave. At the True Crime Cafe, the reckoning burns like a black bouquet. Every shadow will pay. In the True Crime Cafe.
All right, everybody. Welcome back to the cafe. It's great to see you all today. I hope you're all having an amazing day. It is October 3rd. Come on in, grab a seat, get comfortable. I do have the link pinned at the top. It looks like Dylan's going to be joining us up here just in a minute here. Let's see who else we got with us real quick here. Meg P, the Megastars in the house. Drew Bledsoe, Mr. Dylan, whatever the name is. It's great to have you here. Again, the Megastar Meg P, SRBBBB. Fizzy's fizzing around in here as well. Good to see you. Good to see you. Witchy, welcome back to you. Great to have you here. Eddie's in the house. Thank the Lord. Beach Babe, welcome back to you. Good to see you today. Miss Christy, with Christy's Chaos. Good to see you, Miss Christy. Thank you for being here. As always, Cassie, the sassy one's in the house with us today. Great to see you. Frank Reeder, welcome back to you, my friend. Always happy to have you here. It is Friday, guys. Friday, Friday, Friday. Yay, yay. Miss Rowena, great to see you. Great to have you here. Thank you for joining us again. Thank you for those purple hearts in memory of Wisdom Speaks. God bless. We appreciate that so very much. Beach Babe, great to see you. Miss Anna D with Truth and Justice, True Crime. Great to see you, Anna. Thank you for being here with us today. Happy Frozen Shock Phase Friday, everybody. Yes, yes, yes. We're going to be reviewing the Dylan Mortenson full interview. Hopefully we get a little more out of this than we did the other one. Emma R, welcome back to you. Mountain Mama, great to see you too. Kent Corbett, my friend, always happy to see you, sir. Come on in, grab a seat. Miss Diane Dagburn, Johnny Gobble's Dead Floozy, Mama's in the house. Great to see you. Thank you for joining us. Let's see who else we got. Making sure I got everybody. Busy. Again, everybody, please be sure to be respectful of each other and everyone, including the moderators, by all means. Please and thank you. I have no worries with that, I'm sure. And yes, it looks like SRB's got one of her children's birthdays today. Sassy's brother. Good stuff. It probably is witchy. I'm sure it's edited in parts, but it states that it was a full interview. So just writing the writing, that's all. But you're absolutely more than likely right, as it always is. What's up, Dylan? How are you this morning, my friend? Great to see you today. Thank you for joining us.
There you go. Happy Friday. I unfortunately don't have time to chat with you this afternoon and go through this Dylan thing, but I wanted to just wish you guys a happy Frozen Shock Friday because I thought that was one of the funnier comments in the chat. Enjoy your time watching Dylan try to lie.
Yes, we will be breaking out the lies, my friend.
Yeah, have fun with it. Don't take it too seriously. Don't get too frustrated with her because remember, she's just a lying 20-year-old kid. And if you get angry with it, you're not going to get anywhere.
I know.
Try to lay back and see what really did happen. And I guess at this point, we're just trying to figure out who all was involved, right? We know.
Yes,
We know the main cast of characters, but with 4 dead bodies, it doesn't stop at the main cast. It's anyone who's involved from the murders themselves.
Right.
To now, what we clearly see is a bad investigation with a poorly written PCA, which now entangles any officer or any investigator or any prosecutor or any judge that saw this information and continued to point the finger at Brian Koberger without questioning a little bit about the investigation 3 years later. So I hope you have a great day. I'll try to follow along. And if you're still on in a couple hours, I'll pop back on and see where you guys are at.
All right, my friend. I appreciate you, brother. Be safe, happy, and enjoy the rest of your day. Next time I see you, my friend. Thank you.
Peace out, Diego.
All right, brother. All right. Thank you, Dylan. I appreciate your input as always. Again, folks, the link is pinned top of the chat up here. Anybody wants to join me up here? Hint, hint, hint. No names. It does. It is a shit show. Keeps getting worse and worse and worse. Guys, please share this out. Hit the like button on your way through the door, if you will. Let everybody know what we're doing. I appreciate you so very much. It ain't getting any better. He got the hint. Yes, thank you, SRB. If you guys want to jump into sauce and join us, please do. There's the way to do it. If you're on your phone and stuff like that, please click that. It's more of an interview, Emma. Yes, it is. Newer than what we've seen yet. So yeah. Yeah, Miss Christie says this one's crazy. The whole thing is crazy. Every bit of them are crazy. Yeah, this is the first interview, you guys. No, the one we watched before was after the fact and later on. So this is the first one, I believe. So we are going to watch this, break it down, and discuss what we see in it and the rest of whatever the conversation leads to. With these conversations are always amazing. Brandy B, our OG's in the house. Miss Brandy, good to see you, sis. Thank you for being here today. Let's see who else here. And boom, there he is. Hint taken. Welcome, brother. Good to see you today.
Hint, hint. Whoever could you be referring to?
I have no idea. I don't know. No idea. No idea at all. But thank you for joining me. Appreciate you.
Good to see you again. Hello,
You-
everybody.
Yes, as always. Hope you're having a good start to your day, bud. Hopefully we can get through this.
I did. I went on my bicycle ride. Biking is life.
Good stuff. Good. Yeah, it's good. I mean, it's great exercise. You get to take in the environment around you. The air, fresh air is amazing, as fresh as you can get it. You know,
That's
so
a good
yeah,
start to the day. Invigorating.
absolutely, absolutely. If you can do it at whatever age you're doing it, go for it. That's amazing. I love it.
I
Walking.
identify as a teenager.
Hey, nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that.
I'm thinking about enrolling in high school, going after some of those cuties.
Do your thing, bro. Do your thing. If you can pull
No,
that
it's
shit
just
off-
a joke. It is
I know.
actually current events news. In White Bear Lake High School, a 22-year-old was enrolled, a convicted sex criminal.
Wow.
Like they would say on The Big Bang.
No way. And he got away with it for how long?
I don't know, but there's already the twist in the narrative.
Of course.
Yeah, he has what do they call it? Age dysphoria.
Oh, so he doesn't look his age. Yeah. Okay.
He doesn't. Yeah, he's confused. He doesn't know that he's not a teenager. He believes in his mind, and they get that from interviewing supposedly a housemate. You know where he was living. They interviewed a nameless resident of wherever he was living.
Okay.
So I don't want to take too much of a left turn or take too much of your time, but
No, you're good, bro. We have time.
well, this kind of ties into what we've been doing here for these last 3 years. The way the media has the ability to spin this by saying that they interviewed someone, but you don't get to see the interview. You just hear the reporter saying what the person that was interviewed said. That is hearsay. That is not an interview. There is no receipt there. It could even possibly be that it's like a brainstorm type of effort in order to make the narrative go one way. Like, gee, how do we introduce this age dysphoria type of idea? Well, let's just say that we interviewed someone.
Yep.
And that person says it. And then it's injected into the story. And so before case.
Oh, you went robotic there for a minute.
How's it sound now?
That's better. Yeah.
Okay.
That's better.
So, we all have that, in whatever field we work in, whatever our profession is, everyone has the ability to, the media has their go-to tactics, if you will. Everyone, all of us, we know our industry well enough. How to sway the opinion, to guide your patient, to close the deal, to complete the job, whatever. We all know. We're just, because we're the expert in the field. If you don't think that the media also has that, and if you don't think that interviewing an unnamed witness or family or, a friend or acquaintance is part of that tactic to sway opinion and to kind of guide the narrative, then you're really missing what's happening in our daily lives, watching and listening to the media. Very
good point, sir. Very good point. And yeah, it would be very easy to say we interviewed this person. Well, the public's going to believe that. Okay, they have no reason.
They do.
Yeah, and there's no reason for anybody to say, well, a lot of people don't automatically stop and do the critical thinking and say, well, how do we know? Show
That's
us.
right.
You know what I mean? It's just an automatic thing.
Yes, you just go with it.
Yeah, especially with mainstream media, that's just how it works, folks. And that's how they get most of us wrapped up in that, that conundrum of things that they do, because everybody just automatically assumes that it's true. Well, people like Eddie and myself and others like you guys in here that'll go, well, wait a minute, let's see it. Show me. And then they don't. And then that tells you there's your answer. Like, okay, so you made this up to make it look good, sound good, but in turn, that is where a lot of the stuff that we deal with regularly comes from. Same thing's gone on for the past 2.5 years, like he said, with this case, So yes, very good point, sir. Good way to start the show too. Conversation pieces are great. I love the conversations we have, and I gotta tell you, I'm sure you've seen some of the comments and stuff, but I've had many emails, messages sent to me, and comments given to me within the the background comments and things like that of this about how well people believe you and I work together when we do what we do and bounce off each other, and how appreciated you are being here. So I want to tell you myself, I'm sure you already know this, how appreciative I am to have you here. But the whole community enjoys you being part of this and being part of this what we do here. So thank you. As always.
You're welcome. I sense that, and thank you for saying that, and thank you everybody. I try, I'm a better listener than talker. You all know that, but when I do try to share, my thoughts and opinions, I keep it real. I don't go into fantasy land.
Yes.
And
yeah.
That's why I think the mainstream media and twist it. So
I think that's why I
try to be honest and be as accurate as I possibly can, and bring the receipts, when I can.
Yes, that's that bingo right there. And if I can't find something, that we're discussing, folks, to be able to show proof or whatever you want to call it, I guarantee you he will, and vice versa. We usually work with each other to make that work out, folks. It's a very good team effort that we have with this, and I appreciate it so very much, as he knows. And and I appreciate you guys thanking him and showing the appreciation to him as well, because that means a lot. So yeah, he does. He always does very well. No, not trying to embarrass anybody or anything like that. And yes, 100%, Christy's right. So, and it's good, because I noticed that you guys have to see this too, that Eddie does not just throw input into just this case, you guys. It's been multiple cases now that he's been involved with us, and I'm very grateful of that, and it works out to be a great team. I love it. So very much appreciated. I can't say it enough. Yeah, he's a very important part of the community and a huge contributor, folks, and I'm telling you, it wouldn't be the same without him. So always treat him with respect. I appreciate that too. Every one of you guys pretty much always have. I don't think I've ever seen anybody that has maybe be back before. There's a couple of people that challenged Eddie, but he takes it with the stride and just rolls right on through like nothing. And that is respectful right there in itself. Deserves respect too. So
yeah, there's been a couple people that roughed me up a little bit, but not enough to. I've tried to catch it at the hilt, and I'll deal with it like like a bodyguard if I have to, because I have that much respect for you. But it just comes with putting yourself out there. I get it.
It does, yeah. I don't know. I think Lana might still be live, SRB, and we may get an influx of people when she's done. If not, it's okay. We'll get them. Cat K's in the house. Good to see you today. Beach Babe's asking. We're waiting just a few minutes to get everybody in here that we can, guys, before we get moving. I don't want to have to go backwards and then forwards again. But can anything be done about the discrepancies? That is the question of the year, in my opinion. Go ahead, bud.
Oh, no, I interrupted. You had a pause of thought, and I kind of...
no, it's okay. I was just going to say, I think that the only thing that can be done is what we do here every day, is just draw attention to it repeatedly until somebody eventually will take notice of it and or hear it, get tired of hearing about it, and maybe somebody will step in to do something about it. But, other than that, I don't think so. And welcome, JCJ. I know JC had some questions about some things that she was going to ask today. I hope this was early enough for you, Jace. I know you've got to work most of the time, but again, the link's pinned if you have to pop up. If you want to pop up and ask your questions, please do. Always appreciate you being here as well. So are these without redactions now since the I don't think so, Fizzy. I don't think anything's going to change in that aspect. The only thing that has, with the new order that's gone out, for those of you that didn't know, Megan Marshall ordered on that. I'm looking for the document. I didn't get to go in and grab the document to find it yet, but I will. The court order on the Laramie situation, Karen Laramie's case, was where it started, about keeping the crime scene photos out of the press and out of social media and things like that. And basically, it's to break it down, it's the bodies of the victims, which I clearly understand, and the surrounding, like, blood and things like that close to that. Everything else should be allowed. Okay. I don't know what they're going to do with it, but I don't know. Yeah, I haven't seen anything released on it yet as far as documentation. So this one, SRB said this one is still redacted to that aspect. So we'll see. We do definitely have a longer interview with her, and more as Dylan Mort said, more lies to be able to disperse and break down and see why and how, and maybe pull something. Maybe there is some truth in there that we can find, separate. That's the whole reason, like, I like to do this. So that's what we're doing, and whatever conversation comes from it, as we discuss and break it down, there's always an additional conversation that comes out of it. So whatever we do, and they're always great. That's what I'm looking forward to as well. It is, but I get it. Let's see, making sure nobody's been missed. I think I got everybody so far. If I didn't, I will catch up with you. Again, guys, like I said, when we're anybody that has feelings, thoughts, opinions, anything, I pinned that link so you guys can use your actual voice and voice your feelings on it. And you're welcome to jump up here and ask questions, express your feelings. That's I like to carry a platform that everybody has that option, because a lot of other channels don't give that option to people. They just kind of let them type away in chat, ignore them sometimes, talk to them sometimes, whatever it is. But I think everybody should have the ability to voice their voice on this. And that's any case. KP, what it do? Good to see you. Right, KP, I agree with that. Christie's Chaos. Again, if we can drop Christie's link in here, you guys, please. Christie's been doing some amazing things with her channel as well. I would love to see you guys subscribe if you have not yet, and hit the notification bell to not miss anything she does. Sky's back in the house. Great to see you today, Sky. Thank you so much. If we are denied seeing anything, including placement of bodies or sheath, how are we to believe this? That's the issue. And thank you for bringing that to the table, Sky. You've been on point for a couple of days now with the statements you've been making. That's it right there, especially in this case. I know that we shouldn't want to see the horrible, what happened. But unfortunately, they've pushed us to a situation now where if we don't see certain things, we have no reason to believe those things. You see what I'm saying? And that's a sad thing. So yes, that's a great point, Sky, and a very interesting statement, because that is exactly where we're at with this case. They will say, like Eddie said earlier, everything in this case is hearsay because they don't show proof of anything, including the fact that this man that they claim that did this went in that house and committed these crimes. They don't, because they don't have that proof. And again, in my opinion, it's because he didn't do it. There's that. So great to see you, KP. Dana Puffin Stuff, welcome back to you. Witchy says, I'm at the point of believing the sheath never existed. That's where I'm at, Witchy, and I can't help myself at this point because they refuse to show it to us. They refuse to show it to us. And it's not even that they're waiting or they're doing this or doing that. They're refusing at this point, in my opinion, to show it to us. Well, that tells me one thing. It doesn't exist. And I'm going to call it that until they prove me different. That's all I'm saying. Welcome, super good to see you, Mary Holt. Wonderful to have you back in the house today. Yes, 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 yes. There's Christy's link, guys. Please make sure to hop on over, click that link, jump into Christy's Chaos, amazing channel that she's put together, and all the stuff she does on a regular basis. I do appreciate all her hard work, as you all should too, and try to show some support over there, if you will. A little bit of love. Hit that like button on everything she does. So many awesome people that we have come together with in this community about this case specifically, but many others, but this case specifically, working together to come to one point at the end of this, and that's truth. Absolute truth. Hopefully it'll happen. Smiling Sleuth, welcome to you, and happy Friday as well. Yes, Witchy, 100%. I do agree with that. It's a refusal. That's what I call it, a refusal, because they know what we want to see. They know what we're asking for. It's been FOIA'd, it's been requested, there's been emails, all of these things. It's a refusal at this point because they're not doing it. That's again my opinion, yes, but that's how I see it. I'm sure Eddie will agree at that point, and most of you as well. It's exactly how I see it. And the refusal is because they can't do it. That's why I'm calling it. I'm calling it out for what it is. You know, it's kind of that game, you know. I dare you to show it to me because I know you can't. And hopes that it'll make something happen. I know it won't, but that's just my thought. Miss JCJ, what's happening? Good to see you today, my dear. How are you?
I'm good. How are you? I've been up all night, and then I found out that the Crime Con videos have been dropped on Crime HQ. So if you have a Crime HQ membership, I encourage everybody to go over there and watch the Denver Crime Con videos.
Okay, I will check that out. I just noted that myself. I will definitely look into it because I've heard there's some Mothram stuff in there.
Yes, and I watched it, and I've got questions.
I bet you do. I bet you do. Is it bad?
It's not bad. It's just Stacy Chapin. Oh my gosh. Love her to pieces. Don't get me wrong. But Kristen just sat up there and patted herself on the back. But Dago, I will ask you this.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
will say this. This is just an observation. Is Othram completely to blame here?
In what aspect?
Because I don't know how they do their thing. I don't know anything about their technology. I know they say it's 5,000 times better than CODIS, blah, 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 blah. That's okay. But Dago, it comes back to the police.
Yeah.
So the police gave them something to work with. They worked with it. That's the conclusion that they came to. So I do think that this Othram can be a very, very, it has potential to be very, very good for things.
Oh, absolutely. I've said that too. And they, well, yes. And that's a good point. I want to make that understandable based on things I've said, because sometimes people mistake things, you know, the way I word things, whatever, or anybody for that matter. Othram has the ability to be a very good and amazing tool in the crime world, the
cold case world, yes.
Have dealt with, so on and so forth, and everything. That's beautiful. I love that. That's amazing. What I don't like is how they have come forth at this point, like tooting their own horns all at one time. They've used, this is how I say it, folks. I'm not saying that's true, but this is what I see. They've taken the family of a horrible crime, victims of a horrible crime, used them as their mouthpiece and their poster board, basically, to bring themselves to the surface.
That's what I'm saying, and I feel like Stacy has fallen into that trap.
Yes, and whether it's her choice or not, it doesn't matter. It shouldn't have went down that way, in my opinion. It should have been. It wasn't even gradual, folks. It was just right there in our face. It's done. It's over. And now Stacy Chapin is is Othram. That's how you see it. You know, the Idaho 4 quadruple homicide is Othram, period. And we solved this. We did, but they didn't. That's my issue, though.
But that's the thing, is that they left out and they leave out the whole point, because Kristen sat up there and said, "Oh yeah, we got the DNA off the knife sheath." But we didn't. We didn't get all of it.
That's right.
We
And now,
didn't get all of it. You're not telling the whole story, Kristen.
and she's lying. She's lied about some things because she's made more than one statement where she stated, but there was so much more. There was so much more DNA, folks, this and that, everything. It wasn't just the transfer. Where is it then?
Yeah.
Why was that not in the PCA? Where has that ever been in any documents that there was so much more DNA from Brian Koberger? Because there's not. You can't put that out there to the world.
And they're just so proud that they, that everyone gave up their Thanksgiving and went to the lab and worked over Thanksgiving to do this profile and got it within 48 hours and blah, blah, blah.
Yes, ma'am.
And I,
it's very disgruntling. There's our Lucci. Hey, Lucy, you got some splaining to do. Just for you, Eddie. But yeah, you're right. Absolutely, JC. And it's a problem for me. It bothers me. It really bothers me.
It's very bothersome. And I'm not saying that maybe like for other cases and cold cases, it can't be an amazing thing. And Kristen even sat up there and said, I hope that every state will get funding, able to send their stuff to a lab like Othram. And I hope that there's many more labs like Othram in the future. So
sure, but you're basing all of this off of, and the whole world is sitting here, not, I don't want to say believing, but you're wanting the whole world to believe that you have come to the table solving a quadruple homicide in Idaho and that nobody else could. That's not what happened at all.
No.
Okay. You want to be honest with you, and I've said this before, Brian convicted himself.
Yeah.
Okay. That's how this went down. The prosecution didn't do this. Othram did not solve this case. Nobody else did. It's unsolved as far as I'm concerned. And Brian convicted himself. That's how I see this at this point in my little box. Okay. And until somebody shows me something different, that's how I'm going to see it. That's all I can say. And Othram had nothing to do with that. They went in illegally.
They pointed the law enforcement into a direction for sure.
That's it. That's not solving it, though. Right.
No.
That's right. And here's why I'm saying it's not solved, folks, because how much other DNA that doesn't belong to Brian Koberger is out there.
Was in that house.
It was never tested. That's solving the case. I'm sorry.
And that's why I say, is Othram, completely to blame here? Absolutely not.
No, of course not.
Because the ISP and the FBI is the ones that gave them what they used to point us in Brian Koberger's direction.
There's that. And you got to go back to something that Eddie always calls out, folks. Always. You got to go back to the point of where this all begins at, where this all starts from. Okay? Every bit of this, everything starts somewhere and ends somewhere. Okay? That's how I've always looked at this. There's a word I keep missing out in my mind, but I just keep calling it the starting line. Okay? We know where this starts from and why. We don't know that yet, but who? Okay? That is where the rest of the blame, if not most of the blame, goes to, in my opinion. So,
I mean, and then I have to ask this too, is Brett Payne even all the way to blame for?
Of course not. He's a pawn. I've been calling that, and good point. I've been calling out the fact that there's many pawns in this case, folks, that have been used for many things. A lot of people
told me this. Yeah, you've said this before.
Yeah, many people that just go clock in every morning to work and do their job and don't say things, ask questions, don't do nothing. There's so many of those people involved in this because they know better than to ask those questions. They just do their job, get their paycheck, and go home every day. Brett Payne is one of those people, in my opinion. Now, do I believe that he knows more than he claims to know? Of course I do. I know he knows more than he does. Okay, but he's not going to say anything about it because he knows what that could bring to him. That's not good stuff. And if you look at the whole you know, the whole circle of everything. How many people have left Moscow? How many people have left the
Chief Fry.
IFP? You know, yeah, big name people that have left and walked away from this in different directions. That should tell its own story, in my opinion. They don't want to. It's done. They're out of it. They're gone. They don't want nothing to do with this. A lot of people left before it even came to the conclusion it did because they don't want to be part of that because they know or maybe feel that at some point this is going to come crashing down and they don't want to be under it when it hits the ground. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, this is the way I'm seeing this whole thing. And I'm pretty sure I'm kind of on point with that. And as far as my thoughts go, when you have a scenario like this, you want and should want, welcome Miss Craft. Wonderful to see you today. And Transformers in the house. Great to see you again, Transformer. Always happy to have you in the house. Yeah, that's the other part of it. Is just not even just law enforcement. People from the area disappeared. They left. Okay. Any people that were slightly involved, witnesses, this, that, everything else have all left, folks. And for what reason? People have disappeared to where they can't be found on purpose. We had WSU mom Kim that got herself involved in this, and she doesn't talk to anybody anymore. She went into hiding from what I've heard, and she stays quiet now. Well, that says something if you want to ask me. You know, I'm just telling you, like that.
Well, she did get a lot of scrutiny, I think,
Yeah,
in the
she did.
beginning.
And there was more that was going on behind the scenes with her. You know, she's telling me during our phone calls and stuff that, you know, it happened. I don't blame her right now at this point. You know, now that it's coming out that what she was telling us has truth to it, that's even worse because that makes it harder for her. And anybody else that may have stepped forward and made certain statements or had thoughts about things, I can guarantee you they've quieted down. So I don't know. But it's really crazy. It is really crazy.
Yeah, I also watched a few more videos from CrimeCon. The Nancy Grace obviously talked about Ellen Greenberg. Her and Joe Scott Morgan talked about Ellen Greenberg, and then the DA from Denver's DA spoke about the Columbine and Aurora.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so those were pretty cool. And then who else I started listening to Marsha Clark, but I haven't finished that one. And there's a couple more. Oh, I started on the Delphi case too. And
okay.
I couldn't listen to much of that because I don't know. I just don't agree with things on that. But I mean, I'll finish watching it at some point, but
That's another one that has been really horrible. And again, you can't tell me that it's not
corruption.
it's not corrupt, folks. It's obvious. And the link between that one and the Flora case that I've covered, absolutely, there's an absolute link there at that point. And when you step back and look at it, and you just, like you've always said to me, and quite a few other people ask, I think Krista asks this question all the time: how does this happen, and why is this happening? Well, the why to it, I believe, is because it's allowed. Nobody shuts it down. Nobody stops it. And how? Well, this is what the world is today, folks. That's how I see it. You know, these things go on for so long, people get used to being this way. Well, then people don't like change. They're not going to change it. That's all there is.
Especially in small towns.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, it's probably more prevalent in small towns than it is, because look at the way that, you know, and just from what I watched this morning and just now, look at the way that like Delphi and Moscow handled their cases compared to how Denver handled their cases.
Oh, of course. Yeah. Yes.
The bad thing about the Columbine thing is that they couldn't prosecute the perpetrators.
Right.
But in the Aurora shooting, they could.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, and I don't know, you'll have to go listen to him. He's pretty cool. He's pretty cool.
Where do you get to you called it Crime HQ? Where do you pull that up at, JC?
It's just crimehq.com, and then it's just a membership, and it's only $6.99 a month.
Okay.
And if you have a membership, you go down to videos, and they have all the CrimeCon videos from all the years. So you could go back to, 2017 and watch the Indianapolis videos if you want to. They have them all posted.
Very awesome. For those of you that are interested, that's why I wanted you to throw that out there. Just hit that right there, crimehq.com. In fact, I'm going to pull a link for you guys. Welcome, Stitches. Good to see you, neighbor. But yeah, she's right, folks. Like, for instance, where I live, the area that I live, if a crime is committed here, things are way different than going to Cleveland,
Yeah.
30 minutes away from me and seeing how that goes down. Big difference,
Yeah, and Moscow and Delphi are completely different than Denver too. So,
Oh, yeah, big time. Big time.
I've just noticed. I mean, there is a lot of crime in Colorado, but a lot of it gets solved. I mean, I know there's probably a ton of it that doesn't, that I don't know about, but ever since I've known that CrimeCon was going to be in Denver, I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm going to look into Colorado cases, because actually I'm closer to Denver. Like when I was back home, I'm closer to Denver than I am to Omaha. Like Omaha's 8 hours away. Denver's only like 5.5, like 5 hours away.
Sure.
Like even 4.5 maybe. But just city, I guess. But there's crimes in small towns in Colorado too that happen. And actually, I don't know if you've heard about the Christelle Krug case that was on 2020 Friday.
Yeah.
Literally happened a half a mile from my cousin's house.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah.
A little too close for comfort.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I get that. That's crazy.
Like but they did smart things. They, even in that case, they took the IP address where all these text messages were coming from, and that's how they solved it. I mean, it ended up being the husband,
right.
And it came from his work office. Like they have, I guess and this is my other, point is they have the resources. Maybe Moscow and Idaho, or Moscow and Delphi, smaller, police forces don't have the resources. Like I think that's a serious issue.
It is, but there's also the
But
ability.
couldn't they? But when you go in, okay, Moscow Police Department, okay, that's like the bottom line, right? And then we have, do they call in the Idaho State Police?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Idaho State, they were there.
Yeah,
right
and then
away.
they call in the FBI. So there's
Yeah.
layers to this. So if you don't have the resources, call your next, layer.
And that's what they did, folks. They had ISP was there immediately, and ISP, of course, is going to have way more resources. And then the FBI was brought in right away. And of course, we also have the county involved. They were slightly involved as well. So there's too many. That excuse I can't accept because of the multiple agencies involved in this. That's all I'm saying. So
yeah,
good point. Very good point. ISP was there immediately. They were involved like right away.
Yeah.
And there was no excuse at that point, and the FBI was right there, right next to them. So, yeah, they had everything they needed, in my opinion. They just chose to go this way because, again, they're used to doing these things the way they do them, and they don't want to make it. It worked for them for however many years. They're not going to change it, and now it's being noticed. Now it's being seen. It's in it, and it's being called out to being unacceptable. So. Sorry, folks. You can't get away with this anymore, and you're not going to as long as we're here to watch it.
Is Pullman bigger than Moscow? Are they about the same?
I think it is. I think Twiz had said it's slightly bigger, but it doesn't have. Moscow has more like because it's the college town, but so is Pullman. So is Pullman, but I don't know. I think Moscow has more like entertainment and more like. For people than what Pullman did, from my understanding.
Okay.
I think they're probably roughly the same size.
Because I always just ask, like, if this would have happened in Pullman, would it have been any different because of the states?
Well, it could be.
I mean, there wouldn't have been a death penalty to begin with.
That's the difference there, and they share each other. They share a 911 center. They share, their cases. They share their departments with each other and work together. So
because they're so close.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Welcome, Heather. Good to see you today, dear. Mama D, welcome back to you. Pullman is about 32,000. Moscow's 26. So yeah, it's a little bit bigger, like I said. You're okay, Michelle.
About
We just
5,000.
got started, dear. Welcome.
6,000.
It's not much different. And like
Okay.
I said, from my understanding, everybody has stated that Moscow is more appealing to people because there's more options and nightlife and things like that. You know what I mean? So
Then
everybody
Pullman.
stores. Hence the reason the bullshit 23 passes that Brian made via the towers and whatever they're trying to say. Yeah, he was driving by, heading to the places he wanted to go to that were there. That's what it was.
Does Moscow maybe have more shopping and stuff?
They do.
Well,
They do.
yeah, because that's what they said is he went there because he went shopping
Yes.
there or
They
something.
have more shopping, more
So there's
nightlife, more entertainment, just in general. So
Okay.
the
And then
problem.
I guess my other question, like right off the bat, and I'm sorry, Eddie, I'm completely derailing this, but
No,
um
Ray.
but how much um from what we've been going through and everything, has your opinion on Hunter Johnson changed?
Mine or Eddie's or just both.
Yeah.
Well,
I just want to know how much do you suspect Hunter Johnson?
um, well, I definitely feel differently about him than I did when I first realized who he was. Because of the 911 call and um the things he's done. Okay, I have a different feeling towards him. Yes.
Okay.
And he's admitted to being untruthful in the Dateline episode. So that alone itself is something that bothers me. Do I think that he like physically was involved, hands on? No. Okay. Now, as far as the murders themselves, was he involved in?
Maybe knowing what was going to happen.
Well, I think everybody knew it was going to happen. Again, if you guys remember the distancing that I pointed out that we've all seen that night before, that to me says something itself. Like, why'd you stay away when you're always there? You're always there, always involved in the partying and this and that and everything else. But you just chose this one night to say, no, I'm not going to come out.
Well, just the fact that his phone was left there, I guess, is.
Well, yeah. And I attribute that to the massive partying they did Friday night.
Okay.
And that could just be you had too much to drink, whatever you were doing, and you just Emily grabbed you and said, "We're going home," end the story, and then realized the phone was left there. I mean, I'm not saying that's what happened, folks. It's just my thought. You know, I'm not super duper overly suspicious of him being involved in taking their lives. Do I think he knew something was going to go down? Yes. Do I think that he, because of, word of mouth and stuff, do I think he knows more than what he has put out there? Yes, I do. I truly do. Why he's being dishonest about it, if he is, I don't know. Fear. Maybe this is what was supposed to happen the whole time. I don't know, folks. I am uncomfortable with him. Yes. And I have been since I saw and heard the 911 call. At that point, I was absolutely, my mind went.
But it's not just him.
Oh, hell no. No. There's many people that know, and let's go back to what Kim said 3 years ago. There's many people that knew something was going to happen that night, and there's many people that know who was involved in this, okay? That's my feeling on this, and I'm stuck to that now. I truly do believe that. Why they haven't come forth? Like I said, it's either a fear of something or
a threat.
It's that, and they know what the recourse could be and what could happen after the fact. So that's what I'm my thoughts. Let's see. Yes, but how did he message that's a good question. I'm gonna go with
was it through Emily's phone?
That's what I'm gonna guess. It was through Emily's phone, unless he had gotten his phone back at that time and he's neglected to tell the world that. I don't know, but it's definitely interesting. And a good question, Ms. Kraft. Very good question. I think there are many that knows and that's a good point too. Yes, we know that Moscow is loaded with CIs. That's a fact. That just seems to be their plan. Yeah. And yes, she called Emily's phone and it sounded, yeah, that's what I thought too. There's that too, Paco. Possibly the omerta thing. There's a lot of different things that could make this be. That's all I'm saying. Um, he was in the graduate program, I believe, is what he had stated. So yeah, I have no idea. He said he was out of the house. I think Miss Kraft. Oh, and JC's gone. All right. Well, thank you, JC, for your questions and your input. Appreciate it very much. I don't know if she's popping back in or not. She may have just hit a button, but I appreciate your thoughts, feelings, and opinions, JC, as always. And your questions bring things to mind for me. So good points. Very good points. Oh, there she is. Okay. Welcome back.
Sorry. Every
Oh,
time
it's
I get a
okay.
phone call, it
I get it.
makes me go out.
Yeah. That's where StreamYard needs to work on fixing things. Instead of adding all these new things, they're adding.
Is that a StreamYard thing?
Yeah, StreamYard, you
Okay.
can't hit any buttons or have anything happen or it knocks you.
Oh, okay. Cool. It's not a my phone thing.
Hey, Tomboy. I'm sorry you're not feeling good, hon. I wish you'd feel better. Be
But
refreshed.
yeah, it's been an interesting morning for me already. I couldn't sleep I've woke up at like, I don't know, 2:30, 3 o'clock, just couldn't go back to sleep. So I'm like, and then I just happened to look and see if the videos were dropped, and they were, so I watched
Okay.
that.
Yeah, I'll have
And
to
like,
look at how I can get involved in that because I've never really been in. I've seen it before, but I never really got into it. But it's good to know that that stuff's there so that we can go to it. I put
yeah, for sure.
that giant link is how it linked out for me when I threw it in here for you guys. It's a whole this thing here. It's a lot, so I don't know if that's going to work as a link or not. But other than that, just go to crimehq.com and it'll lead you the right direction. So
Yeah.
Lucy, anyone remember how many picograms Hal Bloom said the lab recovered? I don't remember, but good point, Lucy. Thank you for bringing that up.
Kristen mentioned that like CODIS does like 20 markers or something like that, but the Othram does like in the hundreds of thousands.
Mm-hmm.
I guess like maybe almost 1 million. I don't know.
Wow. Thank you, SRB. So she said the link does work, guys. So just click that link. It'll take you to Crime HQ. Sign up, become a member if you want, and you can have access to those videos, photos, and everything in there as well. And it's, like she said, it's not very expensive if you want to join. Great to see you guys here. 100 or 80 people in the house, 50 likes, guys. Let's see if we can make that match and get this into an algorithm. Please and thank you. So I think we got the max or the most of what we're going to get. Some other people may stumble in here. So this interview should be interesting. Like I said, I think we're going to watch the whole thing at least one full time. That way we get the full access to it and everything. And then we'll go back and break it down. I think Lana does the same thing. It's easier that way, in my opinion. And unless there's something big that we need to stop and check right in the middle of it or whatever. But that's the best way, I think, to work it.
Whose interview?
This is Dylan Mortenson's the first interview we haven't seen yet. So
oh my gosh.
That's a good technique, Dago. Play it through. I'll mute.
yeah, it's the best thing to do. Like I said, unless there's something that really like catches one of our attention, like what the hell, we'll stop, grab it, but we'll go through it one whole time and then we'll go back and break it down little by little. If I could stop, start, reverse, whatever, and discuss it that way. I think that's the best way to do it. So
sweet.
Yes, I appreciate you joining us for this, JC, Eddie, of course, and all of you. I thank you for being here. Give me 1 minute to set this up, and we'll be rolling. And again, this comes from, well, hold on here. Let me find it again. Where did it go? 1 second. Where are you at, SRBBB? Right there. Okay. So this, again, comes from the channel Plunder. So I'm going to be putting her link in the chat.
Ever buy jeans online and the legs are way too long?
It looks like I have commercials. It's so weird to me. I don't know why, but okay. Right away, too. Very weird. And I want everybody to show, the credit and appreciation to Plunder for doing what she does. seems to get a lot of this stuff, and it's amazing that she does. So there's her link there. If you have not subscribed, I just out of appreciation and respect, I think we should. And hit the like button for her doing what she does. This is just 16 hours old that she got this. So, and we will go from there. And if the commercials roll, folks, I'm so very sorry. I don't know what's going on. I have YouTube Premium, so it shouldn't do that, but it has been doing it. I don't understand it. It's weird. So please bear with it if it happens. I'm so sorry. I will skip through them as they pop up. I promise you that much. So, and that should do it, guys. If there's any issues, questions, problems, you can't hear something, please let me know. That being said, I should let this one go so I can skip it.
Don't worry. I've got you. Cut along the marked line.
All right, here we go. I hate when they have commercials during interviews and stuff like that. Drives me nuts.
All right, my name is Lawrence.
Okay, does it sound okay? Other than the redactions that they're still pulling out, this is the very first beginning of this. He's introducing himself as Lawrence Mowry, so that'll tell you, time wise. Of course, there's no timestamp in here. As
I was going to say, what time is this? But
they don't have the timestamps. It's ridiculous. Which makes me question these. This is why I'm telling you, I think this is chopped up as well. So
let me understand this correctly. The one interview of Dylan's where Detective Mowry was interviewing her, this is that same interview. It's just that first one that we had like a week or two ago, that was like a segment of it.
Yep, that's how I took it too, Eddie. Yeah.
And this is going to be like from start to finish the entire thing.
I hope so. So. That's how it was explained to me, but I don't know that we're going to get the full thing. That other piece, like I said, was more towards the middle or end where they left and came back. So that was the second version. This is the beginning and the first. So we'll see how we go from here. All right.
And if everybody you actually spelled it the common way, your parents didn't go crazy on you? What's your middle initial? And what's your last name? What's your date of birth?
2003.
And what is a good phone number for you? Okay. You've got your phone with you, no worries?
Yeah.
Do you have any pictures, any video, or anything like that? Any social media posts?
No.
Okay. And what's a good address for you?
Like,
Just make somewhere. Where are you living right now? Are you here at the university?
Welcome, Micro. And yeah, Lucy, that's absolutely right. Glitch DNA Lab, welcome. Bloom says a fraction of single minute nanogram, about 20 cells in air mail. Oh, yeah. Thank you. I love your avatar there, Glitch. That's awesome.
So,
and your name.
Dago, there seems to be a little bit of confusion still. SRB is saying, no, this was the first. Then he talks to others, then brings her back in, which we already have.
That's what I thought I said. I'm sorry if I didn't. This is the first interview. Like I said, he's introducing himself to her for the first time. And then he talks to, like, I guess, Hunter and everybody else that he's talked to. And then he goes out and he brings her back in, which is where we picked up that other interview we saw first. So I guess that's, maybe I should have explained it that way, but I'm sorry.
Okay. So I'm just going to throw this out there. This interview is claimed to be on 11/13/22 by MPD.
Yes, that's what they're telling us, but there's no timestamp. There's nothing to prove it. So yes, we have to take it for what. And from my understanding in the report that we read, which we can go pull that and find it too to read it, but the report that if I remember correctly, this happened at like 1:13 p.m. that afternoon. That's my understanding. If I'm correct, somebody can, or incorrect, somebody can correct me. But yeah, I do believe that was right. Yeah, they did. They came out of order, which is, of course they did. More confusion for us. But yeah, I think this interview is in the report when I read it to you guys from ISP and the Moscow one, I think, said that it was around 1:13 or 1:12 or 1:13 that afternoon, which was an hour after they responded to the house. So
that seems pretty quick to me.
It is very quick, yes. But
And
that's the time they gave us.
so this all happened, and then Jack Decor happened at like what, 2:30?
Is something like that, yeah.
Okay. Because I was like, oh my gosh, like these kids haven't even had a chance to cry about anything yet. Like this is.
And there were 4 of these, if I'm correct, Eddie. Is that right? There were 4, or was it 5 times that she has been interviewed based on what we understood?
That's a good question. We should all try to consolidate that information. You know, the dates,
yeah,
and the number of times.
Yeah, we'll put that together, guys.
I think it's 4 times myself.
But I think it's going to be, that's the answer too. But we need to put them all together at some point, along with the reports that are written, and make bounce back and forth off these things, see what's right, what's wrong. That's the best way to do that, in my opinion.
Weren't some of the reports lost or not? I don't know.
Well, and like SRB said, 4 times, but the next 2 are at a later date. That's true. So we'll come to that conclusion too at that point. Until very recently, 9 picograms was too little DNA to work with and require advanced methods of extraction and is prone to contamination. Thank you, Heather. Good to know. Good to know. This is Officer Lawrence Mowry, one of the lead detectives. And on we go. And I won't interrupt it again, folks, till we get to the end.
What house is that?
What do you mean?
Is that an apartment or a sorority?
It's a house.
Okay. I don't know the sorority, so I apologize. I don't even know if there's any, what's there.
Yeah.
Okay, so tell me what you know.
Okay, so there was a Civic High party, obviously, yes, we were drinking. I left to go to my friend's house.
When was that party?
I think I went there around like 10:30ish.
Last night or this morning?
Last night. And then, I went to, and then me and my friend, and then Beth, right? And then we just all went to bed. It was the house we went to for a little bit, and then it was just me, like, who came home, and then later.
Okay.
She's a girl.
Okay. And are they all in the same place?
She has.
Okay. Got it. Okay. So you guys were there, you came home early?
Yeah.
And then eventually she went to her place. Where does she live?
She lives like down the street. I don't know exactly where it is. And then Maddie and Kaylee came home from the club. And then we all went to bed.
What time do you think you got home?
I think I got home around 12:30 to 1.
Okay.
Between there.
And then what time do you think you came home?
Like 10-20 minutes after I did.
Okay. And then Maddie and who else came from the
Kaylee, I think they came home like 1:32ish.
Okay. And at that point, nothing
weird at all.
Okay.
Then everyone's asleep. At 4 a.m., I like look at my phone and I can hear Kaylee and Murphy like dancing. I can tell it's her voice and that it's Murphy because he's barking. And then I hear her go upstairs because you can hear like everything. And I heard her say, "There's someone here," and I thought she ran downstairs. And then I jumped up and locked my door because I didn't know what else to do.
So Kaylee and Murphy. Murphy's her.
Murphy, so Kaylee and is Kaylee's ex-boyfriend. They share the dog pretty much.
And Murphy's the dog?
Yeah.
Okay. What is Kaylee's last name?
Goncalves.
Oh boy, spell that for me.
Gonclaves.
And is she here today?
No.
Was she one of the ones that was hurt?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, where is Kaylee's room compared to yours?
Like right above my
Straight above. What, are you on the first, second?
Second.
And she's on third?
Yeah.
Okay. You said that Kaylee and share Murphy?
Yeah. This.
And is Jeff
Yeah.
current?
Yeah. He's ex right now.
Okay. Any problems between Kaylee?
No.
Okay.
They're really good big friends still.
Still play with the dog and stuff like that?
Every now and then. Yeah.
Okay. So, you hear Kaylee upstairs, she's dancing, playing with the dog, normal kind of thing, probably.
Yeah.
And then she says, there's someone here?
Yeah, when she goes, I can hear her go upstairs, and then I think she's in her room, and she says that someone's here, and I can tell she's scared, and she runs downstairs.
Where do you think she ran?
I don't know if she made it past the stairs,
Okay.
or if it was in the living room.
Okay. But you heard her on the stairs?
Yeah, I heard her running like super fast down the stairs.
Okay.
And then I didn't open the door, I just called her name, and then I called Xana, Kaylee, and Logan on my phone. And then
What were those other names?
Xana, Maddie, we call Logan as Maddie, and Kaylee.
Okay. Do you know what Xana's last name is?
Kernodle. Kernodle, I believe.
Okay. And what about Maddie?
Mogen, Mogen.
And Kaylee
Goncalves.
was Goncalves. That's the same one. Okay.
Yeah.
Were these three friends?
Yeah, we're all roommates.
Okay. Who was sharing the room with Kaylee?
Kaylee and Logan are both upstairs. They don't share rooms.
They have their own rooms?
Yeah, we all have our own rooms.
Okay. So these two are up on the third.
Yeah.
Where's Xana?
It's my floor.
Your floor.
She's closest to the bathroom on my floor.
Bathroom. Okay. So John and Kaylee aren't an issue.
No, they're not at all.
What about for Xana or Maddie? Are there any guys that are an issue? Any girls that are an issue?
No, Maddie has a boyfriend in Boise, super nice.
Okay.
Xana is dating Ethan, who was in the room with her. They're really nice too.
Okay. I apologize. I don't know anybody's name or anything like that. So was Ethan, Xana, Maddie, and Kaylee all upstairs still? Are those the ones that got hurt?
Those are the ones that got hurt.
Okay.
And then the other girl that's here, she's on the first floor.
Okay. And was she the one in the yellow hoodie?
Yeah.
Okay. She's over there. So anybody that would want to hurt Ethan or that's jealous of Ethan?
No.
Nothing like that?
No, I've never heard anything.
Any cars that were in the area that you could think of that wouldn't have been wrong?
No, I wasn't really looking at that.
Okay. And you didn't see anybody come downstairs. Did you hear anything else?
No, I don't even know how they got in. We're usually pretty good about locking doors, and we've never had problems before. Like, it was just really random.
Okay. So you're getting home around 12:31.
Yeah.
You've got Maddie that comes home just shortly after.
Yeah.
Maddie comes home shortly after that. And then from that point, from about 2 to 4, did you fall asleep?
Yes, I fell asleep.
Okay.
And Kaylee also came home with Maddie at the same time from the club.
So between that time, obviously, you're not hearing anything. you had something to drink, so obviously you're going to sleep a little bit deeper, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And then you hear her, she says what she says, you hear her hitting the stairs, you open the door, cry out to her.
Yes.
And then you close the door because you're scared.
Yes.
Right? What happens at that point?
I opened the door again, and I heard what I thought was Kaylee crying in the bathroom, and I heard this man's voice say, "It's okay, I'm gonna help you," but it wasn't like in a nice way. Like it was just weird, and it was a voice I've never heard before.
Okay.
And then I called out to her, and there was no crying after that. I don't really know what happened after that.
So when you opened the door, you thought you heard Kaylee crying in the bathroom?
Yeah,
okay.
But it could have been Dana, but I thought it was Kaylee at the time.
Okay. I don't know if these questions are really helping because I'm just right over the top of them. And you said you don't recognize the voice.
No. And then I opened the door again, and the guy is right there. And he's maybe my height, a few inches taller, not like skinny, athletic built. He has all black. He's wearing some masks that covers just his forehead and here, and it goes like around. He was white. He saw me and I saw him, and he just left. And he was holding, it looked like it was this, and this was black. And I didn't think that it was a gun, but now I'm thinking that it probably was. But I was just in and out of it because I was so tired.
You say this.
Like it was cylinder like this, and then it went straight out and then in. So I don't. Maybe.
Almost like a arrow, or?
Yeah, kind of. Okay. It was weird. I couldn't really. I called it like a mini vacuum. I don't really know what it was.
Okay. You say you're about your height. How tall are you?
I'm 5'10", so he's probably around 6 foot.
So he's going to be average height.
Yeah.
Any of the girls at all in the house get any kind of freak weirdness going on the last couple of weeks that they talked about?
It's been all normal. Nothing weird at all.
No weird calls, no texts?
No, I mean, nothing really weird happens in Moscow usually.
Right? Okay, so, and I apologize, I keep backing up just a little bit, just because everything's going to be jumbled up with you, and I totally get that.
Yeah.
So you hear her dancing.
Mm-hmm.
You hear her say somebody's here. She goes, it sounds like she goes to the stairs. You open the door, call to her, close the door, and then you go to open the door because you hear her crying.
Yeah.
Or at least somebody, might not have been her. And then did you close the door and then reopen it before you saw him?
Yeah, I closed it before I reopened it and saw him.
From the time that you heard her say there's somebody here to the time that you saw him, how much time do you think?
I don't know, I think it was like around 10, 20 minutes. Okay. I mean, I was really out of it. Everything was kind of blurry. Like I don't fully remember it, I would say.
Okay. So help me figure out where, like I said, I haven't been into the building. Where would if this is a basic layout of it, where would your apartment be?
Okay, so.
Or your room, I should say.
I guess like to the doors right here.
This is the apartment or that whole?
It's like a house. Okay. It's a whole house. Then there's stairs that go up diagonally like this.
Okay.
Living room. Uh-huh. You're looking at the living room. To the right is the bathroom and Dana's room. Right in front of you is my room and the stairs.
On the second floor, right?
Yes.
So you've got the stairs that are here on the second floor. You've got the bathroom here.
Bathroom and Dana's room around here.
Okay.
My rooms that are like right in front of it.
Okay.
And there's a kitchen.
So this is the kitchen.
Then there's stairs that go up to the second floor.
Okay. So that's up.
And then Katie's room is on, going up the stairs. Katie's room is on the left.
Up top, right?
Yes, up top. And Maddie's room is on the right. And there's also a bathroom next to Maddie's room.
So your door faces the stairs going down to the bottom?
It faces more, like you can see them when you look up, but it's not totally facing. It's more like facing like this.
Okay. So your door's more right on the side?
Yeah. And then I can see like the window door that slides open back there.
So you opened your door. Where was he at?
In between my door and the kitchen.
Okay.
I think. And I saw him go out the door, I believe.
out the kitchen door?
Yeah, and I remember saying like, no, and I shut the door and locked it as fast as I could.
Okay. So is there a deck out back?
It's like just cement, and there's like no fence, so I guess anyone could come in on there.
So is the bottom floor kind of like a daylight basement? So you can come in that floor and then you can get out the back up one?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So 5'10", all black. Could you see what color his eyebrows were or anything like that?
No, okay. I don't remember what his eyes look like either.
Okay. He didn't say anything to you?
I mean, I saw his eyes and he saw me, but he didn't walk towards me and didn't see anything.
Okay.
Which I found was really weird.
But didn't recognize eyes. Definitely a white guy?
Yeah, definitely a white guy.
Okay. Any smells, anything like that that would be weird?
Mm-mm.
After he left, what happened?
I called me and it was like I heard a sound like a firework and I didn't like put two and two together. And so I told her like I called everyone, they're not answering. And I'm in and out of it. I don't think anything of it. I just think everyone's asleep. And I go to her room, we lock the door, and just go to bed.
Okay.
And then this morning, it's like 11 or 12, and we're calling everyone, and no one's waking up. And we have like a really bad feeling. So I called Dano's room, and he said, you need to call the cops right now.
Okay.
He wouldn't let us see what happened because he didn't want us to see.
Totally.
Yeah.
Your house, co-ed?
Just girls.
Okay. And, right?
So Xana is on the same floor as me. First floor. Mogan and Keely are the third floor.
Okay. That's what I'm messing up. Okay. Didn't hear a car start up? Nothing like that after the fact?
No.
And then no one, has anybody seen anything on any social media posts?
No.
Anybody talking about anything?
No.
Okay. Okay. At the sixth party, anything weird, strange, not normal? Anybody get angry with anybody?
No, it was just normal. Like everyone seemed fine. Xana and Ethan were with me. And it was totally normal.
Okay.
Like there was nothing weird or out of place or suspicious.
Nobody hooked up that might have a boyfriend that wouldn't be pissed off at him or something?
No.
Okay. All right. Anything else you can think of that I should know?
All that I really know was me saying that there was like a lot of boom, but I didn't hear it.
Okay.
And I don't really know how I didn't because I was on that floor.
You were just right below it, right?
Well, it was below me and Xana and me on the same floor. So like Xana and me the same floor. And
I get you.
Down here. And
So Xana's in between the bathroom and the kitchen?
yes, pretty much. There's like a wall and there's kitchen, Xana's room, bathroom.
Okay. Anybody else on your floor?
No.
And then downstairs on the first?
Yes.
And then up on the third was, Ali doesn't know with you.
Kaylee and Maddie.
Kaylee and Maddie, those are both on the third.
Yeah.
Similar layout where one bedroom's over the other?
Yeah, so Kaylee's room was here, bathroom in the corner, and then Morgan's room.
Okay. So Morgan would be over Xana's room?
Yes.
Ish,
I would think so.
Okay.
And I guess Kay would be above my room, I'm thinking.
So Xana is on your floor, but she was upstairs with Kaylee and Morgan.
No, she was in her room.
She was in her room?
Yeah.
Okay.
And Ethan was in
Her room?
Xana's room as well.
Okay. So two of them there, then two of them on third.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay. Okay. I will give you
Okay.
is totally normal.
Okay.
To just have things fly in from out of nowhere. You'll
Yeah.
see a box of French fries and think of something.
Yeah.
Who knows what will trigger it.
Okay.
Obviously, you guys have some resources on campus, like the CTC, right?
Yeah.
Take totally full advantage of that.
Okay.
All right. This is not a normal thing. This is not something that you can just power through usually on your own.
Yeah.
So definitely take the help. If you have any questions, you can reach out to us, obviously.
Okay.
I don't know who's going to be the actual lead investigator, but
Okay.
obviously if you call and say, my name is so-and-so, I talked to, Detective Maury, and they'll patch you through to whoever we need to.
Okay.
Anything else?
No.
Okay. I thank you for your time.
Yeah.
Take care of yourself.
Okay.
Okay. If you do get any weird text messages, calls, you think that somebody is behind you, following you, just do whatever you need to do to make yourself safe.
Okay.
Okay. Don't think that you're going crazy. Don't do anything like that. There's no reason to take chances.
Okay.
Okay. No way to tell who's coming back, so whoever wants to volunteer that, I want to talk to this. So I think that somebody might have said something that you said, I think what maybe it was, did you have, or in the recent history, have anybody that you thought might have been stalking you, or that was just acting weird?
No, but me and Beth were talking, remember about a month ago, I think one of the police officers that Kaylee was outside taking Murphy out and she saw a shadow.
Yep, okay.
And then when Kitty was at Winco, Xander was in the car, she noticed this guy was following her. She got what she was getting, put it in the car, and she could see in her mirror that the guy was behind her in the car.
Okay.
So obviously he was trying to follow her. And then that was about 2 or 3 weeks ago. And then about a week ago, our door is broken, but me, Maddie, and Beth came home and the door is wide open. And obviously, yes, the door is broken, but that could also be something else as well.
With the front door?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you ever find the back slider open or anything? Is that usually locked? What's the condition?
I mean, we're pretty good at locking it. I don't think we locked it last night.
And it sounds like the code is fairly well known to the front door by people.
I mean, only people that know us, random people would not know, but
Okay. Right.
Yeah.
Because Hunter said he knew it.
Yeah, it does.
Obviously knew it because it sounded like she was going to move in with you guys,
Yeah.
possibly. Doesn't sound like he knew it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Did Kaylee ever say anything or report that weirdness to anybody else other than you guys?
No, because I mean, can't. There's no proof,
Right.
I can't really do anything about it, and people are just weird sometimes. We didn't obviously we were scared for a little bit. We didn't think much about it after that because there's something really weird after that.
Did she see what kind of car it was that he was driving? Something like that?
Mm-mm.
Where did Kaylee work?
She worked at home for a business, I believe.
Okay.
I can't remember what exactly it is.
So she was she works from her apartment? From her room? Okay. What about Maddie and Susanna? Where did they work?
Maddie and Santa both worked at Mad Creek, and then Maddie also had a paid internship through this business as well. That was online at home.
Who would know what that business is? How would I be able to figure that out?
You might know.
Okay.
I can't remember what it's called. There's because they were business majors, and through their majors, they were able to get these jobs.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I just, told me about
Kaylee talking about something like that.
Yeah.
And then I heard that it was possibly you. So I just wanted to make sure that I got the right person out of those kind of things. Did you hear Murphy barking or doing anything?
Yes, he was barking a lot.
Throughout the night, or?
When I heard Kaylee go upstairs, he's barking a lot, and then I could tell that he was outside. I don't know how the police found him because he wasn't in the house.
Okay.
But he has a puppy, he barks, but he was barking a lot if there was someone there.
And that was at 1:32, or was that around 4?
And the thing happened.
And when he was barking, when you first heard him on barking after she was up there playing, did you hear him go outside, or did he start outside?
Murphy was with Kaylee when they were like dancing. They walked upstairs. He was still with her. And then when she would yell, someone's here, he started barking in the house. And then I believe the slider door was open, and I think he went out that way because I could tell like the sound of his barking was getting like more distant.
Do you think that Murphy would have went after him, whoever he was?
Maybe, but I mean, he's a puppy. He doesn't fully know that yet.
No, he would just be, if anything, probably playing with him.
Yeah, I don't know.
When the guy in black left, did he close the slider or did he leave it open?
I don't know. I just ran downstairs.
Perfect. Okay. Okay. Anything else that popped up?
No.
All right. I'm going to go talk to my guys who've done the other interviews and see if anybody's got questions, so that we can kind of start putting more pieces together.
Bruh. So that's the first pass. Okay, they put them both together, which I think is good. And I'm gonna try to pull up. I can remember which report this was via Moscow NISP. I'm gonna try to pull the reports too, and we can review through that as well. Docket's in the house. Good to see you, brother. You're welcome to join us up here, bro, if you have the time or the ability. Link's pinned at the top of the chat. He didn't ask anything that he should have asked. He didn't ask any questions at all that are of any importance, in my opinion. And she just basically sat and told her, I knew one of you guys would give it to me. Is that ISP or Moscow done one? Number 42. That's right. I do remember that. Thank you. I think that's ISP document 042. Okay. Many a thing she should have said, or that he should have said, that's MPD. Okay. Which is just as good. Thank you, guys. It blows my mind. The Dustbuster, whatever the hell she's calling this thing, initially Docket pointed it out right away, and he's right. I would have immediately said, whoa, what do you mean? Like a mini vacuum? Like a gun? A potato gun? A squirt gun? Like, what are you talking about? Like, explain it to me. Draw it for me. Do something. There was zero follow-up after that. He ignored it. Well, I'm sorry, but with everything else we've seen, okay, Pizzy, thank you, hon. With everything else we've seen, it makes me feel like he ignored it because he already knew something, and that's my opinion. I'm just saying. Dylan told Maury she didn't notice anything about his eyes or his eyebrows. She's cold. Yeah, good point. Yeah, and he just kept saying that. Okay, that's it. No, I would have stopped dead in my tracks. I think most of us would have and said, wait a minute. Okay, hold on. Explain this to me again. You know what I mean? And he didn't. And he didn't do it with any of the things she made statements about, other than the setup of the house. That's all he really seemed to care about, was the map of the house inside. That's it. You know, I get it. But there's a lot more to this that you should have asked. I'm sorry, but that's facts. So before we go back into this again, Eddie, JC, is JC still here? She dropped. I think she dropped. Eddie, any thoughts or feelings or anything before we go forward?
Yeah, we're going to go forward by going back and then kind of breaking it down piece by piece.
Yes. That's exactly what I'm doing right next. I just wanted to make sure you hadn't have anything to add before we started up on that. That's all.
Christie's Chaos made a good point, though. How can people not see?
Yep.
Let me try to find it.
I'm pulling it up. I'm trying to go back to find it right now. Thank you, by the way, Meg, for dropping that stuff. I know it's in here because I pulled it up once. Just give me a second.
How does one not see all these lies and mistakes?
Yeah.
LE. If I'm interpreting that correctly, I've been saying that so often. The takeaway that a lot of people have is look at DM lying, look at HJ lying. They're involved. Guys, if that's your takeaway on this, I mean, if you believe that you can see that they're lying, but somehow Detective Maury can't.
Mm-hmm.
In other words, like you're more qualified, your 12-year-old son or daughter is more qualified and has more reason and common sense than this detective, then you're fooling yourself. If the person that's being interviewed is lying, then what it means is that it's the law enforcement's lie. That's where the lie originates. And these people being questioned, they're just staying to the script.
And that's
they're doing what they've been instructed to do.
Yeah, you can't look past that. That's the point. Right. They do, Christy, in my opinion. They do see. They know it. They know it, in my opinion. There's no doubt about that. They're walking around it because that's what they're supposed to do at this point. That's how
if that's not your, like, if that fact is not in your headspace, if you cannot grasp that, you really need to pause and I don't know, in the quiet of, being alone and trying to focus on that, grok it, as Robert Heinlein would say. Right. Understand it fully, because if you're not there, you're going to be misguided.
Yeah.
Your thoughts and your contributions to this is going to be regressive to the discussion, to the point.
Yep. Yes, sir.
Now, do any of these students know something? Possibly. Could they be involved to some extent? It's possible, whatever. But that is not like the primary focus. The primary focus is, what is the cover-up? What is the purpose of framing Brian Kober? What are they hiding?
Right.
How come everyone is involved as far as the authorities go? And it goes all the way to the top. Everyone is involved in this. It is a state-sanctioned effort, what is happening here.
Yeah, and we come to find it that at the end of this, that including the judge, obviously, in my opinion.
Of course.
Yes.
Now, people say, well, if this had gone to trial, then, because they didn't have any evidence, the defense would have known. Or some people would even say, oh, if he hired a private attorney, it doesn't matter what you have against the force of the entire state effort. It doesn't matter. They have zero evidence that's true, but the defense, Brian Kohlberger would have still lost. Now, can you see why he took the plea deal? Because the fix was in. It could only end up one way. However, they ended up doing it. If it meant that they had to fix the jury, the jurors too, they would have done that.
Right. Welcome, Devil Woman. Dockett was up here. He dropped out. I hope he comes back in here. Yeah, a good point, Eddie. Very good point. There he is. Good stuff. Welcome back, bud. Good to have you, Dockett. Thanks for joining us today, brother. I appreciate you.
No problem. Sorry, I'm trying to do this on my phone for the first time.
Oh, no, it's okay. Take your time, whatever you need to do. Senor Wazowski in the house. Welcome, my friend. You want to give them a chance to elaborate. They went they want basically talk themselves into a hole and they can't get out. Right. And this is, again, Senor Wazowski, retired Baltimore police officer, is stating, how it should have been done and it's not. And he's not doing this at all. Like guys, we've seen many, many interrogations, interviews with law enforcement, so on and so forth. This is absolutely not being done right. Okay. There's no two ways about that. Dockett, you brought up a point immediately as soon as it was stated when she brings up this whole vacuum thing. It would have froze me myself. I'm not even law enforcement. Okay. Right then and there, it would have froze me and I'd have stopped and said, stop, wait. Whoa. What do you mean? And can you explain that? Tell me why you think it looked this way. Tell me what you thought you saw. Tell me what that means. So none of that happened. He just went right over like, okay. And on we go. That makes no sense to me at all. And I agreed with you wholeheartedly on that. And I'm sure that's what you were meaning.
Well, there were so many obvious questions that should have been asked during that interview, and that was just the most glaring one to me. And it's just like, how do you? I mean, she literally describes like a Ghostbusters type device.
Yeah.
And his next question is like, well, how tall was he? It's like, what?
What does that have to do with? Yeah. Right. And that should have been. That was the first, like a huge red flag to him, and that would have given depth to the conversation and the interview. Nothing. There's nothing there. I think we all agree on that one. So what else? Any other thoughts that you have on anything else in here? Again, welcome. Thanks for joining us.
I mean, just the fact that the interview is this short, you have a quadruple murder of 4 students, and you have someone who's literally putting herself right there in the middle of it, says she saw the murderer, or at least one of them or whatever, and you ask her 30 minutes worth of questions or whatever, and then pull her back in for 5 minutes, and that, like, not only should she be a suspect, also, like, I mean, that to me it'd be a primary thing where you need to ask more questions. But like, you're talking about the hours following a quadruple murder, like they need to make some headway on this case quickly, and there's no urgency. I mean,
no, you are right, and it not him. My first question to him, or after I would have done all the initial stuff to her, would have been, so why'd you guys wait so long to call us? Okay. I would have dug into that. There's none of that. There's no urgency. There's no questioning of what went on that night. There's none of that, really. Just basic, give me your name, age, rank, serial number, dumb shit. It's a joke.
Well, and the back and forth stuff at the very beginning about where she lived. I think we all know where she lived. Like,
of course.
I mean, it was just like, what in the world why are we talking about this? Like, he's acting like he doesn't know where she lives, and she's acting like she doesn't know what he's talking about, and it was very odd. Very odd.
Yeah, right. What's up, Lana? Lana says, where are there no text messages from Xana to anyone if she's just up waltzing around between 3:45 to 4:15, listening to the same sounds as Dylan, especially with the dog barking? Thank you. Good point, sis. Good point. And thanks for being here, Lana. You're welcome to join us too, Lana, if you want to jump up. More than welcome if you feel like it. Yeah, good point, Doc, at 100%. I mean, this is insane. I don't understand the point behind this. To be honest with you, I don't understand what this means, why they're even doing this. This is relentless, and it makes no sense. It's a bullshit interview. That's all it is. And her persona at this point blows my mind too. It's like she's talking to the neighbor about the weather. There's no like intensity from her. There's no sadness. It doesn't seem like any of that. It's wild to me. I don't know. Very wild to me. All right, so I'm going to hit play on this, and we're going to go forth. I'm glad you're joining us for this too, Docket. And Kane, welcome, brother. Good to see you. As we break this down and chip away at the problems within this. It's crazy to me. It just truly is.
Yo, what's up, Dago? How you doing? You mind if I pre-roll this?
Yeah, that's what we're doing.
No, without a doubt, this is the most telling interview so far. And she cuts in and out, and you could hear her just about looking for that sympathetic cry that works with the pretty girls when they're trying to get out of tickets. And I agree with Dr. Dakota in that it's like a 2-year-old can sing Who You Gonna Call? Ghostbusters. You know, when you hear a noise and it's kind of scary outside, who you gonna call? You're gonna call the cops.
Yeah.
And these are the same police that think of shit that you and I wouldn't even, when they're interrogating people, and we see it over and over and over in these DUI arrests. Have you been drinking? Oh, really? Where were you at 2 p.m. with your friend and where you're headed? And they think of shit that it's like you need a college degree to be that interrogative. And yet they said, oh, you saw a guy and he had a vacuum? Okay, yeah, let's go ahead and, oh, you went to bed? Sure. I mean, she's everything. This is exactly what you have when you have 8 hours to prepare a story.
Sure. And Lana just says, I think the sadness is there. I just think she has no personal knowledge of what she's speaking about. Now, one thing Lana did bring to the table, the last comment she meant, I'm telling you guys, I said the same thing. I've been saying it. Xana and Ethan, there's no, it's almost like they didn't exist within this situation. It's until a point. That's weird to me. There's no timeline for them coming in the door, guys. There's none. We don't have any facts about where they were when they came home. Actually, who was Kaylee? Oh my God, I almost said what they said. Anyway, who was Kaylee? She was just in the living room by herself with the dog. There was nobody else in the living room with her that she was talking to. If Dylan's in her bedroom with the door shut, so on and so forth, and all that stuff, who's Kaylee talking to when she said she's going to bed? Was it Xana? Was it Ethan? Was it? I mean, where the hell is Xana and Ethan at? This DoorDash thing happens at 3:59. There's obviously food being eaten in the kitchen. We saw that, so on and so forth. Where are they? I've struggled with that the whole time. That bothers me. It truly does. So,
I'd say for Lana,
I'm sorry, Doug. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say for Lana, like let's say she doesn't have any personal knowledge of the crime as far as who committed it or that it was going to happen or any involvement. And I don't have any reason really to think that she does specifically, but she does have personal knowledge of what she's being asked about. She does have personal knowledge, first of all, about the 4 friends that were just murdered. She has personal knowledge about what she saw, what she experienced. Like, and it is the investigator's job in this case to help her figure out what that knowledge is and how it can be used to solve this crime. And he's not doing that.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, what I was going to say is that here's the most basic, easiest solution is that the Chapin parents had Life 360 on all 3 kids. So 100%, the easiest solved part of this case is where were Ethan and Xana. Okay? Right. So that's being clearly buried among a mountain, a pile of junk. But do you notice that when he asked her, were you friends? He said, we were roommates. She was very specific, very quick to correct him and say, were you friends? No, we're roommates.
There's no friend there, right? I've said that too. I agree with that's a good point, Kane. I agree with that. And Lana's saying in response to that's her kind way of saying that she doesn't have personal knowledge of what she's saying. So then I understand that. Lana also said, and I have questions about this, okay, that they were killed the same time that Maddie and Kaylee were. And I've said that before, you guys. And again, once again, takes all of the weight away from the single killer, whether it's Brian or whoever it is. And that has never been part of this narrative, never allowed to have been, okay, that there's more than one person here. Now they talk about it after the fact, but they've never brought it to the table. They've never allowed for it to be brought. The alternate perpetrators was everybody that's gone, okay? And I don't understand that. Well, I guess that's the point to that is I've never understood why. I'll just say that, but yeah.
Something else I noticed is that she tries to punctuate the end of every story with I went to bed and then I looked out the door. And then I went to bed. We didn't watch Vampire Diaries. She doesn't mention that. I went to bed. I went to bed. It's a common theme in her story.
It's a good point. I agree with that too. That would be interesting to see Xana steps on her phone, Lana. I'd love to see something like that. I think that could tell its own story. The cylinder that she says the killer had was very large based on her description. Yeah, right. Interesting. Yeah, I'm gonna pull that too if I can.
They blur out her number of steps anyway, so you couldn't see it.
Right. There you go. That's true. Very good point.
I will say Dr. Dakota nailed it, though. when he said there is no sense of urgency when there's all this pressure to find out who did it. But it's like, oh, okay, yeah, you went to bed, sure.
There isn't any at all. Mallory, I'd love to have a conversation with Mallory myself about this, to be honest with you, and just watch and feel how he responds. I doubt that he'd never do it, but it's interesting. We have never seen him come forth and speak on this at all, but just saying.
Well, all you got to do is read that Meowry report. It's a hell of a document.
It
hell
is.
of a PowerPoint.
Yes, I agree. Yeah, he's the one that I have questions about a lot within this. I'm just being honest with you guys. All right, let's push forward and stop, start, break it down as we go. See what we got.
All right, my name is Lawrence.
Good point, Lana.
Have everybody you actually spelled it the common way? You promised me to go crazy on you? What's your middle initial? And what's your last name?
Welcome, Miss Donna.
What's your date of birth?
2003.
And what is a good phone number for you?
Oh, by the way, Tomboy had a question, Lana, for something that was written or stated in your show earlier, hon. Tomboy, re-ask that question now that she's in here and see if she can answer you from here.
Was it the dates of the interviews that Dylan had?
I thought it was something like that. I can't remember now because of all this and reading everything else. But I was trying to find it in the chat, and I think it rolled out already. It was a specific question, and I can't remember exactly what you were saying, Tomboy. If you don't mind reposting it. Okay, so to answer the other question that I think it was Senior Wazowski asked, he has the Linda Lane N1 or 1112. Oh, another red flag is that these girls never say the neighbors have a camera. We got to look at their camera. They don't even think about it. Good point, Lana. Good point. Welcome, Pappy. Good to see you, brother. Oh, that was it. Yeah, that was the question. Thank you. Tomboy asked if she saw or heard in your show earlier that Dylan called Mallory at 2:10 a.m. Yeah, thank you, JC. Dylan had 11:13, 11:17, and 12:07.
And then there's December 30th too, right?
Yeah, 12:30.
Perfect.
You were asleep from 2 to 4, so you didn't hear anything, right? Yeah, that's leading as hell. That's it. Someone in your chat said that. Yeah, is that? I've never heard that before. If that's true, that's wild as hell. 2:10 a.m. was a text to Eric, and that's we did know that she was texting Gower to see if he was still driving. You guys remember that was in the Hippler report. And yeah, Atlanta reiterates to you, Eddie, that December 30th of 22. Yes. But that was never brought up in this either. They never talk about sitting up in Kaylee's room at 2 a.m. having their little powwow. They never talk about texting the DoorDash driver or the Uber driver, whatever the hell he's called. There was no phone call at 2:10 by Dylan. There you go. She wanted foot. I've never understood that. I think that it was, or I did understand. I'm sorry. That they saw the other two girls eating, and that's why the whole food thing came into play with that, if that's true. So, yes, thank you, Miss Lana. We appreciate your thoughts too. So the door was open. Did Molly report the door being open? If not, someone opened after she left, then closed it for Hunter to come in, but neighbors reported it being open. Somebody walked by walking their dog at 8 a.m. said they saw the front door wide open. I do remember that. I don't know about any of the rest of that devil woman. Yeah, I didn't get to see that part because I came in late over there. I didn't get to see that part when it was stated, but it's an interesting statement. Right. Okay. Why would you not talk about DoorDash? Someone who was there at the same time. If she was there and heard all this, she should have heard DoorDash. Well, I would imagine that she's on the same floor. She would know something about that. She would hear Or C, Xana in the kitchen getting food ready, eating food. There could have been an interaction there. Where is that talked about? Never. Never, never, never. That's what I'm saying. So those are the things I'm curious about. And none of this stuff is talked about at all within this. These interviews are ridiculous and they're so lacking. This is not an investigation, you guys, by any means at all. Who put blankets over the bodies? Welcome, Monica. I do not know. Good question. There are 3 neighbors in MPD report documenting the bottom floor door was open between the hours of 9 and 11. Obviously, in my opinion, to air the house out and get all the chemical smells out from cleaning. That's my thought. Just saying. Doesn't mean it's true. I can't believe that we still don't have a time Ian's. No, we don't. That's my biggest issue with that one. Has been, and I can't let go of that. I agree with that, SRB. All right, on we go. Welcome back, JC. Thanks for joining us, son.
Okay.
And just let me express my irritation, guys, at how much is still redacted in all of this shit that shouldn't be. Just so you know. Mallory says he doesn't know the house and then states that yeah. Good catch. Good catch. What's up, Critical? Who's the frat boy witness that saw the gold sedan? I can't remember that. Critical. Welcome, by the way. And yes, I agree with that too, Monica.
Do you have your phone with you, Rose?
Yeah.
Do you have any pictures, any video, or anything like that? Any social media posts?
No.
Okay. And what's a good address for you?
Like,
just make somewhere. Where are you living right now? Are you here at the university?
Okay, right there, I'm going to stop and start this. What kind of a question is that? He knows where she lives. He knows that she lives in the house. He knows what, like, I don't get this stuff, you guys. Is he playing a game? Is this like a protocol type thing? I mean, this is weird, but that question bugged me. I don't know if he's playing this. I don't even know what to expect or what to think on some of these questions. That one bugged me. I'll tell you right out of the gate. That bothered me the way he asked that because he knows she lives there. He knows she's a roommate, all of these things. And it's almost like you're playing a game. Oh, well, that could be then. Maybe she has 2 addresses. Okay, good point. Good point. It is somewhat theatrical.
What house is that?
What do you mean?
Is that an apartment or a sorority?
It's a house.
Okay. I don't know the sorority, so I apologize. I don't even know if there's any, what's there.
Yeah.
Maybe because of the sorority, her being in a sorority, maybe that's what he was thinking. Okay. Sandra, welcome. Good to see you. Yeah, he doesn't seem to know anything at all, which is interesting, but okay. Gotcha. Makes good sense.
Okay, so tell me what you know.
Okay, so there was a Civic High party. Obviously, yes, we were drinking. I left to go to my friend's house.
When was that party?
I think I went there around like 10:30ish.
So with that being said too, how many of you guys believe, is that an apartment? Yeah, and she even said, what do you mean? That's interesting too. So he thinks 1122 is an apartment, right? Gotcha. How many of you guys think that Dylan was drinking that night?
I don't at all.
I don't either. That's part of my problem with this. That's me. And the rest of you guys, truly, I don't think she was. Of course, that doesn't mean you guys can't think that she was. You know, everybody has their own feelings on this. I don't.
If she was, she had a lot more energy than I've ever had after a hard night of drinking. I mean, she was fired up and very clear and concise with her tales.
If what we were told she drank is true, it doesn't make sense. But then there's also people that have stated it's in more than one, I think, report that they were surprised to hear she was drinking because she said she wasn't going to. There was something going on that weekend at the university to where the students weren't drinking for whatever reason, so on and so forth. So and there doesn't seem to be, then again, folks, she's younger, so the hangover may be different for her than it would be for us, okay? But yeah, she doesn't seem to seemed to show that. Not even in the earlier interview, I don't think. I think she drank earlier and stopped. And I think she was definitely sober, Lynn. I agree with that one. But I don't know about the drinking. She could have been. She could have been way earlier.
I think
Even that
Meowry
first
might be drunk.
question. Sorry.
What? Go ahead, Docket. I think. Go ahead, real quick.
Well, I was kind of changing the subject. The first question he asked there, where he says like, tell me what happened or whatever, and she starts off talking about they were at the party, drinking or whatever. Like even that to me sounds like there was some kind of conversation prior to this. I'm also like whether it was even outside the room or whatever. Him saying, "This is what's going to happen." This, giving her a heads up. Because why would your first response not be if you were her like? Well, where do you want me to start? Like, what do you mean? What happened? My former roommates were killed last night. Like,
Yeah,
she just picks it up like right there, and it's just kind of like they go, and it just feels to me like there had to be something before that. I don't know. That just
that
feels
makes
really
sense.
weird to me.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. SRB says the lies have to be built. Good point. And yeah, I agree with you on that too. Interesting, very interesting. Kane, what were you saying, bud?
I said Meowry might be the drunk one.
Yeah. Good point.
I mean, he's literally like telling her stuff or asking her stuff that they already fully know, which in an investigation would be a starting point, but he never follows up on anything.
Nothing. There's zero follow-up, which blows my mind on this, especially in an investigation like this. I just don't get it. Why does he say, was she one of the ones that were hurt? Doesn't she know they were? She should. I believe the Vandal alert went out at 1. Okay, and this is definitely after that. So I think they all know at this point and knew before that. I'm just saying, but yeah.
But I thought that was weird when I watched the interview too. That they referred to him as, was she one of the ones hurt or whatever? Like, it felt really weird again. Like
it's almost like he's trying to build a baseline with her of a story and then go from there. You know what I mean? If that made sense, what I said.
But again, to me, it just goes back to that lack of sense of urgency. Like at this point in this investigation, they can't be tiptoeing around things. Like we need some answers. We got to figure out what happened first of all to keep everybody else safe. If this person's still out there and can do this again, but also just we want to solve this, and it's really important that we solve it. And you have answers, and we need them. And this tiptoeing around half questions, I don't. It seems so weird and so off.
It is. I agree. I do agree.
You're right, Doc. And the thing is, take her out of the chair and put A.R. Hayes there. Put me or put Arolamata in there. His first question would be, why did you do it? That's how interrogators come off.
Well, if he's looking at her that way, yeah. But being that I'm telling you guys, you're right. I know what you're saying, Kane. If it were guys that he was talking to, they would have came at them completely different. We've said that from the beginning. Yes. Any of us, any male would have been talked down to, in my opinion. They would have been detained immediately in a different way. They'd have been completely treated differently. That is absolute fact, in my opinion. Welcome, Krista. And
I'm just going to push back against that a little bit, because saying that it kind of causes us to believe that it's because she's female that this is happening. Now, even if it had been guys, in this case, it would still be happening. The frame up.
In this situation, yeah, I know what you're saying. In any other situation, though, it was male. Yeah, I see what you mean, Eddie. I know what you mean. Gotcha.
In general, though, there's zero suspicion cast on any of the surviving roommates, any of the friends, and in the long run, Hippler even says that because they didn't have a car and because they were socially acquainted, that they can't possibly be guilty. I mean, that's how they take it from here all the way to the end of the hearings.
Right, as far as like the alternate perpetrators and stuff, right? Yeah.
As far as the cover, it's a cover for everyone.
That should have never been stated. I still swear.
Except for BK, yeah.
Yeah, good
I don't
point.
know. I guess the best way I can just summarize it is this is establishing a narrative by proxy.
That's kind of what I was trying to say with the weird questions and the way it's been presented.
Well said. Yeah, well said.
Yeah. Good way to put it too. I couldn't think of how to frame that when I was saying it, but thank you, Eddie. On we go.
Last night or this morning?
Last night. And then I went to, and then me and my friend, and then Beth, and then we just all went to bed. It was the house we went to for a little bit, and then it was just me, like, who came home, and then later.
Okay.
So there again, there's no talk about, Vampire Diaries, LM. Hey, Krista, welcome, hon. Or any of that other stuff has been talked about here. It's just very vague, basic. I came home at this time, and went to bed.
Nothing like any interrogation or interview I've ever seen. I mean, this is not one person. There's four people.
That's the thing, is it's not treated as an interrogation of somebody. That's, I think, what all of our problems are. Mm-hmm. Is that we see this as these are the people in the house when the murders were committed. They should be treated as suspect, not as victim. And they're being treated as victim, okay? And that's the problem, I think. And it's weird to me because I think any other circumstance in general, like Eddie was saying before, in a normal right side up world, male or female, they would have been treated suspect. Mm-hmm. And they're not at all, which leads you to another direction to tell you what is going on here, truly, in my opinion. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I just can't believe that. Like, I don't know if these are just preliminary, like, interviews that they do at first, or like.
Well, this is the initial interview after the statement that was given on the body cam.
Right.
There's 3 more with her after this, but still.
I hope to God that they have follow-up questions, because this is ridiculous. I don't know anybody could watch this, any other person that's involved, like law enforcement, and think that like they're just Hunter lies through his. She even giggles a little bit. She kind of like when he asked about what color the eyebrows are. She's like, no. It's just so like, I don't know. Sorry,
it's rough. Agreed.
It's hard to watch because we know all the other stuff. Like, we know now that like, there was a cleanup and all that. To watch her sit here and lie. Same thing with Bethany. I was asleep. I was asleep. No, you weren't. No, you weren't.
Well, we know that's another thing I have issues with too, because they put out the text messages, they put out the phone calls. Ann Taylor herself states that they were not asleep that night, and they carry that narrative through this entire thing all the way to the very end that they were
with their
asleep.
phones. Right,
everybody was asleep. No, they weren't.
And their phones are sitting with them right there, and they're going to look at them, and these people are like, "Yeah, I was asleep." But you're
that's another thing too. She shouldn't have that, in my opinion. That should be in their custody. She shouldn't have that. I don't like that either. I never did, but just saying.
Yeah, this is just all.
Even with Hunter, when Hunter's phone's out sitting on the desk or wherever he left it, and he's talking in his interview, what's out here? Let me go grab my phone and share it with you. None of those people, in my opinion, should have their phones, folks. That's just a thing to me. But
Bethany's like, "Can I take my phone back? Call my mom. Can I see my mom?" It's like. I was asleep. I was like, no, your phone's literally right there. He's going to know you're not. How can you lie to law enforcement? Like, I'm telling you right now, I'm a good liar, right? But like only when I was a criminal. But I sat in interrogation with detectives. It is so hard to lie to them. To sit there and have them question you. It is so hard to lie. It really, to me, it was. I just couldn't. I'm just like, yeah, I did it. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know how. Her and Hunter. I think that Bethany still is an unwilling participant. I still think she was. And I think obviously now I think Hunter has something to do with it. And when he's sitting right where she's sitting, his hands are so white, they're glowing. They're freaking glowing. Hers are covered at the moment. You can even see the white on her hands here. It's crazy that you can't be told if you. I know. Well, now, yeah, like again, were they even there? Like Lana said, were they even there? But sorry,
I know.
And she's putting a contact in her phone. Come on, man. You were you did not wake up at that time. You were putting contacts in your phone right before that. I love it.
Yeah, Christy, you make a good point because She's sitting there saying, I heard all this commotion and I heard Kaylee running up the stairs and all this stuff. And then so I decided to call all of them. Okay, why didn't you call the police? Why did you wait till noon to call Hunter? Why not call Hunter then, the big savior, with the zip ties?
He never asked that either about when did you call? Why didn't you call earlier? None of that stuff. It drives me nuts. But yeah.
How did they not ask that goddamn question? Especially after they're looking at their phones. Especially, they don't even have to get the extractions for that. Like, and you're not even comparing notes. In my opinion, you're not comparing notes. Because when she's telling one person one thing, another officer this thing, Hunter lies in the Dateline episode. They lie. I don't know if they're lies. I don't know which one's a lie. But I walked in this way, then I did this, and then I went and checked their pulses, and I went and got a knife and went into the closet. What the fuck? Like, no, sorry.
Yeah, I gotcha. When we go.
She's a girl.
Okay. And are they all in the same campus?
She has.
Okay. Got it. Okay. So you guys were there. You came home early.
Yeah.
And then eventually.
Watch this before eating olives.
Like my whole life just got taken down. I got copyright strike.
Except please.
In the middle of it.
Sorry about the commercials, folks.
She lived her place. Where does she live?
She lives like down the street. I don't know exactly where it is. And then
Exactly, Lucy.
Maddie and Kaylee came home from the club. And then we all went to bed.
What time do you think you got home?
I think I got home around 12:30 to 1.
Okay.
Between there.
And then what time do you think you came home?
Like 10-20 minutes after I did.
Okay.
Not impossible.
And then Maddie and who else came from the club?
Kaylee, I think they came home like 1:32-ish.
Okay. And at that point, nothing
weird at all.
Okay.
Then everyone's asleep. At 4 a.m., I like look at my phone and I can hear Kaylee and Murphy like dancing. I can tell it's her voice and that it's Murphy because he's barking. And then I hear her go upstairs because you can hear like everything. And I heard her say, "There's someone."
Because you can hear everything.
Exactly.
This is a complete opposing statement that was made from her in the PCA, which I know, guys, is garbage. But hey, Allison, welcome, and Paco, good to see you. So yeah, she's saying it herself, and she said it before when we read the report.
Nothing happens in Moscow. We just went to sleep.
You can hear. She says also you can hear everything in this house. So why was that ever a question? Like from the beginning, you guys, I've never. Why did they decide to allow that at this point? Is what I'm kind of, I guess, asking in some sense. It's always bugged me.
It's a rhetorical question. We're just like it's just. Hey guys, by the way, Eddie K, Doc at the Cooter, Dave. I just feel like we could say it over and over. Like there's no excuse to not call 911, not to. Okay, if there's only one person in the house, the next 4 of you should be hearing everything, running out the window, jumping out a window, jumping out, running to the door, calling 911. Look at your freaking phone now. I'm calling 911. Like it'll never. And it's from the very beginning, before we even knew anything about this case, and you guys were in all deep in it. We're just out here like regular people going, that is so odd. The 911 call was 8 hours later. Oh, well, give them grace. They say, give them grace. Okay, we'll wait. 3 years go by. We get this, and then even 911 call, we're like, oh, all right, maybe that makes sense, but not the time in between. But then now even 911 calls, now that we know, it's like, this is, I was crying. I almost cried with Jack DeCour's interview because I could just feel his pain. And I don't think he did anything to that. But as soon as Hunter walked in, I got so mad. I couldn't even speak. I was trying to feel bad for him. I was trying to give him grace. I'm trying to think maybe he didn't do anything. But like everything he says and does in his interview is fucking strange. The same thing when, I'm sorry, I'm cursing. I'll stop. The same thing when the cops pull up. You don't even tell them it's not an unconscious person. You let them walk in. You're a knife-wielding man, a bloody knife-wielding man, and you're like not telling them they're walking into a slaughterhouse, basically. And you're just like, oh, and then his hands are up like he's like Chris Watts and shit. Like, wow. And then the interview's like, yeah. Like, what the fuck are you laughing at? I'm sorry. Is that a nervous laugh? Is that I didn't see you yell screaming, my best friend's murdered. Like, there was one person I saw murdered, and like we were losing our minds and like trying to bust through the cops. And like that was like one person. I mean, there's like a family member here. There's two family members here. And I'm like, where are like maybe he was being all shady when he had a shady tell them something. Maybe he was trying to tell them it was, we don't know if it's Ethan. But like when they walk up that hill outside, Hunter turns around all shady. He first tries to run away, tries to leave, but then they tell him not to, and he starts he says something so shady, and I just wish I knew what it was. Sorry.
Okay, it's okay. Get it out. Witchy, thank you for that. Why do none of the detectives ask about 911 delay? Nobody does. I don't think that was asked in any of the body cams. It wasn't talked about in any of the body cams. None of the interviews we've seen, nobody brings that to the table.
Why?
Anybody? Any
That's
thoughts?
a great question, Witchy. You know what they're doing? In its place, they're establishing why.
Yeah.
What is the why, though?
Well, because that's interesting, Eddie. I like how
Brian
you put
Koberger is the why.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
The answer is always Koberger.
Yeah,
right.
It has to lead back to him.
Why do you plead guilty? I hate when people ask that question because I don't have answers.
I don't even ask that anymore. I don't even think about it. I stay completely away from that because at this point, it's not even about that anymore. It's about this and lack thereof right here.
Yep. I mean, First Amendment 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, all of them were stomped on. I mean, at this point, I want them to, if they could say to me, we fucked up, we went around it the wrong way, but he is guilty, and here's how, I would be, okay, I forgive you. Like,
that's what it is. They're never going to do that. They'll never do that.
So bad. I wish the fact that they, even if this was a mistake, the fact that they won't own up to it makes me I'm sorry we made a mistake. You know what I mean? We have 4 victims that we don't know who actually did this. It doesn't make sense that the other 4 or 5 wouldn't be running out a window or something, jumping out a window, because they're eating dinner at 4 o'clock or whatever they're eating at 4 o'clock in the morning. Somebody's eating something allegedly. Like, why are you not running out the door? I don't know. I don't know.
Problem is, it wasn't just a mistake. Yes, if it was just a mistake, they could come out and say that, but it wasn't just a mistake.
Right. Yes. Good. Thank you, Docket. That needs to be said. That truly needs to be stated. That needs to be put out in front of all of this. It wasn't, and we're not just mistakes. This is absolutely the opposite of that, in my opinion. I'm sorry. So thank you for saying that first and foremost. Welcome, Chick. Good to see you today.
Well, I think they gotta all be in bed with each other at this point, because why would one 3-letter agency not call another agency for fucking shit up, or you know what I mean?
Here's my thought with that. I've said this before. There's a lot of pawns. Okay, remember that. I don't think everybody looked at this as critical as everybody should. Okay, and is she still up here? Chick Bait, are you still up here? She might have fell out. Anyway, like I said, there's some people that just go to work every day. They clock in. They don't ask questions. They do what they're told, and they move along with their day. There's a lot of that here, I think. Okay, they don't ask questions. They don't question things. They don't look at anything. Okay, Chick, no problem, hon. So, sorry, guys. There is that involved here, in my opinion, too. But there's also the people, such as this guy right here, I think, that he didn't seem to know anything about this house, so on and so forth.
No.
Some other people that probably didn't know a lot about this. I don't think Brett Payne knew a whole lot about this either, until after a certain period of time. But there are people that do know, okay? And they should be talking. There should be communication between the officers, the detectives, to be able to know these things. That should be happening, and it's not. Or is it? That's the problem.
Yeah. And I was watching other video, like other body cams and other things, that other actual real murders and stuff, and the interrogations, and I know maybe it's their 3rd or 4th interrogation, but the way that those detectives, they know shit. When you lie, they're gonna just ask you the same question 5 different ways. There's none of that here.
They're supposed to. Yeah, they're supposed to. And it's been said that they're dumb department, they're dumb detectives, they're dumb officers. Don't believe that.
Come on.
That's not the answer to this, folks. At
FBI's
all.
not dumb. State's not dumb. Like
There's no way that this many stupid people are working together in one law enforcement agency. It just doesn't work that way. So
calling each other out, that's weird. You know.
Were you somebody else going to say something? I thought I heard somebody step in.
I stepped in and I said, agree.
Oh, yeah. That's not believable at all, folks. That's what they want you to believe. They just made mistakes. They're a dumb farm town. They don't did this, that kind of thing. No, not at all. No, I will never believe that. I'm sorry.
No, because the FBI said
and like Doc had said, these aren't mistakes, folks. It's just not.
Right.
I'll give you a couple mistakes. I'll give you a handful of mistakes. At that point, we're way beyond and past that, folks. Everything's a mistake, and that's not possible. Sorry.
That was like last year with Butler, PA. It was too many mistakes for it not to be purposeful. Like the CIA, or it was CIA. No, the Secret Service. They're not that incompetent. Like there's so much of it that it had to be purposeful, in my opinion.
Well, with certain agencies, you got to go along with that. With certain agencies, I agree.
You're like, okay, there's too many mistakes, and you can't answer a straight question, and it's obviously like, but you're not that incompetent. We know that. You had President Reagan in the car in less than 11 seconds. It's just I'm just saying, like, there's these. It just gets to be so many of them that it can't be just mistakes. They can't be that incompetent. Why the fuck would they be in business anymore? You know what I mean? Why would we?
That's a good point. Very good point. For sure. On we go.
Here, and I thought she ran downstairs, and then I jumped up and locked my door because I didn't know what else to do.
I hate to pause it already, but you got to pause it right there because that's important.
So Kaylee and Murphy's her.
Murphy, so Kaylee and is Kaylee's ex-boyfriend. They share the dog pretty much.
Murphy's the dog?
Yeah.
Okay. What is Kaylee's name?
Goncalves.
Oh boy, spell that for me.
Gonclaves.
And is she here today?
No.
Huh?
Is she one of the ones that was hurt?
Yeah.
Okay.
You mean murdered? Murdered, sir. Slaughtered, sir. God damn.
Okay. Where is Kaylee's room compared to yours?
Like right above my shoes.
What are you on? First, second?
Second.
And she's on third?
Yeah.
Okay.
Something tripped in her room. I'm fine. I'm sure of it.
You said that.
Thanks, Daigle.
Sorry, bud. Yeah.
That's all right. It was literally as soon as we picked it back up, it needed to be paused because she said, and this is important, she said that she thought Kaylee ran downstairs, which is bizarre because how many times in the body cam of Nunez have we heard her say that Kaylee did? And then notice later on in not this segment of her interview, but the next segment.
The second, yeah.
She says she reverts back to Kaylee did run downstairs. So it's just odd.
Yeah, I heard her scream. Or
it
something.
Is very, very odd.
You heard her scream, and she ran down the steps as fast as she could. And it's like, but she ended up back upstairs somehow, though.
And that it comes out as a factual statement too, as in this is what I know I heard. You know what I mean?
Right. And she said it to Jack D. She said it to the cop officer, and it was like she was going to bed, so I was going to bed. So it was 4 o'clock, and she went upstairs, and all of a sudden I heard, she screamed, "There's somebody here!" And she ran downstairs as fast as she could.
Like, and then that's something else within that too. She says that she heard her scream. There's somebody in the house or in the room or one of the two. I can't remember exactly how she says it. And here's Kaylee run down the stairs, and she says she jumps up and locks her door.
Right. Like, why the fuck?
No, wait.
But didn't she say she called out to her at one point?
After that, yeah.
Oh, yeah. She calls out to her, opens the door, tries to call out to her, so on and so forth. But here's my thing with that whole statement,
so as the person is in the house, they're going to hear her yelling at Kaylee, and then they're just going to untouch her?
Right. Right. She gives herself away as being in the, even though we know that they supposedly came face to face, but she's yelling out to somebody that's being attacked right now. I'm sorry, but from what I've seen, I don't care whether it's movies or actual situations, but somebody calling out loud to anybody during a situation is going to draw attention to you immediately. Okay. Immediately, like to shut that person up. That never happened.
Why would
How?
you do that? Like she said, there's somebody in the house. Why would you not get her help? You know what I'm saying?
Oh, well. Even before that, Krista, stop real quick. She screams there's somebody in the house, and she's screaming, running down to the bathroom, crying, whatever. Why didn't you call 911 right there? Why didn't you pick up the phone? And that when Kaylee didn't respond to you when you yelled out to her, why didn't you call it then?
Frozen fear state.
Why aren't they asking her that? Why don't they ask her that right there?
There's zero follow-up question with that. It's the fucking wildest thing. Because that's the one thing everybody's going to, that's the one thing we all thought of. Probably the first thing we thought when we heard about this on the news, when they said it, and they said that the other two survivors didn't call 911 for Ada. And everybody was like, what? We still don't have an answer. Because you were not asleep. And you weren't.
As a police detective,
right.
Okay, when that statement right there's made, that's where you should have went, well, why didn't you call us then?
Right. Not one time. They asked that.
You're killing me with these pictures, Kane.
I know, me too.
and then again, the fact that I guess maybe because she's a woman, I think that makes any difference. But you jumped and locked your door to protect you, but forget your roommates.
Yeah, like those women over there, they depended on each other to help stay safe. There's 4 of you, okay? Right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, there's 4 of you, and then you have a man in the house. Like, again, there has to be more than one person, because what are the other people doing? They're not calling 911 or jumping out a window, and they should be, because you can hear everything. And we heard screams on that one thing. And I'm telling you, you know how far it was. We heard that. There's a lot of shit going on at that moment. You're not just going to lock the goddamn door. And if that's what you did, and you let my sister and my daughter bleed out, you let my friends and my family members bleed the fuck out. Like, and there's no excuse for it. And like, you are a suspect. You would be a suspect. I would be locked up. I'd be.
Well, we all believe that, Krista. We all see that, and it's obvious to me. If you go back to the fact that, like Doc had said, these aren't mistakes. It's obvious where this is coming from and why it's played out like the way it has. Okay, the question is as to why. You know what I mean? And Drew, real quick, we're just reviewing the interview, what we've talked about the BS from the interview and the issues with it. That's all we've done so far. But
crazy. This is the most wildest thing to watch. Like, if I was another detective, I would be like, "Yo, dude, you okay?" Like,
well, and the other part of it too, right? That's a good point. But Christy makes a good point too, because you could leave your room, run through the house downstairs, so on and so forth.
Right.
You locked your door when you heard the scream, and then you minutes later decide it's safe enough for me to run downstairs to Bethany's room. Right. How do you know who's in the house? You don't, or do you? Okay. Exactly. She says she watches him walk out the back door, and I feel like to do that she would have had to step out of her room to see around that bend to see him actually walk out that door, unless I'm having a visual the wrong way. But that's another thought I had too. That you would have to step out of the room to actually watch him walk out of the door.
Yeah, I think it's not. She definitely. It's like around, because it's like that middle section, right? Yeah,
there's
bendish, like. So again,
I think it's worth mentioning again that she did say he had a mini vacuum gun and no follow-up questions.
Right.
Sorry,
right,
just had to say that again.
Yes.
So crazy.
Well, I believe
very important point.
I believed for the longest time that he came in, that like it's exactly what he said, that he came in the sliding glass door and went out the sliding glass door. But then the further along we got, I'm like, wait a minute, do we even know if he came in the sliding glass door or if we went out the sliding glass door? No, we don't.
And how did they not see him? When did he get there?
If we're supposed to believe her story, okay, here's the issue with this. She's in her bedroom based on what we're being told. Kaylee's dancing with the dog in the living room. You were in that living room if we're reading the Hitler document, okay, at some point watching Vampire Diaries, okay, all that shit, whatever. But then you hear her say she's going upstairs with the dog. She screams somebody's in the house and comes down the stairs, meaning that person's upstairs.
Mm-hmm.
When, how, and where did they get in the house? That nobody knows this, okay? Right. Unless they were there earlier, they were in hiding under the beds or whatever it is. I don't know.
Yeah.
Drew says Dylan was a liar. Free BK. Preach, people. Donate to Dago. It's Friday, payday. Stop being so cheap. Dude, no.
21st is our paydays.
And I don't expect $100,000 super chat. Chill out, bro. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you.
100,000. Do I get a cut?
Yeah, everybody would get a cut at that point. Everybody.
Right.
Everybody up here, you all get a piece. Thank you, bro. I appreciate you. She went so far as to say that she saw him and ran downstairs. So which is it? Did you go in your room in frozen fear, or did you run down? Thank you. See?
False memories. Be false memories. Maybe
that's what I'm saying. These things don't match, folks.
No.
And why is he not questioning all of this?
Nope. Why is Hunter allowed to fucking have a knife? Well, I'm sorry, like, I don't know, he had it in his pocket or whatever when they first got there, but, like, literally, you're a knife-wielding man at that point with a slain 4 people in the house. This officer thinks he's walking into an unconscious person. You had about a minute to tell him that's not true. 911, tell them that's what they're walking into. Do not let them look at it. Like, he could have stabbed him, the officer in the back. You know what I'm saying? Like, any of that could have happened at that point. There could have been 4 other.
Nobody reacted the way they should have when they got on scene either. That's another point. Yeah. Thank you, Chick Bait. Dylan lied, but why did she? That's the answer that everybody wants. Yes, I know.
It's so nuts because I believe that she knew them and they knew her through her.
Right.
You know.
Yeah, I think Christy's stating that whoever did this knew Kaylee is a fact in my opinion. So.
Yep. And
so the newest PM interview that was released. Is it safe to say that interview was at 1:47 p.m. on 11th? I'm guessing that's the time, 1:47. Thank you, Sarah. I know Sarah's putting her grid together. I believe that's the right time there, guys. That's when they're trying to call that this interview was 1:47 in the afternoon, which is still kind of early in my opinion, but okay.
Yeah, but how calm she is. I mean, she's crying, but like, I don't know. I'm not trying to police everybody's feelings, but like to me, it's the math don't math with their emotions. I wouldn't be laughing. I wouldn't be giggling. I wouldn't be. I don't know. I don't know. They like kid gloves, all of them, kid gloves. It's like they're not kids. They lived in a home, a house that they paid for, and there's 4 or 6 of them, whatever, was it 5 of them, 4 of them, I forget. And it's like, why didn't you call 911, man? Like, why are the families not flipping the hell out? Because I'm like, I mean, literally, their sister, your daughter, like, why did you let my family bleed out? Like, what is fucking wrong with this picture? Why is there blood on in your room? And why is there blood on your items? And why is it cleaned up? Who cleaned up? Dylan. Like, I wish I could. And these questions are like rhetorical, but I really want to ask her. Like, could somebody just ask her, please? I don't think anybody ever asked her. I don't think anybody's ever asked her. Like.
Well, they're not looking at her that way. That's why. Thank you, Chick Bait again. She either knew them or wasn't there. Good points. Good points.
Right.
On we go. On we go.
Wild.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Where is Kaylee's room compared to yours?
Like right above my sheets.
What are you on? The first, second?
Second.
And she's on third?
Yeah.
Okay. You said that Kaylee and share Murphy?
Yeah. This.
And is Jax current?
Yeah. He's ex right now.
Okay. Any problems between Kaylee?
No. Okay. They're really good, like friends still.
You still play with the dog and stuff like that?
Every now and then, yeah.
Okay. So, you hear Kaylee upstairs, she's dancing, playing with the dog, normal kind of thing, probably.
Yeah.
And then she says, there's someone here?
Yeah, when she goes, I can hear her go upstairs, and then I think she's in her room, and she says that someone's here, and I can tell she's scared, and she runs downstairs.
Where do you think she ran?
Downstairs,
okay.
Or it was in the living room.
Okay. But you heard her on the stairs.
Yeah, I heard her running like super fast down the stairs. And then didn't open the door. I just called her name, and then I called Xana, Kaylee, and Logan on my phone
Where did they go, Dylan? Where did you go, Dylan?
What were those other names? Xana?
Xana, Maddie, sorry, we call Morgan is Maddie, and Kaylee.
Okay. So do you know what Xana's last name is?
Kernodle. KERNOODLE, I believe.
Okay. And what about Maddie?
Mogen, MOGEN.
And Kaylee
Goncalves.
Goncalves. That's the same one. Okay.
Yeah.
Were these three friends?
Yeah, we're all roommates.
Okay. Who was sharing the room with Kaylee?
Kaylee and Mogen are both upstairs. They don't share rooms.
They have their own rooms?
Yeah, we all have our own rooms.
Okay. So these two are up on the third.
Yeah.
Where's Xana?
It's my floor.
Your floor.
She's closest to the bathroom on my floor.
Bathroom. Okay.
There is another Maddie that they knew that was in one of the, it wasn't Dateline, but it was one of those shows that there's a Maddie that they were friends with too. And I think that's probably why they call her Mogen, because it's just easier sometimes. I think we're good.
I didn't realize she said like she wasn't there. She looked, or she was calling for Kaylee. So yeah, did you see her leave? Like what? She ran down the steps. Like she ended up back up in her room somehow. Clean.
Well, that's one of the biggest. Yeah, Maddie Moy. That's the other one, right? Madeline Moy, Matt's sister. Well, that's one of the biggest questions here, you guys. I think, and I think everybody has issues with that. You heard her come downstairs. You thought you heard her by the bathroom. Then you hear all the other stuff that is so ironically. Okay, Michelle F. Thank you for joining us, hon. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you. That matches up so in line with the Vampire Diaries episode. It's weird, but I'm not going to go there today. But that's one of the biggest questions. How did and what did happen at that point? If this is all true, which I don't think it is, I just almost have to wonder that this entire statement, in my opinion, is 100% false. I'm just saying. Okay. I don't think that this is at all what went down like this. It doesn't make sense if it did. Think about that. Why is Kaylee up in her bed, up at Maddie's bed, backed up into the corner at that point?
She was probably trying to get away. I think she was probably the one who was in the room and got it. Something that happened in her room.
Did she run downstairs and then run back up? Did you hear that? If you heard that, then why didn't you say that? You know what I mean?
I think Kaylee. I think the blood we saw on the walls in the living room. I think Kaylee.
That's what I thought too. Could have been because. But why didn't she get down the stairs? How did she get back up the stairs? That's all I'm saying.
They they did. They fucking had to place them back up there. Because why would they? Because Dylan has to say that she didn't see anything, so she can't leave them in the room. You know what I mean? Can't leave them in the living room.
I mean, so you're saying that you think that somebody drug her back upstairs?
Oh yeah, I think she ran down the steps. Because why would she run back upstairs if she did run down the steps? If that part's true, which I probably think it is. And I think she tried to run out the slider, whatever you can run the closest door, whatever.
If you're saying I did question the blood by the stairs there. Looks like somebody tried to get down the stairs.
Right, cow powder or something. I don't know.
But here's another thing, though. Let me say this real fast. If Dylan did what she said she did, okay, we saw all the Amito Black on the stairwell there, right at the top of the stairs, and on the handrail,
and on the counter.
Well, I'm just talking about that area though right now. Hold on. By the stairs there. So if Dylan left her room and went to Bethany's room, that would have been on the wall. She would have seen that. Am I right or am I wrong? Because this would have been before the cleanup, right?
1,000%. 1,000%.
Or would it have been after? That's what I'm trying to differentiate here, and it doesn't make sense. That's the problem I have.
If she's right, if she's telling the truth, then she had to have seen Kaylee laid out somewhere, because she's not going to run back upstairs. Obviously, Kaylee's not going to run back towards the danger. She's going to run to the closest door, which I'm assuming would be the living room slider, with the first split she got. But obviously, there's more than one person there, and those four were not getting out, and those two got to just sit in their rooms and lock their rooms and just listen and let their friends get slaughtered.
Right, Devil Woman. That's right. Does anybody else have any thoughts about what I just said? Or, I mean,
you're just right. You're right. 1,000%.
No, I agree with what Krista's saying. We have to decipher which is the facts. What are the truths in these statements and what are the lies? It's almost undeniable that Kaylee ran downstairs. She was on the 3rd floor and she came down the stairs.
Yeah.
That part of it is a truth. And then, like Krista said, so from there, why would she go back upstairs willingly to the 3rd floor? She wouldn't. There's no possible way.
That's what I'm saying. That's what
and
I'm
her
saying.
demise was on that 2nd floor.
I agree. I think
my opinion.
Yeah, because where's the blood coming from?
At that point, we're to believe then that it, because I still truly do believe there was 3 to 4 people involved in this, that they got Kaylee back upstairs to that bedroom, and maybe that's why she was sitting up in the corner, because they sat her there that way. I mean, I don't know, you guys. I'm just saying.
Well, yeah, like if they moved her, wouldn't that be awful?
Well, I mean, of course, JC.
Like in the sense that how we were told that her face was in her head.
Oh wow, yeah.
Can you imagine moving someone like that? And with all the
people
stab wounds like that?
Yeah, but the people that did this, JC, are like jacked in the head. So realize that doesn't, normalcy doesn't fit into this anywhere. You know what I mean?
Can't, like, that's a lot of
it adds an extra level of morbidity.
I was gonna say that's morbid. It's absolutely morbid.
This chick right here would have seen it.
Well, she did, or she was down in the basement when this happened, and they were locked in the room. I mean, I'm just saying, you guys, it's
according to her, the guy was already done. So, and according to the state, it was 90 seconds. So, you know,
that's true too, Lucy. That's a good point. That we can see that we saw in that one picture. Where the blood's on the pillow, that there's nobody propped in that corner. There's somebody under the blanket, but nobody propped up in that corner. So that again,
they're not showing us everything either.
That came from the Gonsalves. So there's more something that they told them, obviously, that wasn't true.
Yeah, there's got to be more than one person.
They didn't get to see it. They didn't see that, so that was told to them. You know what I mean? And that came forth from their mouths. So I'm doing this. I'm asking these questions, you guys, and talking about this because I'm trying to figure out for myself if what I can pick out of this that would be true. That's the problem. And it's very hard. It's very hard.
Well, I'll simplify it. Has the PCA been accurate, or has it contained lies?
It's nothing. The only thing true in the PCA is the date and time that this happened. Well, the date. I'll say the date, not even the time.
It's a fantastical tale. Like, I don't know. I Willie kept yelling at me to read it, because he's like, you're gonna like probably lose your mind even more. And he's like, just read that part.
Well, you have to read it. You have to read it. We've read it so many times that I have it memorized. Good morning, Miss Molly. Good to see you, hon.
My point, the PCA has impressioned in your mind that Kaylee was killed on the 3rd floor.
Right.
So if it has been only lies, then you have to break away from that, impression, and then feel free to think, outside of the boundary of the PCA. It is possible she was, her end was on the 2nd floor and she was moved to the 3rd floor. There's no doubt there's going to be pictures of her in Maddie's bed on the 3rd floor. No one's doubting that.
Right. So, and that's where my struggle is, Eddie, with this, is that I don't believe other things she said, but then at the same time we believe what she just said there. That's what I'm trying to struggle and figure out, like, where I should go with this. That's all I'm saying. Thank you, Drew. Again, anyone with Taco Bell 4 o'clock their alibi was 100%.
Well, here's the question nobody's asked yet.
Thank you, Dylan. Go ahead. No, you're good, bud. Go ahead.
Here's the question no one's asked yet, concerning that segment that we just watched, is why is DM saying that Kaylee's bedroom is right above hers?
It's right, and it's not. It's Maddie's.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a great question. I didn't know if anybody was going to say anything. I didn't know if that was important enough, because if you know the layout of the house, directly above her is Maddie's bedroom. So in turn, I've argued from the beginning that if you were in your bedroom, heard everything that happened above you, because again, folks, there's no sound dampeners. There's nothing in that house. You can hear that house as if you're standing in the room when it happens, in my opinion.
And then wooden floors, I think, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and she says it herself. You can hear everything in his house. So.
Yep, and I think what's her name said it too. The other one, I think Matt.
Bethany made that statement too somewhere. So there's that. But
yeah,
that's a good question, Eddie. It's a good point too.
It's almost undeniable proof that the only reason for her to say that is that she was instructed to say it.
Right.
It could be, yeah.
And I think the reason people lie about, I think she lied about running down to Bethany's room because I think blood dripped into her room that we haven't seen yet. I think it dripped down the walls. If it dripped outside, then I think from Maddie's room it would drip down into her room. If it's above hers, I don't know if it's true or not, it's above hers or whatever. But she had to say she wasn't in her room if the case is, because I think something did go into her room. She's going to say it, so she can't say she saw that, so she has to say she was in Bethany's room. But Bethany never really says it. In the very beginning, she never says that that Dylan shows up in her room. She doesn't. She says, "I lock my door, go to bed." I'm watching.
Well, when they interviewed Bethany, one of the biggest issues I had in that interview was that one of the statements made to Bethany was, "Well, did Dylan say anything when she came down to your room?" No. Well, wait a minute. Why didn't you say, "Hey, Janice passed out on the floor"? Because I don't think she saw her. And I think that goes back to we're hearing the door was partially open, the door was closed, the door was wide open. I think there's a grand possibility that the door was all the way closed, as Eddie had stated at one point too, and she never did see her. But then again, at the same time, if that's the case, how did she know? Well, there you go. You go, right there.
The fact that Bethany never came back into Idaho, I keep saying she's a unwilling participant, but it's like they can't even stage this, or they can't even, I don't know, frame this right. I don't know, they can't even get their lives together. Who does this and can't even get their, you better literally, if Ellie's involved, why are they so inconsistent? You should be able to tighten this up. You know what I mean? We should not know that there's any cracks in your case. You guys are the FBI. You can't frame somebody right, or you know what I'm saying? The fact that they're doing it, it's they're just throwing in our faces how dumb they think we are. Because I don't know. I guess it's not normal for people to get the documents. I don't know if that's normal or not, but this has never been a thing before. But I don't know if that's what they're used to. People not having a YouTube channel. You know, back in the day, there wasn't anybody doing this. In my opinion.
I think. Granted, yes, they could have underestimated the truth, this type of stuff to an aspect, but still, that doesn't even matter to me.
I know.
I don't know about that, Christy, to answer your question. I know that they did find blood on some of her clothes in her bedroom, but I don't remember that. If that's true, I'd like to know. But
I want to know about the footprint outside of her room. I want to know why they cleaned. I want to know who cleaned it up and why, Dylan. You had those things.
Well, we got to slow down too, though. That's the thing. Right. I get it. You got a lot of questions. I understand, and I do too. I think most of us do. That's another big question: is what everybody thinks happened with the cleanup. And Anne brought forth the fact there's a cleanup. I think we all can believe that now, after seeing where they found blood and where there wasn't blood, where it was, and all that kind of stuff.
Wasn't there when the body came, right?
No, there's nothing there. The cleanup happened at that point. So who's involved in the cleanup? And that's another big question. I personally, I think that yes, she was involved in the cleanup. They both probably were. That's my opinion. So, I don't know about him. I don't know about him or not. I don't know if they were there before, or if they weren't. I don't know that yet. You know what I mean? I can't make that connection yet. I guess that you should say in my own mind.
It wasn't until I saw his actual. I don't know if you guys got to his interview, but if you just look at his hands, they're glowing. They're glowing white, and it's just. That was such a can they, and the cops had to smell the cleanup or smell the bodies. I don't know, 8 hours. I was watching, and I was just Googling to see you can smell everything. Unfortunately, they lose their bowels and stuff, and it's oh God. The one officer I think at one point he ran outside and he had to breathe outside, I think, or he went outside.
They're all having struggles with it. Yes, it smells, but if you're downstairs, if you're in the basement. If they were in the basement in Bethany's room, they're not going to get too much of that, and that's understood. But anybody that goes up in the upstairs portion of it, yeah. And if you're cleaning up and you're inhaling the other chemicals, that's some of that smell. But
oh wow!
And I think the only things that were cleaned up due to maybe the suspects cut themselves and they didn't want that blood to be put. That couldn't be out there in the scene because it's not part of the situation. Then they'd know. That's part of my.
It wouldn't work. Dylan would see it all, and
Right.
that doesn't work.
There's no, there's maybe. Here's the thing. Let me put it this way: if they were in Bethany's bedroom, there was no talk of hearing any movement upstairs at all. If 4 people came into this house and cleaned everything up after the fact, they would have known somebody was in that house. They don't talk about it. They don't none of that. So
no.
Either you're involved in it or it didn't happen. So that's
like she was dancing with Murphy. I thought when that was said, I thought Bethany was downstairs and heard that through the floor, the moving of the beer pong table and like dancing and like now she's saying she saw the dancing with Murphy. It's kind of like they've already kind of corroborated some of their story. And anyway, there's 2 of them. Between the 2 of you, you can't figure out how to call 911. Stranger danger. We learned that in kindergarten. So you see a stranger with a weird looking vacuum gun, vacuum pow. I don't know. The 2 of you can't figure it out. Like you can't, fear.
You got to keep bringing yourself back to the surface, Krista, because that's in a normal, everyday case where it is black and white. This is not. Remember that. All those things you're asking would be in a normal right side up world type case, but this is not that. So you're not going to get normal answers to what we would have normal questions about because there aren't any. You know what I mean?
Not even the suspects. I'm calling them now, and the Ellie. Neither one of them. This is the upside down universe for both of them. Because no matter what we've seen for 48, this is never happened. This doesn't happen. They're not this dumb. I feel sometimes I'm watching the first 48. I'm like, damn, got them. Damn, you got them. Like, and it's like they don't leave. Like they walk in and they're getting arrested before they leave. It could be 6 hours. But like this is a quadruple homicide, and they're just like, oh okay, you didn't call 911. Okay, all right, cool. Mm-hmm. Oh, so you didn't see anything, right? Okay, yeah, great. Oh, you were sleeping. Okay, right. It's like no.
And this statement's true. First responders, I've done this too. A lot of us do this, where you put Vicks under your nose and you don't have to smell it as bad, and it does work a little bit, but that is a true statement, Mama D.
And Josie, I think her name's Josie, said I could tell something was wrong the second we walked in. Yeah, because you probably smelled it, and there's a knife at the top of the steps. Apparently, I don't know where that came from. I don't know.
Well, you can tell they smelled it because of the way they were breathing in their body cams and stuff and making those noises. It's obvious.
I think Werner, when was running, I thought he ran outside. I thought he was going to get sick at first, but it sounded like he was trying to breathe. And then I'm like, okay, well they do. Oh shoot.
Hold on, I'm gonna play this. My dogs are doing something. I'll be right with you guys.
So Jen and Katie aren't an issue.
No, they're not at all.
What about for Xana or Maddie? Are there any guys that are an issue? Any girls that are an issue?
No, Maddie has a boyfriend in Boise, super nice.
Okay.
Xana is dating Ethan, who was in the room with her. They're really nice too.
Okay. I apologize. I don't know anybody's name or anything like that. So was Ethan, Xana, Maddie, and Kaylee all upstairs still? Are those the ones that got hurt?
Those are the ones that got hurt.
Okay.
And then the other girl that's here, she's on the first floor.
Okay. And was she the one in the yellow hoodie?
Yeah.
Okay. So she's over there. So anybody that would want to hurt Ethan or that's jealous of Ethan?
No.
Nothing like that?
No, I've never heard anything.
Any cars that were in the area that you can think of that wouldn't have been wrong?
No, I wasn't really looking at that.
Okay. And you didn't see anybody come downstairs. Did you hear anything else?
No, I don't even know how they got in. We're usually pretty good about locking doors, and we've never had problems before.
But you did.
It was just really random.
Okay. So you're getting home around 12:31.
Yeah.
You've got Maddie that comes home just shortly after.
Yeah.
Maddie comes home shortly after that. And then from that point, from about 2 to 4, did you fall asleep?
Yes, I fell asleep.
Okay.
And
I think that's a good spot to stop there. Sorry about that. My dogs were flipping out because the Amazon guy was here, Tomboy.
Oh, such a guy, such a bias.
Good Lord. Okay, guys. Well, I don't have to worry about coffee for a while.
I'll check you out.
Boxes up.
Oh, Dego, did you see if we figured? I figured out how to give away your memberships. I don't know if you figured that out yet, but me and Willie couldn't figure out how to give away our free. So we get 5 free memberships every month to give away to people.
Yeah, I get them. I give them away all the time.
I didn't know that. We just figured it out. But,
I save mine up sometimes and give them away all at once. But yeah,
that's what I did.
Thank you, Tomboy. It came. I appreciate you so very much because
I gave you one. You got one. Billy got one.
Yes, thank you, Krista.
Yeah.
So there we go, folks.
Aww.
Thank you, guys. Tomboy, that's amazing. I will be good on coffee for a while, and I appreciate you guys so very much. Any questions with this part of the interview? Anybody?
No, the only observation is he seemed to be guiding her.
Yeah, leading. I agree with that. The docket drop, he did.
Yep. So you didn't hear anything. Well, you probably didn't. So it's like, and she's like, "Yeah, no, no, nothing." And she said we never had any problems, but you did. You said that you had a stalker, or somebody had a stalker. You thought that somebody.
Yep. Yeah. Thank you for pointing that out. I was going to say that. That was going to be what I was going to bring up, is that he's asking, was there anything weird? Was there any issues with this, any of that? She says no. But she just, in other part of this, she talks about the front door being kicked in. She talks about
somebody put something in the dryer. Like when they came back in the washer, dryer were being used or something.
All of that stuff was talked about. Then she talks about the stalker in the background and all this and that. Nothing why isn't that not brought up?
Well, and also weird. Xana's dad had to come and fix the lock. Remember?
Mm-hmm.
The week before.
Yep.
And
I do remember.
Hunter said he had to use the code to get in. So he did. I had to use the slider. The person that did it had to use the slider. Right?
And I want to explain that is that some people were saying that doesn't match up. Here's my thought on how that went down, folks. I'm not giving them the benefit of the doubt. I'm not sticking up for him. I'm just giving you what my thought is. He said that he had to use the code to get in, but we also heard that the girls were standing in the parking lot when they got there. Okay, here's what I think happened, because Hunter said he took off and got over there real quick, which I still don't understand why he went there so fast as compared to everybody else. The other two stated that they kind of took their time because they thought it was a joke. By the time they got there, Hunter had already came in the front door and they all walked out to the parking lot. And that's why they were standing outside when the other two got there. I don't think that was a lie. I just think it was because of that situation is why that happened. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. The fact that he went and said that he checked their pulses and he knew something that they weren't alive. So it's just crazy to me that he didn't say anything to the police officer. Like they went and we watch him walk up the steps. It's like, a good minute.
Well, he did. He did say something to them. He said, we went back and double checked that the other day. He did say that he goes, I checked her pulse and she's gone. He goes, but I didn't check his, but I'm pretty sure he's gone too.
Okay.
He did say that, and we know that when he grabbed the knife, he went in and he walked through the room, checked everything out, looked in the closet to that point. So he knew Ethan was in there. We figured that one out at that one point because we went looking for that as to why it was stated the way it was. But one thing I will say though, he was very dishonest, and he explains that in the Dateline thing about the 911 call. But why? He didn't explain why he was. He just stated that he was, is what I mean. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the text log, witchy, yes, that's something else we should look at as well.
Yeah. I think I have.
Who do we have up here still? JC.
Hi, JC.
Kane is still here, yes, with the Super Dylan. Dude,
I love it.
Your pictures are a mess, bro.
I
love them. They're all funny as hell, but I love them. But it kills me. And Docket, thank you for jumping up here with us, bud. I appreciate you. I know you jumped down. And Eddie, of course. So, hold on a minute here.
I thought this one was shorter, but it's a lot longer than I remember.
We've stopped it a lot. So let me pull this up though. Let me pull this up real quick because we've watched this once already, but I want to get into this a little bit here and measure this to the actual video. I think that's kind of important. Okay. If you guys are okay with that, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
First I need to go make a cup of this coffee real fast. So discuss things tell us real fast if you don't mind me. It's gonna take me a couple minutes. I'll be right back. Thank you again, Tomboy. Much love.
Oh my God, I can't believe you came. Said she'd leave Matt at 80 right here around the and again, when did Xana and Ethan get home? And like, if did they really order DoorDash? And do we know if DoorDash they can't make an order for you? I don't think, right? Like, unless they have his actual account. But I don't know if like a DoorDasher. I think you guys said no, that's not possible. But why did she? She was exactly. They didn't sleep. I don't think they slept at all, actually, because we know they didn't because they were on their phones. And all the, oh my God, you called your dentist? Like what? Like they made us think they had frozen fear syndrome or false memories. I don't know, whatever you want to call it, but yeah, crickets about Ethan and Xana. I know, and she was still kind of saying like she didn't know if they were there or not. I don't know. Are they there? Are they up there? You can hear everything. Remember, Dylan? So I'm pretty sure we heard screams from, I don't know, was it not the 1122, or not the 1112, the other one, Linda Lee or something. We heard, and I believe they weren't edited, and I think they're real. That was really horrible to hear, and it's like that was running. I don't know. It was very disturbing, and it's just like I cannot believe that you would let your friends bleed out like that. Like you would let this happen. They had to have. I mean, come on. Like we gave them so much grace in the beginning. We're like, stop being a victim blamer or victim bad, whatever it is. It's like they're not victims; they're suspects. They're not victims of anything. Bethany's an unwilling participant who had 3 years to say the truth, tell the truth. And again, it has to be somebody so scary that they'll never tell the truth, because that makes me believe they're all in bed with like FBI, law enforcement, state. They have to all be in bed with each other, because why would one call out the other's lies or somebody would get in trouble for the way they did the investigation, or you didn't have follow-up questions that should have been asked. Like they all got caught with drugs and drugs too. Listen, if you were all dealing drugs, fine, great. But look, why were they murdered though? Like to take somebody's life in such a vicious way, 4 of them. There's only a few kind of groups of people I think that can do that, and I don't think it's college kids. I think they cleaned it up, but I don't think that they would. I just think that they got caught up. Something got caught up. Really, it didn't realize how serious it was to be doing things for these people. Because I do believe that the drugs that get into the college comes from the cartels and like the colleges. How else are they going to get the drugs in there to make the money? And it's all about money. Steroids can be a thing too. It could have been steroids. It could have been Adderall's not a big deal, so I don't think they're going to kill people for Adderall. I don't think you're going to steal money from a drug dealer. Or I don't know, maybe they were dealing drugs and they out of the house and they didn't want to anymore, so they told them, I'm not going to do this anymore. And then okay, well, like you owe us some money, and so we're going to shake you down. I don't know. But there's only a couple of groups of people I think that would do something suspicious, and they all are in bed with each other. That's the only thing that makes sense, because they're not going to allow this. One staff is not going to let the other one be scumbag. Like, oh, you didn't do this right, so we got the wrong guy. Okay, if you got the right guy, who was he with, and how did you show us? Like, you can show us blood for other people that you never tested allegedly, or you did, and that's not a big deal. It's okay. This is whether this blood mixed in with the victim's blood. That's all. That's all. And then and there's one little standpoint of touch DNA from Brian Koberger, which I believe he got from his house. You didn't do it right, You just didn't do it.
All right, guys, I'm back. Thank you again, Tomboy, for this. I appreciate it. I just wanted to go back and review this as well, matching it up with this interview. Okay, this is the report that was written based on this interview.
Real quick, did they watch it back to do this part, or did they do it by their? Oh, he was writing stuff down there. Fine.
They have to make a report during and then thereafter, and then that's what this came from, and then that's the actual video version of it. So,
I just want to answer Krista's questions, and the answer is they're hiding the motive of the crime from us.
Yeah, that's what the biggest part of this whole thing is. That's what's hidden. Yes.
Do you have opinions, either any of you, on what the motive would be? Like, I think it has to be drug dealing or something. But do you guys have an opinion, an alleged opinion on what?
It's a little bit more in depth for me than just a simple answer. There's more it's a whole thing for me. Go ahead, Eddie.
That was it.
JC, if you have any thoughts about a motive or anything. You still there, JC?
I got nothing.
Yeah, I don't know as far as a motive, but it's a lot more complicated and involved than just a simple answer.
I have to know who did it in order to have a motive. And I have to have a motive in order to know who did it.
Yeah, no, that makes perfect sense.
And I don't got either, so.
Do you think that they're all in bed with each other? Like they all know? I'm saying all the law enforcement that was involved. I mean, honestly, I don't know. It's hard for me to believe that the FBI would. I don't know. And if the FBI, I have to almost believe that they weren't even actually. That they're all feds. I had one point for a week. I was like, they're all feds. That's it. They're all feds. Every single one of them. It's all the kids. Brian's a fed, and this was just a psyop, and we're all just crazy. And then
well, that's. I'm gonna lean in that direction more, but yeah, Pappy, agreed, bro. And with one comes the other. Good point, Senor. 100%. Okay, so on we go with this one. So this one again this was dated 11/15 of 22 is when he actually did wrote the report down the next day. And it says on November 13th, and I'm gonna read this and I'm gonna see if this lines up with what we just watched. Okay. I was directed to interview potential witnesses in regards to the incidents at 11/22. The following interviews were conducted at the Moscow PD. Interview 1. This is one thing I do tell you I love about Moscow is their redaction sucks. Okay, really bad. Thank God. Dylan Mortenson, date of birth, blah blah blah, 2003, phone number, address, and all that. 1122 King Road. So on 11/13 of 22, Dylan Mortenson was interviewed in regard to the homicide investigation at 11/22. Dylan said she was a resident of the house where the incident occurred. Dylan said that she was at a blank party at around 10:30 hours on 11/12 of 22, where she was drinking. Dylan said that she went to Sigma Chi house. Dylan said she believed she arrived. I think that's what to blank house. I think that's what it was. Dylan said she believed she arrived home between 00:30 hours and 0100 hours. At 11:13 of 22, Dylan said she thought Bethany arrived home around 20 minutes after she arrived. And if any of you guys catch something that's different from what we saw in the video portion of this, please enlighten me so that we can catch it. Dylan said she believed that Maddie and Kaylee arrived home around 01:30 or 2 o'clock. 11:13 of 22. Dylan said that up to this, nothing weird had happened during the night. Dylan said that she and her friend, I think that's Lauren, that's who LM is Lauren, came home, followed by Bethany from wherever the hell they were at again. Dylan said Lauren lived at I think that's the sorority house, and Bethany was her roommate at the residence. Dylan said that Maddie Mogan and Kaylee Gonsalves came home from the corner club at the same time, and everyone went to bed. Okay, so we're stopping right there. Now, this contradicts the Hitler document, okay, completely. Because that's not what we were told happened, but okay.
They were supposed to be sitting in a room, right? And they were going to go get more food or something at first, right?
According to what Hitler put in his affidavit based on the grand jury testimony, okay, that's where that came from, was that they went up to Kaylee's bedroom and hung out at around 2 o'clock in the morning for whatever. They tried to call Eric Gower to see if he was still driving at 2:10. And he responded, said he was, but then nothing happened. They changed their mind. That's a part that's left out of this completely.
And but Bethany took a picture of in Kaylee's room, so they were definitely up there because she's like, I took a picture of Kaylee in her bed with Katie and Murphy, or Kaylee and Murphy, or some one of them.
It was something like that, yeah.
Yeah. So
yeah, there are definitely contradictions and redactions all over the place. It's a joke. Where was I? Dylan was asked about the layout of her house. Dylan said Kaylee's room was directly above her room, which we know is not true. Dylan said she lived on the second floor and Kaylee lived on the third floor. Dylan said Kaylee and Maddie both live upstairs on the third floor in separate rooms. Dylan said Xana lived closest to the bathroom on the second floor and Bethany lived on the first floor. By the way, Tomboy, this is really good coffee. Thank you. I love this. Drew says that this is where the made-up story starts. Maddie and Kaylee were killed when they got home. Okay.
I think the screams that we heard.
And then, okay, if that's true, though, Drew, that means that Olivia Gonsalves' story is not true either. Because Olivia Gonsalves states that she watches them get dropped off on one camera. I don't know which one it is now. And they go inside and come back out with Murphy, which we know that's not true either. So,
Well, that's my question: is who was it that brought Murphy out? Was it Kaylee?
Bethany and Maddie.
Yes, not her, not the owner,
and not Kaylee at all.
No, Kaylee was inside doing. We don't know what.
It was too cold, so they left them outside. I don't know. One of them went in. I don't know if the other one took Murphy. But I
Bethany went back inside the house after about 10 seconds because it was too cold, and then Maddie came back in later on. I can't remember the exact time amount, and asked if Maddie came in and knocked on the door and asked Bethany if she had Murphy or if she had seen him. Bethany said no. Then it goes from there. So we don't know when exactly Murphy came back in, if he came back in, how he came back in. That's another point. So,
oh my gosh.
Yeah, Jules has already put out the FOIA for requests on this. Twiz requested certain cameras as well. I put a FOIA in and I've heard nothing. So I don't know what's going to happen. One of us will get something, I hope, and we can try to see if we can find a real camera that matches up to these stories, because there's no way. I'm sorry.
All right.
It's just a fact. Okay. There's no way that you can, on the 1112 camera, watch the two girls get dropped off in front of the 1122 house. You can't do it because it's a complete 180 away from that camera. So that makes no sense. But anyway,
I think she was told that just.
Yeah, Jules was. She was denied the FBI FOIA. I know, and I think Annie was too. I didn't go to the FBI. I went to the other two places. We'll see. I probably should have gone to the FBI, but I'd have gotten denied as well. So on we go. Ew, coffee. Oh my God, Meg. Don't make me. I love you to death. Don't make me not love you. Coffee. What are you talking about? Why would she lie? I don't know, Beach Babe, and I don't know that she did lie. My thing is with this is I think she said she got it on the 1112 camera. I think she could just be mistaken because there's other cameras there, and maybe had the addresses mixed up as to where the houses were. Is what I'm saying.
I just think
I don't believe that she lied. I don't believe she lied.
I think maybe just because they wanted us to, because we weren't believing the narrative, right? So I think she was trying to just go along, just to make us believe, yes, it's true. Like I saw it, it is true.
Well, that was no. That was at the beginning, Krista. That was not before we all got all weird about this. That was kind of early on.
It was.
Yeah, it was in one of her interviews she gave that she saw this and that, and she explained that they were doing their own investigation and all that kind of stuff. I can't remember if it was with Enton or if it was Olivia, but one of those two is where she made that statement. So it could be confusion. It just could be confusion. Now, understand one thing, though, that we were told, remember something. This 1112 camera, that's the one I want the worst. I want all of it. I want it from 9 o'clock the night before on the 12th till 1 o'clock the next day on the 13th. I want that whole thing. I want to see it all. Because I'm telling you, and I know I won't, because I'm telling you that camera, if it picked up the things we did here on it, has the absolute all truth and crime, the truth of the crime, and who was involved on it in some aspect. I'm telling you. So,
and why don't they have it? Or
they do have it. That's the thing you're not getting. They probably do have it. They're not going to give it to us because it tells us things that we're not supposed to know.
Like what they wouldn't put it in these reports, I guess, either, right? Or no, or they wouldn't.
No, of course not. Of course not. No. None of this is Krista. None of this. None of this is going to be truth, Krista. We're not going to get truth out of this.
Do you think, all right, so I don't know what this is different. This is different than Discovery, right? If you think that Discovery is going to be the same thing as or do you think there's more on that than there is? What would be Discovery? Because they're saying we don't have Discovery on Discovery. What is Discovery?
Discovery is everything about the case. Everything that is involved in the case.
We're reading all that, what we're reading and all that.
No, these are the Moscow reports. This should be part of Discovery, yes, but is it? I don't know. I don't know that Anne saw any of this. I would hope she would and did, but I don't know.
What the fuck are we missing? If there's something more to that, I'm just saying to prove to Brian. We know that all this is not beginning.
Every bit of evidence, or whether it's digital, verbal, whatever it is part of what Discovery should be.
Right,
now, are we going to get it all? I doubt it. Thank you, SRB. I appreciate that.
This is just listing. This is just telling us what Discovery would be.
These are the actual physical reports that were taken about everything, and this is from Moscow, not ISP. So everybody
like
knows.
cell phone records would be like Discovery, but this
Yeah.
is we have this. Okay, I gotcha.
Okay, so back to this. Arrived home around 1:30 or 2 o'clock. Dylan said that up to this nothing had happened. I read this. Sorry. Dylan said her friend. Yeah, let me get back to where I was. Sorry. When Mogan and Kaylee Gonsalves came home from the corner club at the same time and everyone went to bed. Okay, that's right. Dylan was asked about the layout of her home. I already went past this too. Sorry. Dylan said Xana lived closest to the bathroom on the second floor and Bethany lived on the first floor. When asked about Murphy, Dylan said it was a dog owned in common between Kaylee and her ex-boyfriend, Jack Decor. Said that there were no apparent issues between Kaylee and Jack Decor. Said Maddie had a boyfriend named Jake Schreiger, who was in Boise at the time.
Jake Schreiber. I saw that name. I didn't know where it came from. Okay.
At the time of the incident, Dylan indicated Xana was dating Ethan Chapin, who was in the room with her at the time of the incident. Dylan did not know if anyone who would want to hurt Ethan. When she was asked, Dylan was asked if she saw any cars in that area that should not be there, and Dylan said, "No, I was not really looking for that or at that." I'm sorry. Dylan said that she woke up at around 0400 hours on 11/13. Where she could hear Kaylee and Murphy, the dog, dancing. Dylan said that she knew it was Kaylee because she recognized her voice and could hear Murphy barking. Dylan said that she heard Kaylee go upstairs and say, "There is someone here." Dylan thought she heard Kaylee run back down the stairs. Now I'm going to stop right there. Okay, I'm going to stop right there because Eddie pointed this out earlier already. In one part of this, she says she knows she heard it as it was a factual statement. In another part, she says she thought she heard it. You can't have it both ways, kid. I'm sorry. You just can't. It's one or the other. And like I said, it's lies, in my opinion, that I have issues with there. Welcome back, Dylan. So there's that. So then we go to let me get back to my place again. She thought she heard Kaylee run. Dylan said she heard Kaylee go upstairs and say, "There's someone here." Dylan said she thought she heard Kaylee run back down the stairs. Dylan said Kaylee sounded scared when she made this statement. Dylan said at this time that she jumped up and locked her door because she did not know what else to do. Pick up the phone and call 911, idiot. Dylan said she called out Kaylee's name and did not indicate if she got a response. Dylan said that she then tried to call Kaylee, Xana, and Maddie on their phones. Dylan was asked if she saw anyone come downstairs or heard anything. Dylan said, "No, I don't even know how they got in. We're usually pretty good about locking the doors and never had a problem before. It was just really random."
She said today too, by the way.
Yes, she did. When asked again about the series of events, Dylan said she opened the door when she cried out to Kaylee, then closed the door because she was scared. Dylan said that she then opened the door again and heard who she thought was Kaylee, but could not. Wait a minute. Heard who she thought was Kaylee, but could have been Xana. See, now I'm going to stop there again. This bothers me. In the last paragraph during that statement, she says she knows it was Kaylee because she knows her voice. But then here at this point, she goes back and says that it but could have been Xana crying in the bathroom. She thought it was Kaylee, but thought you either know or you don't know. This is what I'm talking about when you're double billing this kind of thing. I don't like this.
Like bathroom upstairs or bathroom downstairs? She thought she heard. Did she specify?
It's the bathroom on the second floor. Docket was here. He left. SRB. But could have been Xana crying in the bathroom. Dylan said she then heard a man's voice say, "It's okay. I'm going to help you." Dylan said that it was weird because the statement was not in a nice way, and the voice was one she had never heard before. But again, I do have to point out again, folks, I can't ever get past it, that we found an episode of Vampire Diaries, which is in another statement she made that says word for fucking word the exact same thing. So I'm just going to leave that there, and you can stew on that. Dylan said that she called out to Kaylee again. There was no crying after, and she did not know what had happened after that. Dylan said she opened the door again, and the guy is right there. You gotta love that
Surprise!
one. Right.
Brian, what are you doing here, man?
He's
I'll do you a solid. I won't call 911. I got to give you 8 hours.
The thing is she said the guy, not a guy. Okay, so there's that too. Dylan described the male as approximately her height, 5'10", or a few inches taller, not skinny, but athletic build. Dylan said the suspect was wearing all black with masks. So he had 2 masks on.
2?
Or more, 1 or more. That says there's a plural there. That's crazy to me.
The DNA got through the double mask? How?
Yeah, I guess it did. That it only covered his forehead and goes around his face. Dylan showed with her hands the mask exposed his nose, but covered the mouth area.
What?
Dylan said that she believed the suspect was white, but did not remember eyebrow color or what his eyes looked like. What did you say?
What Jesus effing Christ? Sorry.
That's okay. I just didn't hear you.
I'm just sorry. I keep cursing.
Well, and this is something else too, guys. In another statement she made, she says that she knows he's white because she knows he's white. That's how she responded to that when they asked her, "Well, why do you know? How do you know he was a white guy?" Well, I know he was white because I just do. What is that? So okay. Anyway,
she was close enough to see eyebrows. What?
He doesn't remember eyebrow color or what his eyes looked like. Dylan said that when she saw the suspect, he saw her and just left. Dylan said she believed that he was holding something near his stomach or belt line. Dylan used both hands to point straight out from her abdomen. Dylan then moved her hands apart and back together to simulate a bulge. Dylan said that this area was black in color and she thought now maybe it was a gun. Dylan said the unknown object had an arrow shape. Dylan seemed really unsure and said that she was tired during the event. Bullshit. Dylan was asked how long she believed it was from the time that Kaylee said someone's here to when she saw the suspect. Dylan said she thought it was about 10 or 20 minutes.
Well, that just gets rid of Brian Koberger altogether.
Dylan went on to say that she was in and out of it. That's bullshit. I'm sorry. And that she did not fully remember the incident. Dylan was asked where the suspect was in the residence when Dylan saw him. Dylan said the suspect was between her bedroom door and the kitchen. Dylan said that she remembered. I mean, guys, if that's between the kitchen and the bedroom door, that's not even a 3-foot distance, and he's right in your face. That's something that'll never be believed by me. I'm sorry, but
in the
anyway.
very beginning on the news, they said they walked past each other, and I don't know. I didn't say which one of them. It just said the one of the victims that stayed alive, that was alive, or one of them had walked past them. So that was the very, very beginning. I thought, because like she said, oh, his eyebrows or something, and but we always have parties. This was like the very, very, very beginning when it was just us, people that watching the mainstream media. We just thought, oh, just the there his first place.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right, and good point, Moonlit. Because just because Dylan didn't recognize the perp's voice doesn't mean that the victim didn't know them. But Kaylee yelling "someone's here" sounds like she didn't either. So were Xana and Ethan the target, or is Dylan lying? Good point, Moonlit. Because I'm telling you, I swear and feel that it's some aspect that this is just my opinion. I know people have different opinions. That I've said this for a while that Xana and Ethan were the targets. There's people that believe they were all targets. There's people that believe that it was Kaylee that was the target.
I think
there's many different options here. I mean, if you look at everything the way it is, the physicality of it, Kaylee looks like the target. But I have issues with a lot of different little things to make those thoughts. So good point, and thank you, Moonlit. I appreciate that. Steve Farley, there's no way that she saw eyes and nose but didn't recognize Brian. Thank you. No. The dude has a unique nose. Well, she even said that she should have and would have noticed and recognized a nose like that. And she couldn't, guys, they showed her a photograph, and it wasn't really a lineup, but like a photograph picture of him, and pointed out, and she said she had no clue who that was.
Right.
That's a problem for me. If you were that close to him and you looked at his face, you're going to recognize even this part of somebody's nose in their eyes that's him.
It was
like would kill to have like a witness to the actual murder suspect, and she could actually point out who it would be, and it's a lie. Like this is like the best case she could have, the actual witness. So what this person looks like. The cops have a witness, and like you can't tell. She said it's not him. It's not. I don't know that guy. So like, I don't get it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. She denied even recognizing Koberger, but
It's the one big win Brian had through this process was the fact that Dylan didn't immediately come out and tell the cops that yes, that is the man I saw. I'm surprised she didn't. If you think back to the start of this and see how things have unfolded over the last 3 years, the fact that they didn't get her to say yes, like she didn't have someone in her ear, whether it was Hunter or Emily or Bethany or Steve, whoever it was, Bill Thompson saying, this is who we think it is. This is who we're pinning it on. Go with it. Say you saw him.
Yeah.
And then I don't think we're even at this point right now, because I think the public then goes, okay, we trust this girl. She survived it. She saw this man leave the house. We got his car. I don't think, Dago, you're talking about this with all of us right now. But the fact that she didn't, confidently come out and say, and they didn't get that on record, that, that's the man I saw. And she really couldn't, right? Because he had a mask on, but she could have buried him at that point. She could have said, those were the bushy eyebrows I saw. That's the man.
And that's the odd thing with this, Dylan. You're right.
Right. Yeah. And that's where it's like, okay, that this is the one time where we can point to where, Dylan doesn't seem to really buy into the cover up, right?
Right.
She doesn't play. She says, no, I'm not going to do this to this guy.
Or they had to back down or something a little bit, because then it would have became too obvious. Maybe, Dylan, that could be what it was, that there's already too many forks in the fire and we got to back up and pull one out and say, okay, we can't give her that much, because then they're going to catch on. Maybe that's it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So, but yeah, no, it is, her time frame, obviously, with Kaylee going up and down and what she saw and what she didn't see in the multiple interviews. I don't know what I missed a lot of your day today, 3 hours or so. So if you can give me a quick summary and the people that didn't get you earlier, what kind of the interview look like, some quick key points, if you could.
Okay. This interview is just like the second half. In fact, they melded them together in this video at some point. The other one that we saw first was the second part. Okay. It's the same thing. They basically he comes in, he introduces himself, and he says, he asks all the dumb questions, who are you? Where do you live? What's your name? All this stuff like that. So on and so forth. They just, put all that together, and then says, what happened that night, this and that. She tells the story about basically that's everything. It's another generic interview. It's bullshit.
Yeah, it's questioning from investigators that don't want the answers.
That's a good way to put it, my friend. Thank you.
Yeah, and that's unfortunately not great when you have people investigating crimes that the first lead investigator had to step back because of a conflict of interest. I'd love to know what that is, and why that is.
We all want to know why he left.
And then it becomes, okay, is this family related? And then you get Payne jumping in, and we have body cam of officers on the scene that seem to know what's going on before they arrive. So what kind of family connection? I just looked at the stats. There's 21,000 white people in Moscow. That's not that many. It covers about 85% of their population. That's not a big town. It's so yeah, when Dylan says she saw a white man, yeah, Dylan, the stats say you're probably going to see a white man in Moscow, Idaho at 4 a.m. But anyways, it is a small town, and these cops seem to be looped in. And if there was a conflict of interest from the get-go, and then you throw in another rookie cop who supposedly doesn't have a conflict of interest, now we get to dig a little deeper and basically say, okay, that conflict of interest has to be suspicious, and we have to look at why, who that person is. And if that's Jack going back to Boise, or if that's Hunter being at the scene, or if it's Dylan's, family members being, related to whatever it might be, we have to know why he recused himself in order to find the truth. That would be a great first step.
Which one was it that recused himself?
I don't even know. But I believe this was Payton's first big murder case.
His name was Ty Barrett. He showed up there on the scene at first, and then within 24 hours, Payne was brought on as lead investigator and became a detective overnight.
Right. So it was kind of like, oh, we're in a crappy situation. How are we going to wiggle our way out? Throw Payne to the wolves, and that's why I make fun of Payne. I don't think Payne. I haven't seen any evidence that would suggest, you know, him doing necessarily anything wrong outside of just kind of taking the bullets for Moscow Police Department. That lead investigator that had to recuse himself within 24 hours and was the first one on the scene, and you were the lead detective, first one there. What were you doing all day?
Well, we know that we found out that we all thought that he wasn't there at all. Payne was at MPD by 1 or so p.m. and he was doing interviews at the police station, and then went to the scene around 4 or 5 o'clock.
That alone doesn't make any sense. You have 4 people murdered inside of a house. You're a small Moscow police department. You have every officer. You have one dispatcher at the office, and everyone else is on scene figuring out what the hell happened.
I think at that point though, because Tyson Barrett, that's his name, was the lead, that they didn't need him on scene until that changed, I think. But yes, I agree. They should have had everybody there.
You hand it off to the next person in charge at the scene, which
they were calling other people in too, guys. They were looking for people. I heard them say, Gunderson get on his phone and say, "Hey, can you have such and such come into work?" And then they're looking for other people, so on and so forth. So yeah, that's true.
Wasn't Payne on a hunting trip or something?
We heard in the beginning that Fry and Payne together, or both, were out on hunting trips away from the area.
How did they get there by 1 o'clock? I mean, it couldn't have been that far.
I don't know. I don't know where they were, Krista. That's the thing. It could have been in another state. It could have been upstate, downstate. I don't know.
Like they're on a hunting trip, so they weren't here. It's a good alibi.
I mean, it's November. It is deer season, so I mean, it could be, but I don't know.
Speaking of alibi, I sent you a big super sticker, but I want people to be aware as the information comes out. Anyone surrounding the case that used Taco Bell or KFC or Jack in the Box as a 4 o'clock alibi was around the area at the time of the crimes. It's not been released yet. But those are the alibis that were used for some of these knuckleheads that were running around the Frat and King Road that morning.
And they were closed. Both places were closed, from my understanding, right?
No. I believe the Taco Bell one that they were able to provide receipts from, or get a receipt from, was open when they got there, or they were there before the 4 o'clock close, and then were able to just tell the cops, oh, we were still there, even though it was, a couple minutes down the street, and very well could be that 407 car or the 420 car or whatever. It's not like they're driving 45 minutes to get Taco Bell. It was 5 minutes away.
Right.
So it's like, so any of these alibis that's like so close to the murder time, it's like, okay, Moscow PD decided it was just after 4 o'clock. That's when we're pinning it on Brian. All you guys get your story straight. All right. So now everyone's going to have the same story. They're either at home sleeping, or they're out, if they couldn't prove they were at home sleeping because of these cameras. Okay. You guys were hungry. Well, it's like, you guys were partying all night. Who was driving around? Like, what's going on?
David Barracoa was the one that was driving everybody around that night. Remember that?
Right. So it's like, okay, what's going on? So again, bad investigation. It was just like, all right, we don't want to see the truth. But once those alibis start coming out, because Brian Koberger doesn't have an alibi, or at least didn't give us one, right? We didn't hear one from him. He didn't tell the Moscow police or FBI or anyone an alibi, to what we know. They didn't provide one when the court asked. They didn't need to. But these other kids that were at the scene, like Hunter's and Emily's, they all had to. They all had to you were with them earlier. Where were you at 4? And any of these guys that say they were out getting fast food in the middle of the morning, they weren't. They were either driving back to Boise like Jack Showalter to get away from the crime scene, or they were acting like they're getting fast food. And hopefully we can lock in on those people and then start to connect the dots of why the lead investigator stepped away, because he's probably connected to those kids.
I want to know what the conflict of interest was for him to have to do that. That's interesting too.
Let me just say that. Do you think
Real
the
quick,
oldest
real quick.
one.
Hold on, real quick. Allison White, congrats on 8 months. Happy anniversary. I appreciate you being part of the community and the family, dear. Thank you so much. Go ahead, Krista. I'm
Is
sorry.
it possible that they were having some kind of relationship with Kaylee? Maybe are they on that age? Are they the age?
If you think of a police officer's age, a young police officer, I mean, you can be a Moscow police officer, I don't know, at the age of what, 23, 24, 25. They very realistically could be having relationships or,
Yeah.
again, do we know that? No, but
I don't
it's
know.
college. If they're knocking on their doors, they know they live there. I mean, some of these guys aren't like bad looking dudes, right? Like
They look like little punks that would be in school. Like they look like punks. They like
yeah, so they like mesh in, and maybe even some of them were in those frats. Who knows? Like
why not? I
maybe
mean, like,
maybe that's the connection. Maybe he was a frat member in the same frat, the lead detective, 20 years ago, and
oh yeah,
it stems back from there. And it's like, oh, the suspects are, kids that I've met through frat things or something. Who knows? But we'll find out. Hopefully,
I
why?
mean,
Right.
things like those noise complaint things were so strange. Like I'm not strange, but like again, Hunter's at every single one. Hunter doesn't live there, but he comes to the door every single time. He's in every video. But they also seem very like cool.
Yeah, but he didn't know Kylie. Remember, he doesn't know who Kylie is. That's interesting to me.
Yeah.
Dylan Moore, yeah, I like where you're tracking.
Yo, I'm just seeing
with
this picture
the
of Dylan,
alibi
and
thing.
You
that
can't
that
be
is
doing that. Come on,
really.
That is
if that comes out to be true,
absolutely absurd. I get yelled at online on Twitter for making fun of her, but you got her with those big old ears crying.
I love it. Well, because like
Did you hear what he said, Dylan? What Kane said to you?
You can't lie and get away with it. Sorry, sweetheart.
yeah, it's all
Now
going
with
to
4
come
dead
out.
bodies.
Go ahead, Kane.
The moral court of law at this point.
I think he heard me, right?
Yeah. I like it too. I agree with Eddie.
So
that's
can
all I got
can we
for you,
take a
Felix.
little
Yeah, have a good weekend.
sidebar?
Yeah, go ahead.
Real quick. What size shoe does Brian Koberger wear? Do we know?
Well,
I mean, everybody knows everything about him.
I think when they went to his house in Pennsylvania and they pulled everything out, I think it was size 12. I think.
Okay, so the elephant in the room is Dylan. The elephant in the backyard is those footsteps. You have fresh footsteps in the snow leading up to allegedly where a killer entered the house that are size 13 to 15, if I'm not mistaken.
That's a tall person, I think.
Can we track those and figure out where they lead? Do they lead to that house up there on the hill above them?
There's
or
two sets.
Isn't that the same route that the frat guys beat a path to back and forth to 1122?
Yes, and there's 2 sets actually of prints that were found. One goes out the back slider, goes out around the stump, comes down around towards the front of the house, and then another set breaks off and goes up the hill towards the Queen Road apartments, the back portion of those. And so Meg says they were between 13 and 14 inches, not shoe size. So whatever that breaks down to be between, I don't know how the breakdown is on that. If they're 13 to 14 inches, what does that make the actual shoe size?
I thought it was like 13.
It's not exact. I know it changes it.
Yeah, it's something. I don't know.
Did they ever say that these are Brian's footprints? Did they
The thing is where do they go?
I think
and
it goes.
Why is it?
Right.
Does it end at the end of the fence? Where the sidewalk ends? Where do they go?
I know they go in the beginning. One of the body cams, they show 2 officers on the back side of that tree line there, Kane, to the left of the back patio.
Yeah.
And they're looking at footprints over there. There's a set of footprints that goes that direction. I don't know where they stop, end, or where they go. But then we have the other set that goes around the stump, down around towards the front, and then off they go. So, yes, where do they go in both aspects?
And we're dealing with the FBI here. Sorry, Krista. Let me finish my
You're
thought.
good. You're good.
We're dealing with the FBI here, who finds flecks of carpet within the carpet of a dirty car floor and can identify what store it was bought at on what day.
Yes.
And so we have these tracks, we have latent footprints, we have all kinds of stuff that beyond the shoe size, there's no further information or apparently investigation.
Right.
That's a big foot. Is that even possible?
That's, I mean, yeah, Shaq wears sizes that big, but
I was going to say, is it Shaq? Shaq, are you there? Wow.
that's a big kid. Big kid. Big person. Big adult. Whatever it is. Anyway, but yeah, Kane, that's a good point, my friend.
Yeah, good point.
Very good point.
And there's also a guy that one of the last body cams he played that was going from the roof to the balcony, and he seemed like it was at Tyson that he seemed like he was doing an actual investigation.
Yeah, that poor guy.
Are you following me? Do you know which one I'm talking about?
I think so. Yeah. I'm putting it back together.
So it does show that within the bad, there probably still is some good. Somebody trying to do their job. I think there's a dark side in every force.
Maybe.
And the thing is, whether it's the majority and the minority, they run by power. They have something on everyone, or you don't turn against the gang kind of thing. And so here, I think it's very prevalent that you don't go against the grain.
There you go.
Maybe the conflict. Maybe he just said, this is screwed. They're not doing it. Maybe he stepped away because it's called a conflict because he knew they weren't doing the right thing.
Robin Proud said that, I don't know if this is true, but that she heard that the initial detective, Tyson Barrett, their child had a conflict with one of the victims. Well, that would make perfect sense and good reason. So that's interesting, though. That's real interesting, though. I'll just say that. Welcome, Lauren Ash, 333. Thank you for being here. Could be chunky combat boots. Well, see, that's the thing I pointed out to you guys yesterday when we were looking at those footprints on the outside and the footprints that are in the kitchen. They look like the bottom of like the Doc Marten boots or any other boots that most police officers wear. So it's hard to tell 100% whose footprints are whose. It's interesting though because of the boot print. Okay, I'll just put it that way. And then
so it's a boot print that's leading up to the back door.
The ones on the back look like a boot. You know how it's got like the block prints on the bottom.
Heel,
yeah. They look like those. And then in the ones in the snow that I broke down when I blew it up as big as I could, and it's what it looks like to me. But the weird thing is that that's the same print that you see marked off on the kitchen floor when they do the body cam walkthrough. That Corbin points out as well. Same prints, and he points that out about the back of them too. But then I turned around and looked at the Doc Martens and remembered the ones I had. And mine, the ones that are in the living room, had the same print. So how do we know, other than the size of them, obviously, who's who?
And weren't undercovers parked back there somewhere on that side road? Weren't they parked there at one point? Or am I wrong?
Weren't who?
The undercover car parked over.
They were driving around that all night long. So
who's to say that wasn't? Oh my God!
Well, my point is, they go add the boot print to the flashbang to the "I'm here to help you."
Yeah, who would say that?
I know that. I already know where you're at, bro. I've been there. Yes, I get it.
Comment. I'm here to help. I'm a police officer.
Miss Nina said the boot print with the evidence marker has an S in the heel. Okay, is that for what? Skechers? Maybe. Skechers boots, which I did have a pair of those about 10 years ago. They do make like
they make them like that, right?
I used to wear like it's not they're not. I always everybody calls them combat boots, but like a military police grade boot. Skechers made some too.
Yeah, I could picture them.
I had a pair of those. They're stupid comfortable. That's why I got them. Okay, when I was a first responder. So that could be it, Nina. Thank you for that. I didn't see that, but that could be it in some senses. But still,
are they sure they're not like seeing their own prints? I'm not just maybe like they forgot one of them walked back there and like, oh, that could be.
Well, we don't. But they're inside the house. They're on the outside of the house. And one of the officers points them out. That's kind of an issue.
Yeah.
They don't match as far as Skechers go. Okay, good to know. Well, then there's another brand or something. Is it an actual S, Nina, or is it like a? I haven't seen that one for some reason.
There's also Spalding and maybe Starter.
Starter, Spalding as a shoe. Well, yeah. Good point.
Boots, don't they? No, wait. I think don't.
I'm trying to think of a boot company that would have
Let me ask. I'm gonna ask my cop friend.
Maybe like a hiking. I don't know. I'm gonna have to look into that. Thank you, Nina. I had no idea about that. That's interesting. If Rosie had to leave to catch up with Tesdale, he went out to the back up, out the back and up the hill. Oh, okay. Solomon tactical boots. Thank you, Lauren. That's interesting. I will look that up. Interesting. Thank you, Lauren. This is why we do this, you guys. Tiger Fight, you or Sorrel. Okay. I either wore Magnums or I had those. Magnum was a brand that I wore, or I had the Skechers because my wife bought them for me because they were stupid comfortable, and they were. I will look that up. Size 17 is a big size. 18 is even bigger. So whoever this is a very large person, folks. Okay.
Curtis Blue tactical.
At least one of them is, and nobody that I've ever seen around that house is that tall.
That's like, yeah, that's it. Dylan's tall, but I don't know if like.
No, nobody's that tall. Like,
yeah, I know. I'm just saying. Like,
it is size 18 foot. Yeah, Rosie is tall. That's a good point, Paco.
Well, that's the thing. Did the police in their amazing investigation ask anyone their shoe size when they have these?
I doubt it.
When they have these tracks leading up to the back door where the killer came in.
That's what I'm saying, dude. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. And ask Wazowski, retired police officer, wouldn't that be something you guys would ask in an investigation, Senior? You know, checking people's shoe sizes, knowing that this is an outlandishly large size, mind you. Okay.
Safari Land. He said they wear Safari.
It's like the Metallica song. Nothing else matters but Mortenson's testimony.
Yeah, right. There you go. There you go. Sasquatch. Right, Debbie. That's huge. The first thing I'd be doing is looking for a very large person with a very large foot. And that person would be one of my suspects immediately.
What size does Loach wear?
Safari Land.
No idea. I don't even know how tall I've not seen Loach, Barracoa, or any of these guys like to be able to tell their size.
Well, you know as well as I do, Dago, that this generation is freakishly tall. Like even the girls are now,
steroids and all the shit.
6 foot tall, get to 6 foot tall, and
everybody's mutated, right? Yes. Tiger Pipe says every time I had to get my shoes for my ex, I'd joke and had to go to guy. Right. I got you. I have a couple friends that
Safari Land. They wear Safari Land Curtis Blue line. That's what they wear. One of the brands is Safari Land. That's an S, but
whoever was in the backyard could have also been the one who handprints were on the window. Well, I don't. Okay, Cat Lady, that's a good point, but they don't match. The hands don't match feet. Let me put that there. Because they said that they were child-sized hands, which is probably just a tiny female, and then those feet belong to like Bigfoot. So just saying, it's pretty wild, folks. Let me finish reading this real quick here, though.
Yeah.
So Dylan said she believed the suspect was white, but did not remember eyebrow color or what his eyes looked like. Dylan said that when she saw the suspect, he saw her and just left. Dylan said she believed that he was holding something near his thigh. I read all that. Sorry. Dylan was asked how long she believed it was from the time Kaylee said someone is here to when she saw the suspect. Dylan said she thought it was about 10 or 20 minutes. Dylan went on to say that she was in and out of it and that she did not fully remember the incident. And I'm calling bullshit on that. Because when she goes and makes the statement to the police officer the next day and the story she told, the very animated story she told that Jack DeCore, she didn't miss a beat, folks. Think about that. Remember that, okay? Both the stories were very on point, though, especially the one she told Jack. Like in his face, very animatedly telling this story piece by piece by piece till they shut her down. And the one she gave on the body cam was very clear and clear. There was no in and out of it, so I don't believe that. Dylan said she thought she was in and out of it, and she did not fully remember the incident. Dylan was asked where the suspect was at the residence when Dylan saw him. Dylan said the suspect was between her bedroom door and the kitchen, that little hallway there. There's no room to be away from that, far away at that point. Dylan said that she remembered watching the suspect go out the kitchen door and leave. Again, I feel like she had to step out of a room to get around that corner to see that, but okay. Dylan said that at this time that she closed her door, locked it as fast as she could. Dylan said the suspect did not walk toward her or say anything. Dylan said that once the suspect left, she immediately called Bethany. Dylan said that Bethany informed her she heard a sound that sounded like a firework.
Where's the burn marks on the floor, too, by the way? There's something with fireworks. Think about it.
Dylan then said she told Bethany she called everyone and they are not answering. Dylan said she was in and out of it. Again, she says that and believed everyone was just asleep. Dylan said that she then went to Bethany's room, locked the door, and went to bed. Untrue, we know that. Dylan said she woke up around 11 or 1200 hours and called her roommates. This is another lie. And no one answered. Dylan said she called Hunter. Hunter came to the residence, went upstairs, told Dylan they needed to call law enforcement immediately. Dylan was asked if there was anything else she wanted to share. And Dylan said that the noise Bethany described the noise as a loud boom.
But Dylan didn't hear it. Okay.
Which is again not true if you're talking about a firework or a popping sound.
Too. The ground would have burn marks on it or something. You know what I mean?
If that's what happened, yeah, but I don't believe that's what happened, so I don't think that's even an issue there. But Dylan did not hear it. Dylan, I was asked. Go ahead, buddy.
Sorry. Well, I was going to say real quick back to Dyson Mortenson there.
Yeah,
it's the keep it simple, stupid method. If you weren't asleep at home, you were at Jack in the Box. You were at Taco. I'm sorry, I just wanted to spit that out while it was in my head.
What happened?
You got a Dago down. It's you and me, Krista. Krista, you're coming Saturday for the 50th anniversary of the Purge extravaganza. It's going to be a star-studded event with red carpet.
Oh, I will be there.
50th?
You won't be there?
No, I will be there. Yes.
Good. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. I sent you an email, I think.
Make sure you wear your evening attire. It's going to be a very formal event.
I'm pretty dressed. I can wear a pretty dress.
Well, I didn't get an invite. What the hell?
Well, yeah, I was waiting till you got back, Dago. I thought we had to go down.
No. I just went over the other side.
Miss Potts will be joining us for that, a special StreamYard event for her. Oh, nice. So, yeah, you're going to have to wear your tux and put on your finest gear.
Cool.
What about my bra t-shirt?
Wear your Bama gear. Wow. That'll work.
Gotcha. Okay, sounds good. Appreciate it.
Well, that'll be fun.
So,
8 o'clock Saturday night.
8 o'clock, okay.
Saturday, 8 o'clock. Okay, well, I'm not doing that.
Yes, about 9 o'clock, because I do all my goofy stuff.
Where are you at? Are you on Central, Eastern, or Pacific time?
I'm on Eastern, yeah. So, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Okay. So, it's 401 here, right? 401 where you're at?
Right now, I'm at 40. Yeah, my clock's 5 minutes.
We're on the same time. Good to know. Thank you. Thanks for the invite. Where was I? One more time said that she.
So wait, where does the bushy eyebrows come from?
It never. That came from law enforcement. That was never.
I mean, she literally says, "I don't know what color his eyebrows were." I don't know. It sounds like she doesn't know anything about his eyebrows. Yet they went ahead and inserted that in there.
Well, we got 2 more interviews of hers, and if they show them,
true.
I'm curious to see if they come out now. But if they don't, I'm telling you that's a law enforcement insertion. That's my opinion. Yeah. Insertion. Sorry, that's my opinion.
And one more thing I noticed about this document is that to see him go out the door, it's like you said, she would have had to seen him go down the stairs, and then I followed him down to see where he went. But there's none of that. She just says she stands at the cracked door and looks out. Terrifying.
But yeah, and if she watched him walk out that back slider, I'm telling you, based on the setup of the house, from what I remember, I might be wrong, but I'm pretty sure. He walks by her, he stops and looks at her in the hallway, supposedly there in front of her room. But then that hallway kind of angles to the left to get to that slider. So I think you'd have to step out of your room to watch him walk out the door. That's my point.
Yeah, because she can't really see down the stairs from her doorway is my point.
The slider.
And she's very specific on the details like that. All the stuff. So, you were drinking Borg all night and getting totally wasted, but anytime they ask her a question, the lead up is always, well, pretty much.
Yeah.
So that's like a sarcastic way of saying, yes, you idiot. This is the story. Like, this is how pretty much, she's being smarky or whatever. smarmy and
babyish.
Yeah.
Babyish too. Like I don't know. On the 911 call, she's like, "Can I just tell you like what happened?" Like trying to get out of her like what's going on. And she's like, "Can I just tell this story about 4 o'clock in the morning?" And the 911 officer's like, she's like, "Well,
it's like a tell basically because you're anytime you're lying, you're using it as a crutch to get the story rolling."
Right. Good point.
And she didn't call her. Hunter's son was there, so she had to call Emily.
Well, and this is I'm a little confused with this here. Hunter talks about how he left the phone there. I think it was Friday night.
Mm-hmm.
Did he get it Saturday morning when they were hanging out before all this went down, or did he get it Sunday after all this happened? That's what I'm lost and confused about.
He had a phone in his hand. He had a phone in his hand in the body cam footage.
Right. So I think that when he mentions that, guys, that he means that he left it there Friday night, the night they had the 100+ people in the house, I guess, and then he got it back maybe the next day before when they were all hanging out doing the pre-tailgating or whatever the hell he called it. Before that night. That's what I think. Because there's no talk of him getting it back, going in there Sunday or any of that kind of stuff. So that's something that I wanted to like put out there just to make sure that is understood.
And Emily's like they were on speakerphone, so they did definitely called Emily's phone. But,
yeah. They called Emily because she's friends with Emily, and then Emily sent Hunter said he bolted over there real quick and all that. So yes. Yeah, his phone was not there that night. That's kind of what I thought. So he must have gotten it the next morning when he came over there before they went tailgating, all that shit. That's kind of a point I wanted to make sure.
Okay. Never left this. Okay.
I think there's a lot of people that are confused about that, folks. Mm-hmm. And yeah, that's what I want to clarify so everybody gets that and doesn't get more confused. So there you go.
Well, that's
okay. Dylan was asked if any other roommates shared any weird experiences in the last couple of weeks. Or calls or texts, and Dylan said no. Right there, she lies because in another statement, she tells them that the door was kicked in or whatever the hell it was, and then the washing machine's running, and that Kaylee's experiencing a stalker or something. All these things are stated, but here she says no.
Nobody in the woods.
They got her mind.
Yeah, no woods.
And then she even goes as far as to say it's been all normal. Bullshit.
But then Jack DeCour says that there was a weird van. He actually took a picture of it. That's how weird it was. That was part.
Many people have said this in reports, guys, that we've read that there was an issue with somebody in the tree line and this and stalker and all that, but that's not brought up here.
Well, the reason that I liked where Doc and Dakota and Dylan Moore were going with their investigation is that there's as less concern in a quadruple capital unaliving case than there is in a even a speeding ticket investigation.
A noise complaint too. They ask more questions with the noise complaint. Crazy.
Welcome, Gaia. Good to see you. Everyone is repeating this story about a shadow. And the Winco thing as if it's an official story that they've been fed to tell. That's a good point, Gaia. Good point. I agree with that because it is. It's like every person they spoke to tells almost the same exact version of that story, you guys. Think about that. Like it was handed to them and said, make sure you say this. Make sure you throw this in. Make sure you put that in. Make sure you throw this part in. I mean, it almost sounds that way to me. I mean, dead serious. So
it can really look like the target too, though. You know what I mean?
I mean, it could be setting it up. Yeah, setting it up to draw them to that suspect as a person. But that's a no-name person, so it's easier. You know what I mean? That's almost an exact words, and that's a very good point, Gabe. If you look at that, folks, it happens with almost every interview that was given. Yes.
It's an awfully scary story. Like that guy tried to get in your car or whatever. Like that was he followed you out. Like why is this guy not? But I don't know. That's just like very scary that somebody like. I don't know. She said he was at her car or followed her out to her car. Like, why would do that?
I think he was just trying to talk to her because he thought she was attractive. I mean, I would have done the same thing if I've done that kind of thing. You see somebody, you want to talk to them, but it doesn't go into any danger zone from what parts of the story I've heard. It doesn't say he tried to assault her. He didn't make any weird movements towards her or any of that stuff. So I just feel like that was I feel like that was over exaggerated to some aspect. That's all I'm saying.
They probably get hit on a lot. They're great, beautiful women. Like they're beautiful girls. Like and around a college town. They got hit on all the time. You know?
People.
That's the thing about that story is everyone knows that story.
Everybody,
except for nobody knows Kylie.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah, the separation is interesting. Agreed, bro. Agreed. They don't know her, but they know the story. Thank you.
That's so weird. You're right.
Huge point. Huge point. Remember that too.
I thought they were all very close. Like, I don't know. I thought they were all closer than this, but like.
And I said from the beginning they weren't. They were not even in the same circle of friends, which is odd to me how they ended up together in the same house. But hey.
And that one picture makes them look. That picture taken on that day makes them look like, I'm telling you, like a family.
Well, I mean, it was because they were all hanging together at that point because they were in the same house. That's all that is to me, folks. It's nothing more than that. It doesn't show it shows it like they're friends, but
that's I mean, I think they wanted us to see this picture. That picture is this main picture we ever always see. Just showing how close they are, how close they are, how close they are. Like they couldn't have done that. You know, Dylan couldn't be lying because look how close they are. Look how close they are.
Yeah, they're not at all. Not at all. So
especially Ethan and Hunter. I mean, he's not. I don't know. Maybe he's just not a freak out or a freak out person. I don't know. I don't know, man. He just saw them slain, and he's just as like, I don't know. Maybe he was in shock. I don't know, but his reactions are just very. They're all just very nonchalant in that house. The whole crime scene just seems weird to me. And then somebody's like, maybe they're just quiet out there. Maybe they just don't speak. Maybe they're just not very, you know. I said, no, I've seen their parties. Like, I mean, he's like, maybe they just don't. They're just quiet people. Maybe they're not like Jersey. Maybe they don't freak out like we do. I'm like,
they're not quiet people.
No, I've seen other crime. It's like I've been watching other body cam things on that channel and other crime scenes, like investigations, and people are like losing their minds. It's like I don't know.
Well, that's a good point, Kristen. It goes back to saying when I say it's the KISS, it's keep it simple, stupid. Is you have your two stories. It covers a wide swath of people. You were either asleep or you were eating. And that way they know if anything deviates from it, that's the person to attack. And they can bring people down easily, making you sound crazy, making you look guilty also as well, you know.
And all the weird things that happened after all this, the accidental death.
Don't forget that there was a fight that night, right? We've heard this.
Funny. It's funny because that's never brought up in any reports, videos, interviews, nothing, Kane.
There's two things to that because the house next door is called the Shark Tank, where we've shown of almost every division, every individual chapter of Sigma Chi fraternity has this fight club that I think used to be more of a sporting event that might have been sanctioned by the school, but it became too insurance heavy, so they started doing it underground.
That's weird.
And actually, Jen just sent me another video of the fight club where they actually fought in a ring back in 2012. And there was one in Vegas also, Krista. If you haven't, I know it's hard to watch all 5,000 hours of my show, but we played where a guy, I think it was in Vegas, in the boxing ring, he lost his life. So I think that was the beginning of the end of the sanction thing, and then it became King of the Hill. So one guy would fight all the competitors, and then he would be the king. That's the guy who walks in to the grub truck video in the tank top when it's 40 degrees out.
Oh shit! I didn't know they had a fight club.
And so, what are the chances that I think it's a combination that something went wrong at that fight club? The police somehow got involved in it, and then they ended up staging. There's a good chance that this didn't even happen at that house. It's just made to look like some kind of Charles Manson event, and then we'll just pin it on one guy. You guys were sleeping. You guys were at Jacobite. It's like it's as simple as professional football. You got to look back to when you were playing Nerf ball on the street. Go to the Buick, and I'll throw it to you. And as long as you keep it simple, then the story works. And everybody's covered. Nobody ggets blamed.
I always have struggled with the fact of it happening somewhere else. I'm not saying you're wrong, dude, and I respect your feelings on it. You know that. I can't get, it's too much. I think it's too, I've heard stories, other creators have put out stories that it happened at Linda Lane. They were all put in the back of a U-Haul, taken back over there and then set up. And I can't get to that. I can't go there. I'm
leaning more towards the original incident, went too far, got carried away. Yeah. Maybe Ethan or Xana were hurt in a fight. Like you hear, no, Xana, no. And then they were taken back. And in that process, then the second thing happened. So I don't know. Carrying a body is not an easy task. And especially through a neighborhood. But then again, you've got that back entrance where people can't see what you're doing.
Yeah, see, that's what my issue is carrying, especially one that has been.
Ethan's a big dude too.
Deceased is dead weight is very heavy, folks, and it's a mess. That's a messy situation, and there's still people moving around outside all night long. Yeah. So it'd be too much of a chance to take, in my opinion, to be seen doing this. Like somebody could drive by, you don't know that, and they watch you carrying bodies inside the house. Like what the fuck? That's crazy. Like I would stop right there and be like, "Yo, hey."
Or you could have people wandering around the streets, but nobody saw anything or anybody. But here we finally see Molly McHippler walking around 1122 for 15 minutes on camera.
And I'm going to give you something real quick, you guys. This is a little Dago insight here, okay? And I've been struggling keeping this away from my theory as to what happened. I'm really way too risky. Yes, RB, I agree. I really feel strongly about this. Molly's situation, nobody trusts her, nobody believes her. I'm one of them people, but we see in the video, we see her walk down to the end of the road there, look around, she's on her phone texting something, obviously, and then she turns around and comes back up. We remember Rosie and Tesdale's testimony about driving in circles. We know they were patrolling that specific area for a while. And then Rosie says that he noticed 3 or 4 people or 4 or 5 people, whatever it was, a group walking towards that house. He also saw Molly's taillights parked over there behind that, up in that parking area. My brain, because I think in thousands of different ways, trying to figure shit out all the time. What if Molly brought the killers there and she's out looking around, making sure everything's cool? They go in the house and then off she goes, and those people left on foot down the back stairwell through the back parking lot. I'm not I'm not very far away from believing that.
No, I believe I actually what you just said makes a lot of sense, because how else would they have gotten there? We didn't see the car. You know what I mean? We have a car.
They could have walked, but go ahead, Kane, real quick. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. I'm listening. What I don't know if we talked about on your show or another that it came up that people use DoorDash as a cover to do robberies and to slang stuff.
And drug dealers do it here too. They've been caught plenty of times.
Gosh, does that fit perfectly or what? And
it does. It does.
And she very likely or very well could have been the person that drove the people to the house or whatever, and went out the back door. It's great.
Well, here's the thing, guys. Here's the thing. If she pulled up in that back parking area where they're trying to claim that her car was side by side with Brian's, we all know that's bullshit now. But anyway, if she pulls up back there behind, it's nighttime, it's the trees are cover up, 4 people, 5 people, 3, 4 people, I'm gonna call 4. Get out of the car. It's a Subaru. It can hold many. Walk down the hill, right into the back fucking door. Boom, boom, boom. Somebody stays outside. She gets in the car after a few minutes. She claims she's looking for the house. I called bullshit on that long ago. She goes down the end of the road. She's looking around. She's texting somebody. Everything's good. We're cool. Gets in her car. She's off. Maybe she was picking him up somewhere else after the thing was over. We don't know that. Nobody ever checked her car for DNA of the victim. Nothing like that. Just saying.
It's like
And one of them was blonde. One of them was blonde, folks. Remember
Yeah,
that,
but she
that
worked at
Rosie said that. And her girlfriend, Jeanette, I think
she
it's
worked
Jeanette.
at she worked at the friggin' Jack in Box. I heard that Jeanette Brown, Janelle or
I don't
something.
know, Braun. Yeah, I don't know if she worked
Yeah.
where she worked, but she's an asshole and she's a rough and tough. You know,
I mean, yeah, I think
there's no way to doubt that a woman could do this, folks. Either. Just telling you.
or one of them. Yeah, I mean, she could.
And
be
her friend lives around that area somewhere too. Molly was walking her dog somewhere around there. I mean, these little things. Eventually, you got to say, okay, maybe this could be this. Maybe this could be that. Maybe this could be that. I can't let it go past my mind that she could have brought the people there. That's all I'm saying.
I honestly believe that makes, because I think that it was them that, I think it was them that I think that group of people is capable of doing this type of murder. It's vicious. And
let's throw a bunch of people's names together that we've seen all over the internet. Janelle Brown.
Right.
Nick Mowich. That's another name that got thrown out there recently. And Farley, maybe. I don't know. There's a bunch of other people's names you could throw into this mix and say, here they are. These people are all associated with Molly.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Just
she's an easy liar.
What better? I'm sorry.
She's just an easy liar. Like she's going to lie for people. She's been in trouble. CIs will lie. Not lie. CIs will snitch you out in a fucking heartbeat to get out of a freaking, she should be in jail for her charges she has. She's definitely been a CI for a long time. She's definitely the perfect person for them to use to do this. And especially if you have a cop that's circling the block, who's going to have the balls to do that unless they know that they know? I don't know.
I mean, you don't know. Like, they're not paying attention to that, in my opinion. And if they're not stopping them, there's people walking around all night long.
You're right. Like, they're not going to think anything of it. People walking in the house. I mean,
yes.
All the time.
It's a distraction. Yeah, it's a perfect distraction. What a better distraction than to have somebody walking around the neighborhood while you do something at the target house.
Right.
Good point.
I mean, thing for them to all be
same with the guys over at the band field. They know that they were distracted at some point over there for this, that, and everything else. There's a lot of different things and angles with this, folks. But that one has been stuck inside my head for a while that I cannot let go of it after I heard some certain other things, is all I'm saying.
Well, the mom.
What did you hear?
Weird, acting how weird.
Share with the group. Share with the class. There you go.
No. It's just everything. I think we all know when Molly's got brought into this situation at the very end of this whole thing. I was like, okay, I don't believe much of anything she says because of what we know about her being who she is. I think that she threw that out there at some point in the police station about, I got to testify. I saw Brian, blah, 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 to get out of a DUI. I'll say that much. But once we read the testimony from Tedsdale and Rosie and all that shit, I was like, wait a minute now. Hold on. They saw 3 or 4 people walking towards the house. It's a certain time of the night. Didn't really pay attention to them because I didn't see open containers, knowing that at the same time that her taillights are seen by the same guys, that she's in that area at that time. And then this goes down. Come on.
I know. And
something's not right.
Another thing that's been talked about is the foosball table or the throw cup table or whatever.
The pong table, right?
Pong, yeah, a beer pong. It's okay. First of all, it's in the way of everything.
Oh, yeah.
So that seems staged.
Of course.
Because it's from a party on Friday night, but yet a whole day's gone by and nobody even moved it a foot to take it out of the walkway. Right. Everybody just kept going around it.
And there's the cups never fell. Like when you're dancing with Murphy, the cups didn't fall off of the table.
Listen,
like
in defense of that, you guys, and I'm not trying to be mean when I say this, but we saw the rest of their house. They were not the cleanest kids. They they were partying all day Saturday, the next day. Yeah. That could be part of that too.
But think about
I never did like the positioning of that table. I would have never put it there. And knowing that there was people running through there too is a little odd. Yes. There's no way that it was knocked over.
I agree that it's a Herculean effort to clean that house between the dishes and the bathrooms. It looks like it was done on regularly.
Well,
at least portions of that guest bathroom looked like it'd been a minute.
There's a couple of them that were clean and the rest of them really weren't. But remember, Dylan said we did a deep clean.
Right.
Remember that? So, yeah.
I mean, it looked like a house at the party. They just didn't clean up after our party. It didn't look like a murder house. You know what I mean? Until we sprayed the amino black, but it just looked like a party they didn't clean up. But again, that
Right,
table,
but cleaning aside,
yeah,
the table is in the walkway between the levels. So anyone with half a brain, that table weighs 5 pounds, you could just slide it right over.
Yeah.
Anybody, you would just slide it right over so you could come and go.
The cups would fall right off. One end was completely off with no beer spilled in it. The
Well,
other end completely set up and nobody knocked it over.
We don't know that though, because there was 8 hours to clean things up and put everything right back the way it was if they needed to. So
weird. It looks weird that you left those cups. If they never touched it after that night. Those cups are so at the very, very edge. They're so light. You walk 5 feet away from it, so they're gonna fall off because there's nothing in them. It's just weird. They definitely set those ones up.
Nothing has a good point here, guys, because there's photos that we saw way earlier on where you don't see it in the night of the 12th when they're taking pictures there. So when was it set up?
Wait.
They were taking pictures right in front of that minibar thing they had with the lights on it, and there's no table there.
The kids were, or you mean like
the girls were? Yes.
Oh, so there's pictures. Oh, are you kidding me? See,
I wouldn't shoot you. You're my favorite turd. Sorry.
No, it's just, it's just fun. Sometimes I find out these information.
No, there were other photographs. She's right that were taken of them. I think in their dresses and all that stuff for the fake formal that they didn't go to on Friday night. They had their own party instead. So, which is something else that's interesting. A whole other topic with Dylan going and getting Katie to go to this formal that they never went to. So, just saying. There's a lot of things that bug me about that too. That's all.
A lot of hours to drive to go beg somebody to go to a dance that you're not going to go to.
It is. It is very much so. Yes.
And we weren't that good of friends. And the fact that there's nothing. They haven't talked to the family. Bethany and Dylan, I've talked to them twice. How in the fuck do you not talk? You're not that close to them. You went to the house. You felt comfortable enough to go to her house and beg her to come to a thing. You know what I mean? But then, how are you not speaking? And then Bethany and Dylan don't speak. It's like, wow. So I mean, I don't know. If you're guilty, you're going to want to get as far away from these people as possible. If you're not, then you'd want to be all. I would think that you would be bonded together for life, and you would be close with the families because.
Well, that's what I said the other day. Yeah, when we watched that Nunez body cam footage, there's definitely a degree of separation there. Bethany's way on the other side of the street. This and that. She's not even there when they're doing the 911 call, so on and so forth. And she doesn't come over there until the officer basically kind of makes them all come together. Why? Okay. I'm telling you, if you're a woman, and I'm not saying women are different than men. I'm not trying to change that aspect, but they are. Women bond in ways that men don't. So you're spent the night in a bedroom, scared to death of a situation. You're all night together.
Yeah.
You should be hugged up together right now, in my opinion, and supporting each other, but they were nowhere near each other. And that told me that Bethany was uncomfortable with that situation, and Dylan, in my opinion. I'm just telling you, that's how I felt.
I think Jack didn't want to be around Dylan. I don't think anybody looked like they wanted to be around Dylan.
What better example of distancing yourself than Hunter Johnson saying Kylie when he spends 24/7 at that house.
You know her name, bro. Stop lying. That's
absolutely.
Yeah, that pissed me off. And we've had that happen many a times with him. Jack Showalter saying he doesn't know her, even though he spent hours talking to her at the corner club that night and then walked to the grub truck with her. You're a liar too, bro. You know who she is. There's other people that claimed that they didn't know who she was either. I don't get that. There's something to that, I think, and an issue with it.
I remember the one girl's like, I went home because I thought something felt off, and Hunter locks his door because something felt off. Scary. It's like, what? Okay, what do you mean? What would me like?
Is there any chance that the police have the corner club footage from the night?
Yes, they do.
And is there a chance that we'll see?
They do. They do. As far as us seeing it, I doubt it. Okay. They have everything, bro. They have everything that exists. And will we see it? Probably not. No. Just like we won't see full footage from the 11-12 camera because it shows truth, in my opinion.
Is it illegal to call the people, like the owners of the homes that are robbed by it and ask them for the footage or anything? Is it illegal to call them and say, can we see the rest of the footage? You know what I mean? Like 1122.
We've all been doing, Krista. We've all been. We've all been trying to FOIA this
No,
information.
like calling the actual people that own the home that had like the cameras footage that we're not saying. We know that.
Yeah, they've been people that have done it already, and they've already people have tried it, and they've said that law enforcement told them not to share it with anybody. So,
oh, fuck. Okay.
and I'll be honest with you that it's probably in some aspects it's probably been destroyed. Think about that.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. I love
And
it.
remember, there was 17 days it took them to get the 11/12 footage, and there was a bunch of issues with it. And I'm telling you, it's because things were removed, things were changed, things were destroyed. In my opinion, that's all I'm saying.
Man, imagine being
You cannot not think that at this point, truly.
And take it as you may, the biggest red flag is with the narrative that they continue to pound down our throat that these girls were pretty imperfect and that Brian Koberger was the boogeyman. And they will never deviate from that.
Yep, he's some poor slop that couldn't get laid.
They can't deviate from that Kane, because you know that if it even remote, that's why they're still out here talking shit about Brian. That all these channels and these news reporters are still running all this propaganda bullshit because they know that we're sitting here doing what we're doing right now, and that we're digging and looking on truth, and that every time something comes out and we start breaking it down, we get to a point they get nervous. Well, we got to run this again. We got to make sure everybody still thinks he's guilty. We got to make sure that they still see that he's guilty. We can't let that slide. We can't let that slide. That's how I see this, and I'm telling you that's exactly what's going on. Otherwise, they just shut up about it. He's already in prison. It's done.
I know.
Why are you still going on about this? That's my opinion as to why.
Yep.
There's no way in hell that they're going to let this go and let it just get quiet, because they know we're not going to be quiet, and we're going to keep looking until we find something. That can't happen. That just can't happen, and you guys know that.
Yeah.
So, anyway, let me finish reading this real quick, you guys. Dylan brought up an incident which occurred about a month prior. Dylan said that she and Bethany remembered Kaylee saw a shadow while she was taking Murphy outside. Dylan said Kaylee also mentioned that when she was at blank 2 or 3 weeks prior, an individual was the Winco thing. We all know that again. Also said she arrived home one time and the door to the residence was found open. Dylan said that she did not believe the slider door was locked the night of 11/12. Dylan said that she hears Murphy barking a lot around 0400 hours. And again, I want to ask that question too to you guys. Let me finish reading this though. Around 400 hours, 11:13, when Kaylee went upstairs, Dylan said she could hear Murphy go outside barking as well. Dylan was unsure if Murphy would chase the suspect outside. Dylan said she did not remember if the suspect who ran left the slider door open, which is stupid to me, because if you watched him walk out, you see if the door opens or closes. And then interview 2 is Hunter Johnson after that one. Okay, so anyway, when that statement is made, Mallory says, so was that at 1:32 or was that, she said she cuts him off and says 4. Why did he bring that up? Why did he say that? Is that at 1:32? That's my question about that. Good point, Wade Bird. Planning a sheath by not planning a sheath is pretty tricky, though. Respect. I don't know what you mean, buddy. I don't know what you're saying, Stevie. Last time someone tried that, they literally got threatened and kicked out of Corner Club. That's true. We know who that was.
Okay.
I was live with that. The last paragraph is the part 2 interview. Oh, okay. Hunter said that he went up the stairs, immediately went into Xana's room. Hunter said that this was the only room he went into. I've always had problems with that statement too. Hunter said that when he approached the door, it was only partially open. Hunter said when he opened it, he saw Xana and Ethan. See, he didn't say that in the other part of it, but okay. Hunter said he initially did not realize all the blood was dried blood in the room. Hunter said that he thought at first they had been drunk and left a mess. Hunter said when he stood there for a moment, he began to realize that what he was seeing. Hunter said Bethany and Dylan were uncontrollably crying. Hunter said that he told them to get out of the house and call law enforcement.
They didn't sound like they were controllably crying to me.
Hunter said that he then went to the kitchen, grabbed a knife from the drawer. Hunter said that he went into the room and checked the closet to make sure there was not anyone else in the room. Hunter said he checked for a pulse on both Xana was not anyone else in the room. Wait a minute. Oh, on Dana and Ethan, which that's not true. That we didn't hear that.
Yeah.
Hunter said that both of the bodies had rigor mortis and were cold with no breath or pulse. Hunter said he believed the two had been deceased for a while. Okay, so that's different from what we saw.
Oh wow!
Just saying, that's
Wow.
interesting, dude.
That's Meg P, by the way.
Yes, I see that. I love it. That's a megastar Meg P. I love it.
Red Hulk Meg P.
Yes.
Oh shit! I was gonna say something about this. Read what you just read again, please. I'm sorry.
Hunter said that he went into the kitchen, grabbed a knife from the drawer. Hunter said that he then went into the room, checked the closet to make sure that there was not anyone else in the room. Hunter said he checked for a pulse on both Xana and Ethan, and Hunter said that both
rigor mortis, you know better than I do because you've dealt with it before, but when we were talking about this on Thought Riot way back in the day, we looked it up, and rigor mortis doesn't start for 24 hours.
Are you kidding me?
That's not true.
Oh.
That is absolutely not true.
Okay.
Yeah, I've been on multiple scenes. Rigor mortis starts almost immediately. It takes a couple hours to like set in, but it doesn't take 24 hours. I've heard somebody else say that. I don't know where that comes from. People put it out there, but that's not true. I've been to scenes where a person's been dead for 20 minutes and it's already started. It depends on the environment, how the person died, and the situation per se. Okay. But no, it definitely takes way less than 24 hours. Guys, I, in my opinion, in a 8-9 hour, almost 10-hour period, which is what this was, I believe that rigor mortis set in and released and they started to pose. Okay, that's something my wife can agree with me as well.
Pose, yeah, I was going to say there's probably a difference because with posing, you still have some flexibility.
A little bit.
Rigor mortis, you cannot move the joints.
See, what happens is rigor will set in and then it releases, okay, after a period of time. It doesn't stay that way. Rigor will set in and then release, and then the bodies in the end, the end result, they will pose, okay, and then you can still, yeah, like he said, you can still flex and move certain things. That's my own.
Which he says that it kicks in faster. In I couldn't remember Poppy Man if it was 8 hours or 24 hours.
Yeah,
I think 8 hours. By the time you've got rigor on the bodies and now you're starting your investigation, that tends to broaden the window of time of death, doesn't it? And so it just seems like this whole thing was like, all right, we called the frat, they told us what to do, the 1-800 number, and it worked. It's like, if you want to get away with a murder, throw the body in the water. The police are like, oh, it was an accidental drowning, whether there's bullet holes in the head or not.
Yeah, absolute. And we all know that. We know that. Okay, so this last one is Jenna McClure. Or no, not this last one. This one here. But anyway, this is just where we're at. I'm going to probably come back to this stuff because we've been here 4.5 hours. The point is what we've seen with Dylan's interview, what we read in the report, there's a couple differences. There's a couple things that a lot of things I don't like. And my opinion, this is just my opinion, is that at some point, most of it's not true. I struggle believing her entire statement, but that's me. And I'm not telling you guys to think the same way I do. Please perceive it your own way, feel your own way, read it and feel it out and feel your own way about it. That's all I'm saying. What I don't understand and what I really want to know is why. If that's the case, why? Okay. Why? Were you told to be this way? Are you doing this on your own? Are you afraid of something and that's why you're doing it? Were you threatened? Those are all the things that I wonder on this, guys. And I don't know that any of that's true, but I do feel like there's some issues with this interview. And I'm curious to see the rest of these interviews. I want to see the other two because I think the other two are probably the most important interviews because this is where she gets into detail about certain.
I was going to say, does she get into more detail? Because it seems like she's telling all she knows, but if there's more detail, I guess.
Well, and those are the ones that I want to hear because I think that those are the ones that where she's being led more. Okay.
Yeah.
Basically being fed like a baby and those interviews to tell her story based on what we've been told. So I'm just saying. And it all right, Pappy. It all depends on the situation too, the temperature, the environment that you're sitting in. All of that stuff takes effect when it comes to this. Okay. And it's crazy. It's crazy how this has all happened. And my biggest issue with the whole thing there is that it was allowed, that the time of death was allowed to be called at noon.
Yep.
And I truly and honestly believe that was done so they don't have to give a real timeline, folks. Because if you give time of death and it's at a different time than it's within the the timeline they've given us, there's a problem there.
Yep.
There's a problem there. So they just said, no, it's noon. We're good.
What
Because
are they for? Like they say for, because that's what time they say she saw him. So they don't even say that.
Because there's no, people would look at that and say, prove it to me. Okay, just like we do. And
we are. Yeah, there's a lot of shit where like prove it. And
we don't know the true timeline. Remember that. They're saying that it was at 4 something and all this other stuff, guys. I'm telling you, I'm not 100% positive that that's when this happened. Sarge thinks it started at 4. There's other people that said it started at 3. There's some people that believe it happened between 1 and 2.
I do, because I think those screams that we heard, they don't sound like a fun scream. They sound like, and I don't think they were added in, the, someone's here or run. It was just, oh my God, those screams were, and then, with Murphy barking like that, then that throws me off because that's a different time. So there's just so much going on there. Like, obviously this started, I think, way earlier and didn't end until Murphy stopped barking. I think that when he started barking, maybe he was brought back then. I don't know.
It could have. That's very true.
Like, this could have started at 1:30 and then didn't end because, clean up, so clean. And then they spend another, then they leave these, I'm going to say 3, because I'm going to include Hunter, and that's in my opinion only, there to bleach the walls, bleach the shit out of the walls, or I don't know what you do to get off blood, but, I mean, we didn't see anything. I mean, it looked clean, the walls looked clean, but I didn't even think the looks were, but I would think the smell, but like everybody else said, it was cold and they had the windows open, so, it's not going to linger, but, I mean, still.
The releasing of the bowels is going to linger, as Dago pointed out.
Yeah.
And it's not going to get any better. That's a smell I can tell you 100% is only going to get worse. As far as the dirty penny smell of blood, that is only going to get strengthened by the decaying.
Yeah, you take a combination of the urine, the fecal matter, because their bowels completely release and everything. Okay, and then you take the smell of blood as it sits, it strengthens and it ferments as there's more of it too, and the bodies themselves decompose. Okay, all of that to be combined in one, and when it's colder out, that smell has a tendency, from my end, when it's warmer, like if there's heat inside that house and it's staying warm in there, that gets worse. So that could have been why doors were opened or left open, or it could have been to release the smell of chemicals from cleaning. There could have been multiple things, okay? But, yeah, that smell I'm smelling it right now as I'm talking to you about it, folks. It never goes away once you smell it. It just doesn't. It's bad. It's bad. So I'm real curious. Here's my thing though with this. It was cold, but I know the heat was probably on. The issue with this is heat rises. We know this. Kaylee and Maddie were on the 3rd floor. So that cold air didn't reach that room. And I don't know if when they found it, if the door was open or closed. I think it was closed when they found it. So whatever's inside that room, the heat's on in there, the door's shut, that's all there. It's staying there. It's not leaving that room until you open that door, and then boom. And same with Xana's room. If her door was actually fully closed, same thing's going to happen there. So that smell's not going to get out too far until you kick them doors open. Once you kick them doors open,
yeah.
Whoa. And it made me wonder. We know there was a cleanup after the fact if the people that were still in the house shut the doors because of the smell.
And Dago, you've showed up to crime scenes where there's an unalive person, right? You've smelled one, right? So imagine
many. I smelled multiple. Yeah. Listen, I showed up at a scene where one person was deceased for 4 hours. 4, and that was bad there. I've also been on scene where a person was deceased for 4 months. Okay, in the middle of summer, on a waterbed that's heated. Okay,
What was that movie 7 when they found the guy who was in the bed for a year?
Yeah. That was bad. That was bad. But the smell, it gets worse.
Yeah.
With like the heat and the temperature, and it's very bad, and it doesn't go away. Like I said, I'm smelling it as I'm talking about it. Every time I talk about it, it comes back. The same with have a great day, Lori. Thank you for joining us. The same with like burnt flesh, and when somebody's through a fire, that smell never goes away. I'm smelling that too as I talk about it.
I got off the bike the wrong way, and I burnt the tailpipe with my bottom or my calf, and I watched the thing go. I got off the bike with the wrong side, and I'm like,
it's possible they redact the bodies, but can show the sheath if it's they would have to
maybe
block it out and completely redact everything around the sheath. That could be sorry, Lucy. That could be why
we don't see it.
Yeah, that could be the reason they're going to give for it. I still think that those photographs that were deleted because they were washed out, and Lana pointed it out, and she's trying to FOIA those and the pictures before and after them. If those are the sheaths, I want to know. I'm sorry.
I can only answer Wade Bird with a question, and that's what knife sheath.
That's it. That's where I'm at with it too. I don't believe there is one.
No.
Sorry, redacted. Just being real with you guys. Yeah, Jules got denied by the FBI. I haven't received anything back. I just put mine in last week though, so we'll see. The house behind my building is on fire at the moment. Many trucks and no Jesus. So I hope you're all right, cat lady.
Who kept saying that if they had a knife sheath, they would have paraded it around in a glass case. I can picture that. Like if they had this knife sheath, it would have been the golden child of the Idaho 4. Look, here is the holy item, the relic, the knife sheath. Bow down, and everybody would drop to their knees.
Yes, because it's the number one piece of evidence that they got Brian with. So yes,
I'm going to frame it.
So where is it?
It's twice on Sundays. That's where that comes from. It's this stupid freaking knife sheath that doesn't exist. That the DNA is gone from now. That Othram Labs now has all of these government contracts from here to Zimbabwe, and it's a money trail. Here's the really glaring point of this case. If you're not able to prove to an Idaho court that crime scene was beyond contaminated and nothing in it has any evidentiary value, then you are facing a losing battle.
Yep.
And that's what she was up against. Everything in there is perfectly. There was a knife sheath. Everything is perfectly pristine according to the presentation and the acceptance by the biased judge that now Cy Ray is a conspiracy theorist, but this drunken hoe that wasn't even friends with the roommates timeline is what we're going to base everything on.
I know. Hell, that's like the circumstantial evidence in the Karen Reed case points to even the very bare minimum circumstantial evidence away from Karen Reed, but Massachusetts had it all pointing towards her. None of it makes sense. It's all the evidence exonerated her, but it's like same thing. Like they're pointed. I don't know what my point was with that. What was my point with that? I lost my train of thought. Sorry, but yeah, like I hear what you're saying. And Othram would be like framing that sheath because that's like a child, and they're supposedly gonna.
And yes, Wadeberg, we can have a picture of the knife sheath. If they don't want to show a speck of blood, then they can just blur that out like they have everything else.
Right.
But at least show us the knife sheath at the scene.
Right.
Because you can't tell me they didn't take a picture of that. We've got 5,000 dick pics already, from ISP and from Moscow PD, that Ann Taylor had to sort through, but there's not shit in there of any, what the fuck is this? If you'd handed me this.
The number one thing the first thing we've ever seen, it should have been the first thing ever put out, and it's never, And they don't even talk about a photograph of it, folks. That tells you how much that it doesn't exist, in my opinion. I'm sorry, but and I'm going to call it out every time we talk about it. Show me the proof. Eddie said we got to be careful about it. He is right. I'll say that much, because it's not just showing that doesn't mean that means Brian did this. Okay. And that's what he's worried about, is that people are going to say, oh, and they'll produce the sheets and everybody's going to go, okay, there it is. So that means it is. That's not true. There's still no proof that Brian did this, but the biggest problem is the fact that they refuse to show it because it doesn't exist. They can't show it, in my opinion. So
wasn't there allegedly other people's blood mixed on the other side of the sheet anyway? Allegedly, like.
Right, it's the anchor of your case. It's the benchmark. It's the icon. It's the landmark. And the fact that they have overlooked showing it to us is disgusting.
Yeah, it's weird. Like
it's pure evil, I guess you'd say.
Yeah, and like I said, Lucy's right. Like I said, it's not really going to answer any questions. It's just going to give us an answer to the fact that there was one. But again, I don't trust that at this point. We know that they went and bought everything that they claimed that Brian bought, all the way down to his damn vitamins. Okay, for whatever reason they did that. I've never heard of that happening in a case in my life. Like they did that. So if they were to show us sheets at this point, why should I believe that? Why should I believe that? I won't. And the whole thing is guys, the sheath means garbage to me, because just because there's a sheath in the bed in the scene doesn't mean that knife was used to commit these crimes. That it's just an assumption because of that. That's all.
It could have been Ethan's. Like, he could have been having it for protection.
Yeah,
he had something for protection. How do we know it's not one of the?
It could have been anything. It could have been anything. And again, Lucy's right. They held it for 3 days, folks, before they got it off. And I have questions with the chain of custody. Why did you have to have multiple people transport it? Why did this all have to happen? And why did you not send it itself to Othram? Is all I'm saying. So all of those things are issues with me. Every bit of them. Sorry. My son's trying to kill me. He put on some god-awful cologne that he wears, and it completely sent me into an asthma attack. Good God. It's bad, too. It's expensive, which is better than that, but it's not. It's bad. Are you acquainted with one Judd Welcher? I am not.
God, from the Karen Reed case, Judd. The Blue Man Group guy, is that Judd Welcher?
Oh, I know who you're talking about, but I don't know him. I don't know. I'm not acquainted with him.
Is the Blue Man Group, or is he the guy that was with Arca?
I don't know who Charm's talking about, but I don't personally know anybody, but I know the name.
Oh God.
Anyone
do you remember with the Judd Welcher, the blue paint reenactment guy? Do you remember that? Did you see any of that with the Karen Reed case? I think that's Judd Welcher. Oh,
no.
Man.
Hey, Buckwheat, good to see you. He bought all John's clothes. Oh, okay. No, I don't know him, but that's weird.
That is weird.
People are strange to do that shit. I'm sorry. Anyone that thinks Kohberger was not identified, hand-selected in under 72 hours really needs a better understanding on just what intelligence agencies can do. Amen to that one, Lucci. Appreciate you. Blue Man Groups. David Bird said IGG should only be used after the case goes cold. Only tempting for a frame job. Good point. I got you, Charm. I get it.
So odd.
For me, it won't. Too many lies to believe. Yeah, that's the problem. If they would have showed us this in the very beginning, I don't think it would have ever been an issue, but they didn't. And now it means nothing to me. Right. I don't think it exists, and I don't think it's real. And they were so very easily going to throw it out. Remember that when this went to trial. It was going to be, they were okay with tossing it. So if that's the case,
I vaguely remember them trying
to meant too much to you.
Yeah, I vaguely remember somebody trying to get the
Yet the judge can't get past it, right?
Right. What is it for?
7 days a week and twice on Sunday. So
good point.
Yeah, it wasn't even good. It's kind of like a lie detector test. You can't really use it in court.
Yeah,
they couldn't have used that in court yet. It works, but it's just not admissible in court. But again, it's a pinpoint, so.
Yeah, I know what you mean, Pappy. A lot of people feel that way. I have my own feelings on that situation too. And that's true too. Look, even if it is real, it doesn't mean they didn't use it nefariously. Good point, SRB. Thank you.
For protection.
All right. So, any closing statements, Kane or Krista, before we hop out of here?
Just remember all the knives they found in the woods and stuff on the way, different places, and they didn't even bother to think that was anything either. So
No, like the 45 different versions of knives they found all over the place. I know none of them made it meant anything. They were always denied immediately. So
especially when it's like across the street,
because they didn't fit the narrative. They didn't fit in the narrative. 7
7
minutes only matters when it's 7 minutes they allege the crime took place in. Good point, Lucy.
They only had 20 minutes, 10 to 20 minutes before she sees the guy before he leaves. So okay, wasn't Brian.
Buckwheat says, "Who is that with the picture of that young girl that was in the house? Whoever it is, you seem like you're lacking in morals." What picture are you talking about, Buckwheat? I don't think I saw a picture of the young girl in the house. I don't know what you're talking about with that one. Sorry. Thank you for being here, though. Let's see. Cat Lady says it would have been so easy for them, and in this case, if they had presented the sheath at the beginning, yes, I agree. We would have hardly anything to talk about. That's very true too. If they'd have done a lot of things differently, Cat Lady, we wouldn't be having any of these conversations, to be honest with you, because we wouldn't have questioned anything. It would have all played out the right way. It's a thumbnail. I don't think I've ever seen it. I'm lost on that, but I'll look for it. I think that's it then. Nobody has any other statements. I'm gonna try to come in here later, guys. It's Friday night. I'm gonna see what I can do. Kane, you're killing me with these pictures, bro.
I know. I love them though.
That one's too funny. That picture on your panel.
I was lacking in morals.
Those are Kane's pictures.
I was like,
those are just AI. If you didn't know, pictures I did. She doesn't really have those ears, unless she really wears her hairs.
Kane, is there a dress? It's not a dress code, but a dress. Are we going to Are we a theme tomorrow night? A certain color?
Well, it's the 50th anniversary extravaganza, red carpet event.
50th.
Everybody's going to be there. Miss Potts will actually be there. I don't know if you've been having anything weird from YouTube lately, Dago or Krista, as far as I'm sure, Dago, that they hit you all the time with not suitable for advertisers. Do they give you that?
Sometimes. I usually have my stuff trimmed out by the time they try to, but I do get it sometimes.
It's their way of cutting you out of the money and keeping all the money for themselves when you're doing all the hard work. And they've cracked down on it even more.
They took my life from me today.
They definitely try.
I don't even have it to fight it. They took it completely. They shut off in the middle of my stream, took me down, copyright me twice this week, and I can't even find the stream to fight it. It's gone. They completely.
You're not going to get that. You cannot pull those streams back up. You have to go in and file an appeal with them, or.
I mean, I was wrong, but usually with Bravo, they don't fuck with me. I don't know. I feel it's weird. They completely.
They've been being a lot more harsh lately. Yes.
You know why?
Well, the reason I bring it up is because I do Uber Eats too, and it seems like all of these tech companies have made a move where they're cutting corners and they're taking it out of the people, the drivers, the entertainers. They're taking it out on them, and it seems like a trend, and it's a very disturbing one.
It is that, and I'll say something else too, folks. And I apologize too, but the ads are horrendous. From what I've seen, I'm even getting ads that I don't ever get ads. And I watched a video yesterday with my mods and some other people in Discord. It was like every 3 seconds, boom, 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 boom.
Did you go to try to take yours out? I tried and I can't get it to stop. I can't get them to stop doing it.
As a creator, I always set mine on the lowest setting. They have to be there, for everything to work. And they're still rolling through. So if you have it set on the highest setting, God bless.
It's on the lowest one, and it's still fucking up.
Well, they have an option for you to set it manually.
That's
to
what I've
insert your ads.
Yes, that's what I'm going to be doing. going forward,
But-
because it's irritating. It's just,
Well, the thing is with the manual one, it only plays at the beginning and the end.
Yes.
And they make it sound like you can insert them when you want. So I was thinking about that after I told you that the other day, and the only way that I could think to work around it is during your live, go into your settings and hit automatic, let it play, and then put it back to manual.
Yeah, that's the best way to
just
do
a
it.
thought.
That's something I'll be working on doing too. So thank you guys again for joining me up here, Eddie. Thank you, Docket. Thank you. Chickbait tried.
Thank
Was
you.
there somebody else up here? Oh, JC.
Dylan
Mort. Thank you guys very much for your input. Your
Lucy's
thoughts.
dog. Don't forget
Lucy.
Pippolotamus.
Pippolotamus was jumped up here with us for a little while.
Do you want a bone?
And
want to go for a walk? Yeah, and don't forget 50th anniversary, the Purge special. I'll look forward to seeing you guys. I'll be starting about 8 o'clock.
Cool.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. I will see you guys both soon, hopefully. I appreciate your time, input, and everybody in the chat, of course.
Good night, everybody.
Thank you for your feelings, thoughts, opinions. And I will see you guys all very soon. Thank you, Krista.
You're welcome. Thank you for having me, guys. Bye.
Don't pretend to be something you ain't. That's a good point. I don't know who's doing that, but good stuff. Again, guys, don't forget to love yourselves and love each other. Please don't change who you are. You guys are the beautiful people. And I haven't moonlit. I think Captain Jenks has decided that he's done with YouTube for a while. I haven't seen him anywhere, and he hasn't responded to me or any of the other people that have tried. So I hope that's all that it is. I hope nothing bad happened. I do miss him, but some people get burnt out. They get tired of it. That's all I'm saying. So, and hopefully that will be fixed. If you haven't noticed, guys, the background that I do want the TV back there has not been on for a couple of days because the brand decided that they're no longer going to use the app system they have, and they shut it down. So I have to figure out a way to fix that. Hopefully I will. All right, Tomboy, we'll see you there. After that, anyway, again, thank you guys all so much for your time, your feelings, your opinions, your thoughts, and for subscribing and being part of this community. Thank you to anybody that may have donated to support the community in that aspect. You guys are amazing. We will work on it, Krista, I promise. And I hope for those of you that I don't see soon or tonight, I will see you tomorrow. Other than that, folks, have an amazing rest of your day. God bless, folks. Bye. Bye-bye.
Neon lights flicker like broken halos. Whispers gather in the smoke-filled air. Tables carved with secrets and shadows. Every story's a wound laid bare. The kettle's boiling with a restless rage. Justice written on an unseen page. I sip the silence, bitter taste, waiting for the ghosts to show their face. At the True Crime Cafe, we serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth you crave. Raise your glass to the names they betrayed. Mirrors cracked, reflections are liars. Ashes fall where the guilty once stood. The jukebox hums like a funeral choir. Echoes pounding through the neighborhood. from the bottle's rim. The guilty write stories in invisible ink, but we'll drag it all